Okay, so here we are in Adobe Illustrator. Now I bought this illustration from freepik.com. I'll provide the link in the description. You can check it out from there. Now by default we got this EPS file. Okay, so what we are going to do, I'll hit Ctrl A to select all of them. Then I'll hit Ctrl C to copy them. Then I'm going to press Ctrl N to create another project file in Illustrator. And let's choose height and width 1920 by 180. And make sure that your color mode is RGB color and simply hit create and then press Ctrl V to paste it. Then let's zoom out a little bit and press key, which is a shortcut key for transform tool in Illustrator, and by holding shift try to adjust the scale and let's bring this over here like that. Okay, then hit Ctrl 0 and let's try to adjust it properly like that. Now over here, what we want is that each and every stuff should be properly on a different layers. So what we can do that, for example, suppose we need to select this first, then right click and choose ungroup like that. Then we will select this background. We will select this background and we will hit Ctrl X to cut it out. We will create a new layer over here. Let's bring this over here and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Double click on it and let's call it as BG and hit enter, and let's bring this downwards and we will lock this here. Then I'm going to select this. As you guys can see, again they are selected by group. Simply right click and choose ungroup and deselect it. Then select this later, hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. And let's call it as text. Okay, simply double click on this layer and name it layer like that. And let's hide this layer and lock this layer. Then I'm going to select this, right click and choose ungroup, deselect it. Again select this and hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Double click on it and let's call it as text box and hit enter. Let's lock this as well as hide this. Then we have this line over here. So hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Double click on it and let's call it as text line. I'm going to name it as. Let's lock this layer as well as hide this layer. Then we have this dollar icon over here. So hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Select this, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Select this, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Okay, and let's call it as a dollar icon. I'm going to copy this dollar icon. Simply hit Ctrl V for all of them like that. And we will hide this layer as well as lock this layer. Now we will try to focus on this magnify class. So hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. I'm going to double click on it and I'm going to call it as magnify. Hit enter. Let's lock this as well as hide this layer. Then we have this laptop kind of structure. Hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Let's double click on it and let's call it as laptop. Okay. After that, right click and choose ungroup. Then we have this selection again. Right click, choose ungroup. Again select this, right click and choose ungroup. We are going to follow this procedure until we can separately select this card over here like that. Hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Right click and choose ungroup. Then select this card. Hit Ctrl X, new layer and press Ctrl Shift V like that. Okay, zooming a little bit and let's double click as a card. Name it. Let's call it as card circle. Then we have the shopping window. Over here, we will select this, right click and choose ungroup. Then we will select this packs, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Select this, hit Ctrl X, create new layer over here, press Ctrl Shift V. Select this, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as band 01. Copy that text, double click on the second one and let's call it as back 2. Double click on this and let's call it as back 3. Okay, so this laptop, bags and this cards are done. So let's load them as well as hide them. Then we have this cards. Hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. Right click and choose ungroup. Select this, right click, choose ungroup. Select this and make sure that you will select all of them like that. Hit Ctrl X, make sure to select this line as well. let's see. I think let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift V. Let's double click and let's call it as car. Okay. We need to select these two lines as well. So with Ctrl X on this one, I'm going to press Ctrl Shift V, paste it like that. Okay. Settles it. Then we have this batch over here. So with Ctrl X, and I think this one should be, if I enable these layers, it should be over here. So let's after this text line, I'll press Ctrl Shift V and let's call it as the batch. Also, we need to select these taller layers and we will try to bring this at the top of the text line, so it should come in front. Okay, so let's lock this layer as well as add this layers. Okay, so after that, I think we have this dollar. So with Ctrl X, go over here, press Ctrl Shift V. Let's lock this other layers. Right click and choose ungroup. We'll select this dollars, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, hide this. Select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, hide this. Then we have this dollars over here. So now over here, what I can do is I don't want this outline. So I right click and choose ungroup, and I'm going to remove this outline. The only thing I need is this points, and inside that, if you see, there is one arrow. So we'll go and click on this down arrow. We have this many group layers. Select this layer 16, which is basically all of that, and over here you will get this option called click to target. So simply click on it, go to the layer options and choose release to layer sequence. Select all of them and press, and by holding shift, let's move this over here and let's remove this layer 60. We don't need them. Then we have this dollars over here. So let's for name it as a dollar only, so it would be easy for us to animate in After Effects. Okay, I'm going to name it as dollars as well as this one as well. Okay, let's lock this layer, hide this here, and let's lock this. Then unlock this. Then we have this mobile. Hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as mobile over here. Then right click and choose ungroup. Select this, right click and choose ungroup. Select this by holding shift. I'm going to select this much area. Hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, and let's call it as shop, for example, because I don't know what should be supposed to make this small portion. Okay, let's select this area as well. Hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. Let's double click on it and let's call it as shop. Okay, like that. Then we have this icon as well as this portion. Hit Ctrl X, new layer, press Ctrl Shift V. I'm going to name it as a ring only. Okay, because this is not something that we should, animate too much. So let's call it as ring, and let's lock this layer as well as hide this layer. Okay, like that. After that, we have this main structure over here, because this area covers a big portion of our comp. So let's select this and hit Ctrl X to put it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Let's double click on it and we are going to name it as piece. Okay, then right click and choose ungroup. We have this back, so hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Same procedure, Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. We have this sail icon, Ctrl X, Ctrl Shift V. Let's hide this layer for now. Then we will select this and select this, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, and let's call it as box. We'll call it as sails, and these are just normal bags, so we are going to call it as bag. Okay, we'll call this as bag as well. Let's select all of them and we will lock this layer like that. Okay, then we have this dollar. Hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, and let's name it as dollar only, and let's lock this. Okay, then we have this icon. Hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, and we are going to name it as normal lights, because I don't know what to really name it. So let's lock this as well as lock this PC as well. I think this bag is remaining over here. Let's take Ctrl X and let's see this is for which word. I think for this batch only. So it's Ctrl Shift V on this batch here. Okay, so let's hide all this other layers. Now let's see what is the remaining. We have this meal. Hit Ctrl X, create a new layer, press Ctrl Shift V, right click and choose ungroup. and I'm going to select this lines. I'll take Control X, create a new layer, press Control Shift V, and let's call it as lines. Let's call it as me. Let's lock these two layers and hide them. Then we have this earth, hit Control X, new layer, press Control Shift V. We have this, let's name it as earth. Right click and choose ungroup, and we are going to select this lines, or you can select this, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as this earth, and we are going to call this one as lines. Okay, so let's write this as well. Now after that, we have this leaf structure over here. So hit Control X, new layer, and press Control Shift V. Go to this down arrow, select on this group, choose click to target, go to the options and choose release layers to sequence. By holding shift, select all of them and try to bring this over here. Delete this extra layer, and we are going to call it as leaves. Copy this leaf and hit enter. Let's double click and paste it. Like that. Okay. Then also select this, hit Control X, new layer, and press Control Shift V, and let's call it as leaf only. I'm not going to do separate stuff for this one because I'll select them and I'll try to replicate them over here. Okay, so we will keep it as it is and we will drop the other ones. Now we have some only background portions are remaining. Let's start this background. We have this portion, so hit Control X. At the bottom, I'm going to create new layer and I'll call it as PG2. Okay, let's lock this and hide this. Then we have this ground. So let's select this, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's call it as the ground. Okay. Then after that, let's lock this. We have this cloud. So hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as clouds. Also this hit Control X, double click, and let's call it as clouds. Both clouds are on separate layer. So let's lock this. And now for the remaining ones, what I'm going to do, I'll simply click on this arrow and I'm going to call it as extras only. Then select this, click to target, select all of this, release to their sequence. I'll try to bring this at the top. And I'm not going to name it like anything. We will keep it as it is. Okay. So now if you check it out, this, all the stuff is ready. And now we will try to animate this in After Effects. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as me animation. Width, I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, and duration, I'm going to choose 1 minute long. And background color, I'm going to choose white color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on titles of action. Then we'll press Ctrl I and we are going to bring our vector file, which is this one. We'll go to the import as footage and we are going to choose composition, return layers and sizes, and we are simply going to hit import. Then after doing this, your file is going to be here. Then simply bring that file over here and it will take a little bit time to load because this is a heavy illustrator file. So now we are going to animate this thing one by one. So let's go inside this over here. And now before we start to animate, there are a few things we are going to need in this. We need Animation Composer, which is a free plugin provided by Mr. Halls. Link is in the description. You can download it from there. It's very free. Simply go and enable this Animation Composer. By default, I try to bring this over here, but for this tutorial, I'm going to select this, right click, and I'm going to choose unlock this because we need to use this more often. Okay, so we will try to use that. Along with that, I'm going to use this another some interesting stuff that comes with this plugin. For example, this Animation Composer Anchor Point Mover. It would be easy to adjust the anchor points. Okay, so this plugin is free. You can check it out in the description. We will try to use it. Now, select all your layers by hitting Ctrl A and click on this icon. So your vector is not gonna get compromised like that. Now, first we will start from the bottom. We have this background. make sure to click on this icon so you can see this thing one by one. Okay, then along with that we have this ground over here. I'll try to bring this layer at the top, at the bottom after this BG. Okay, so let's enable this. These two are the background elements, so I'm going to select them and I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I'm going to call it as background, or you can simply call it as BG. Okay, then after that, if you guys remember, all of this stuff which are not named over here, these are some background elements. So I'm going to select them and I'll press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as BG elements and hit OK. Okay, then let's log this layer. Then we have this clouds over here like that. We'll keep it as it is. Then we have this leaf structure over here, out of which this one is not needed. So I'm going to keep it as it is for now. Let's log this. Let's select these leaves and press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as leaf. Hit OK. Then hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Press S, unlink this, and let's make this -100. So it will automatically come over here, and try to adjust this with this one. Then we will delete this extra leaf. We don't need that. Okay, so we did that as well. Now we have this earth and line kind of a structure over here. Okay, I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as earth and me. Okay, then we have this PC. For example, this one. Let's enable this one by one. Okay, let's see what we have. This bed, etc. I'm going to select this and press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as PC because all of them are PC elements only. Then we have this rain shop light stuff. Okay, let's call it as Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as mobile. Okay, then we have this dollars over here. Let's select those, which is this one. Press Ctrl Shift C. I'm going to call it as money. Okay, then we have this car. Then we have this laptop. Okay, I think we have this over here. I forgot to separate this portion over here, but it's not that much problem. Okay, then we have this cart and the start as well. Okay, along with this magnify. So all of these are elements of this laptop only. So I'm going to select all of them, this magnify as well as this cards. I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as laptop. Okay, this is also done, and the last thing remaining is this topmost portion. I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as text. Okay, like that. So now if you check it out, this our entire portion is now separately divided into so many different stuff. Okay, like that. So it would be easy for us to animate. So now let's start from the bottom. We have this BG. So let's go inside this and let's see what we have. We have this much portions. So now I'm going to select this background and I want one circle should reveal this animation. So I'm going to select my ellipse tool. For the fill, I'm going to choose any color like that, and by holding Shift, select create one fill. Let's select this and bring this anchor point at the sector. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically, and try to bring this downwards. Select this VG, press F4 to switch between these options, and we are going to choose alpha mask. Then select this mask, press S, and let's make initial value to 0, and we will create one keyframe. I'll do around 1 second, and I'm going to implement this value. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding Shift, bring this anchor points over. Graph like that. Then along with this, we have this BG, and I want this one should cover from the downwards. So press P for position to create one keyframe. Go over here to create another keyframe, and at the bottom, I'm going to try to bring this downwards. Select those keyframe, hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and by holding Shift, try to adjust it over here. Like that, and let's try to bring this a little bit over here. Then along with that, after that, not along with that, sorry for this mistake, and let's select this ground and let's bring this over here with the help of open square bracket. Press P for position, create one keyframe at this point, then somewhere around over here create another keyframe, and at the start let's bring this over here Select those keyframes and hit F9 and try to adjust the graph by holding Control or by holding Shift. You can try to adjust it properly like that. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get this kind of animation. So this animation is done. Let's change the color of this one to, somewhere around like aqua. Then we have this BG element. Hit Ctrl K to open the project settings and change the color of this one to, black, so it will be easy for us to see. Now at this point, I'm going to choose Animation Composer to animate those. So by holding Ctrl A, select all of them. Then go to the Windows, enable Animation Composer, and over here in Transition Presets, go to the 2D layer transformations. Then over here, you will get this option called Scale from anchor point to proportionality, and over here you will get this overshoot scale from anchor point, and simply double click on it. So now it's applicable for all of them, and let's close this. So now if you hit spacebar, you will get this kind of animation. Okay, now hit page down button one time, hold Alt, close square bracket to trim like that, right click, keyframe assistance, sequence girls, hit OK, and let's bring this totally up like that. So now it will animate one by one. Now I want them to animate continuously. So simply select all of them and go to the Effect and Presets panel and search for Wiggle Position Effect and double click to apply. So if you check it out this animation now, we are gonna get this kind of. So let's go through this one. Now we have this clouds like structure. So let's adjust them one by one. First, I want this BG animation and then this BG elements like that. And this clouds over here, for example, they should come over here. And this clouds, I'm going to bring them over here. Let's enable this. And let's select those and press T for opacity to decrease initially. Then go grouping forward and increase it like that. And the start press P for position to create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around 9, select this and let's move this from here to here. Let's select this and let's move this from here to here. So what will happen? So we are gonna get this animation continuous. Then we have this knee over here. So let's go inside this. Then go over here, select this and press Y, which is a shortcut key to select this pen behind tool. And we will try to bring this anchor point of each and every object at the bottom. So let's select this and try to bring this over here. Select this, try to bring this over here. Select this and try to bring this over here. Now select all of them and press S for scaling option to create one keyframe. Go somewhere around 20 to create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this graph by holding shift. Try to bring this at this point. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Now what I'm gonna do, I'll select any one of them, for example this one, and initially I'm going to make this -20 to create one keyframe at rotation. Then somewhere around 1 second, I'm going to make this +20. Then I'll go to 1 second forward. Let's make this again a little bit on negative direction like that. Go few frames forward. Let's bring this in positive direction again. And at last, at 4 seconds, I copy first keyframe by hitting Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Then select those keyframe and hit F9. And if you check it out this animation, we are gonna get this kind of animation continuously. By holding Alt, I'll try to bring this up to 6 seconds. So we'll get this animation a little bit slowly. Then Alt click on the stopwatch and we are going to apply loopout expression on them and deselect this. And if you check it out this, we are gonna get this animation continuous. Then copy this keyframes by hitting Ctrl C on this rotation. Select all of them and hit Ctrl D. So now it's applicable for all of them. And now hit U to minimize all of them and try to adjust them like that at different positions. Okay, so if you check it out this, we are gonna get this kind of a animation. Then if you check it out this, we get something like that. And let's leave. I'm going to bring this somewhere around it over here. Then select this and this over here like that. Okay, so if you check it out this, we are gonna get this kind of animation. Now we have this earth and bay. So let's go inside this, and for this animation over here, I'm going to create one animation like that. So press G, which is a shortcut key for pet tool. from here to here, I'm going to create one stroke. And for the stroke color, I'm going to pick up this color only. You're free to choose whatever color you want, and let's decrease the stroke width over here. And select this in search for cap, and we are going to choose butt cap like that. Then go to the add menu and choose strip part. Go to the trim part and let's make this value a little bit like that. Then create one keyframe offset. Go to 5 seconds and we are going to make this value plus rotation. So what will happen? We are gonna get this kind of an animation. Now one is very slow, so let's make this 8. Okay, so this animation would be a little bit faster like that. If you find this very much fast, then make it 4 to figure out this animation. Okay, now let's select this and pick Ctrl D and press T and try to bring this a little bit over here. And this time, let's change the color of this one to yellow, just like our reference. And also make this stroke around 6. Then hit Ctrl D, ST, and I could bring this position over here. Let's change the stroke width to 3 and color to this one. Then select this first one, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top. Let's P for precision and let's bring this downwards. And now I want hit U over here. And now I want this animation in the form of loop. So I'll click on this stopwatch and apply loop-out expression on them. Then copy this expression like that over here. Okay. And there should be a gap between these animations. So I'll try to, bring this like that. Okay. So if we check it out this animation, we are going to get this animation randomly. And we are going to remove this lines over here. And let's select this and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and we are going to call it as lines. Press F4 and make sure to enable this and make it apparent with this bead. Okay. So if you check it out this, we have this kind of a lines to this. Then you can go inside this, or you can select any of those, for example this, and press G and try to increase the line. So like that. Similarly select this, press G and try to increase the line like. Okay. Then select this line, hit Ctrl D, press R for rotation, and let's make this rotation to 180 degree. Press B and try to adjust this zooming and try to adjust this over here and bring this downwards and make it apparent with this earth. Okay, like that. Then select this main and earth and make sure to hit Ctrl S to save this file. Select this and press P for position to create one keyframe. Then go to somewhere around 8 seconds and let's bring this main from this to this side and earth from this to this side. Okay, so if we check it out this, we are going to get this kind of animation. Okay, if you want, then try to bring this a little bit over here like that. Okay, and at the end try to bring this over here like that and make sure to save this file. Okay, so and this animation should be from this portion. Okay, you can go inside this, you can select those and again go to the animation composer, go to the transformation presets, go to the layers scale and click on this overshoot from anchor point. Okay, like that. Okay, so now we got this kind of animation. Now let's enable this PC and we will try to animate that. Let's go inside this PC over here, and now we have all of this stuff. Now what I'm gonna do is that let's select all of them and make it apparent with PC. Then select this PC and press P for position, and I want this PC should come from this. So create one keyframe at position, then go somewhere around 1 second to create another. Then go to the start and let's bring this over here. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph and let's bring this over here like that. Then after that, for all the other stuff, select them and with the help of open square bracket, and then over here. And we are gonna go and choose animation composer, and we are going to choose cell presets like this A, like that. Then hit page down button 2 times like this. Select all of them and by holding Alt, close square bracket, bring like this, right click, keyframe assistant, sequence layers, and hit OK. And let's increase the duration of it. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. And this animation should happen when entire stuff is gonna come over here. So if we check it out this, we will get something like that. Okay, so this PC is also there. Now the remaining one is this mobile. So let's go inside this mobile over here. Now let's select all of this stuff over here, like this shop icons to this mobile, as well as this arena icons to this mobile. Let's select this mobile and press P for position, and let's create one keyframe at the start. Then go somewhere around 20 frames to create another keyframe, and at 1 second create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's bring this totally downwards like that. Then go in the middle and try to bring this over here. Then go somewhere around over here and try to get this upward. And let's make this fit. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, then zoom in. Select this by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Okay. Then select this and try to adjust this anchor points, not anchor point, but graph like that. And this one as well. Okay. So if we check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Then I'm going to select this position, right click, go to the keyframe interpolation, and current settings, we are going to choose linear. Okay. Like that. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around over here and let's give this one focus. So if we check it out this, we are going to get something like that. And when let's start to happen somewhere around at this point, I want this shop icons to come over here. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select one rectangle tool, or instead of that, we will try to use this over scale, show scale like that. Try to adjust this over here. Then somewhere around at this point, select this and press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. Try to adjust this over here like that. Then press R for rotation, press W for rotation tool, and let's rotate it like that. Press R at the start, create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's rotate it like that. Go somewhere around over here, rotate it like that. Again rotate it like that. Go few frame forward. Hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V, first keyframe. Select those keyframes and hit F9. Alt click on the stopwatch and we are going to apply loop out expression on it and deselect it. So if we check it out this, we will get something like that. So first we got this and then we got this. So this animation is also done. Now we left with this money. So for money as well, we will try to do same stuff. Over here we got this money and I want this money should come from this to this side. So press E for position, select the position, right click and choose separate dimension. We'll create X and one keyframe at X over here and one keyframe at Y as well. Go somewhere around 3 seconds. Again create another keyframe on each. Then at the start, I'm going to bring the X position of this money to this side as well as this to this side. Okay. Then go to around 1 second, create one keyframe on Y each. Then go to around 2 seconds, again create one keyframe at Y each. Then go few frames forward, again create one keyframe at Y each. And in the middle, we will try to bring this upward like that. Okay. Then somewhere around in the middle, we will try to bring this Y position upward like that. Similarly, over here, we will try to bring this Y position over here. Similarly, we will try to bring this Y position over here. Now, select those Y position keyframes by holding shift, then we will hit F9. We'll go to the graph editor. We will select this and simply adjust this graph like that. Okay. We will try to achieve this pattern. So, with the help of that, we will get that proper partial effect. Okay. So let's select this. Try to adjust this graph over here like that. Okay. Select this. Like that. Then the last one is this one. Then try to bring this over here as well. Okay, so if we check it out this animation, we are getting this kind of a animation. Now there should be rotation animation as well. So initial value, I'm going to choose 3 to create one keyframe, hit U, and the last we'll make this value 0. So it will get this kind of rotation, and the first point should appear first. So I'll bring this over here like that. Then after that, we got this points. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'll select, then I'll press P for position to create one keyframe. I'll go to 2 seconds to create another keyframe. I'll go to 1 second to create another keyframe, like that. And in the middle, we will try to bring this a little bit upward like that, not too much. And at this point, it's fine. And in the middle, we will try to bring this totally upward. And at the start, I'm going to bring this align tab, and we are going to choose align vertically and try to bring the position of each and every one totally downward. So we'll get something like that. Then so we will select those keyframes and we will hit F9. We'll go to the graph, zooming, select this by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Select this, move this handle at this point, select this and move this handle at this point. Select this, try to bring this over here, select this, try to bring this over here, select this, try to bring this over here, select this and try to bring this over here. Okay, so we will get something like that. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Go over here and let's make this rotation 1. So we get something like that. And hit page down button 2 times. Select all of them. Select this bottom one first by holding shift. Then select this top one. Alt close square bracket. Keyframe assistance. Sequence less. Hit OK. And let's increase the duration of it. So we'll get this animation one by one. I think I did a mistake over here. We should select the top one first and then this one. So it would be, appropriate like that. Like boss. So let's make this fit. We'll get something like. So this is the animation for this dollars. So let's say this fine. Okay. Then we'll go to the laptop menu. Okay. So let's select this laptop and let's go inside this. Over here, I'm going to select this magnifying glass and we are going to apply this overshoot effect only. But before that, we need to create animation for all of them. So for the cards, I'm going to select this and I'll press Y and I'll try to bring this anchor point over here. Then I'll go to the leaf composition and I'll press R for rotation. I'll copy those rotation expressions and I'm going to hit Ctrl D over here because I want same animation over here. Okay, then unselect this and I'm going to apply this pop out effect from animation composer. Similarly, I'm going to select this magnify. I'll apply this pop out expression, not expression but this effect. Then press P for position, then press R for rotation to create another keyframe. Then go somewhere around 20 frames and let's try to move this over here to here in W and rotate it like that. Go somewhere around over here. Let's move this from here in here and rotate it like that. Go somewhere around over here. Let's rotate it and let's move this from here to here. Let's move this from here to here. Then let's rotate it, move this from here to here. Go somewhere around at this point. Hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Then select, let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. So if you check it out, we are gonna get this kind of animation. And by holding Alt, you can increase the duration of it, so it would be a little bit smoother. Then I'll click on this stopwatch and we are going to apply loop out expression on it, like that. Copy that expression and apply on the second one as well. Then we have this laptop stuff. Let's select all of this and make it apparent with this laptop. I want this laptop should come from this side. So press P for position to create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around 1 second to create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's bring this laptop over here. Then select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this and by holding shift, move this handle at this point. Like that. Then we will select all the remaining stuff and we will apply that overshoot animation and we will try to adjust them randomly like that. Okay, one by one. So if we check it out this, we will get something like that. Now the only thing remaining is this text. You are free to animate the way you want. I want there should be some strobe related animation to this one. So for that, I'm going to press G, which is a shortcut key. Then select create one key, one point over here by holding shift, create another point over here, one point at this point, over here, then over here, and then over here. I'm going to remove this fill. I don't need that. Then I'm going to increase the stroke. Then I'll go inside this ad and choose round corners. Go to the round corners and increase the radius like that. Okay. Then we will select this text line and we don't need that. We will delete. Bring this shape layer downwards and try to adjust this arrow over here. Then I'm going to select this shape layer and we'll go to the add menu and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and initial value I'm going to make this 0 and create one keyframe at the end. Then go to around 1.20 frames and let's make this value 100. Okay, there we are going to select all of the other stuff and we'll apply overshoot. Then as this line grows, first I want this thing to pop up. Then it goes somewhere around at this point. Then this dollar should pop up. Then as it goes somewhere around at this point, I want this bat should pop up. Then somewhere around at this point, I want this thing should pop up. And at the last, I want this things, hit page down button to go few frame forward and then this thing to pop up. So if we check it out this, we got something like that. Okay, over here. And similarly, I'm going to go in leaf options and in leaf composition, I'll copy that rotation properties. I'll go to the text, I'll select this, I'll press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind 2, and try to bring this anchor point at this point. Then I'll press Ctrl V to paste that rotation keyframes so we'll get this kind of a animation over here. So now if I go and check it out my entire animation, I'm gonna get this kind of a animation. Now this animation should be one by one. Now at this point, when this entire stuff is happening, let's see what is happening. First we got this and then somewhere around at this point I want this thing should come one by one. So let's bring this mobile over here. This money stuff should overlay over here. Then this and then this text animation should be appearing on this side. Okay, like that. So if we check it out this animation in main composition, let's go to the main animation comp and press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and we are going to choose white color background and we will lock this here, sorry, and bring this downwards, and then over here we are gonna get this animation. Let's select this and try to increase the curve size like that and try to adjust it properly over here and try to bring this over with the help of apps. Okay, and now if I hit play this animation, as you guys can see, this animation will take a little bit time to render because it's a heavy animation, and then somewhere around at 8 seconds I'll hit X. So now if you check it out this animation, we will get this kind of stuff. Okay, or you can go to the 6 and hit N over there as well. Okay, so this is how you can animate this kind of a vector file inside of Adobe After Effects. Shop and I got this Burger King logo from Google itself. You can easily get it from there. Then first thing first, that we need to remove this white background. So for that I'm going to press E, which is a shortcut key for magic eraser tool, or you can find this magic eraser tool at third point. Simply click on this white background. Also remove this small white patches between these alphabets. Okay, then press L on your keyboard to select your lasso tool and select this much portion of this logo like that. Make it properly. Then hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Double click on it and let's call it as 101. Then I'll select this layer over here and press P, which is a shortcut key for pen tool. Select this much portion like that over here. Then hit Ctrl Enter and hit Ctrl X to cut it out and go over here and create a new layer press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place, double click on it, and let's call it as bun 02. Okay, so as you guys can see, now we have these two buns on separate layer, and we have to follow this procedure for all of the alphabet. For example, this B should be on different layer, this U, R, G, each and every stuff. Okay, so I have already created this logo file over here in which all the alphabets are properly on different layers like that. Okay, so I got this image from ChatGPT. I gave this prompt to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT generated this beautiful image of burger in which each and every stuff is properly on different layer. So to do that, what I'm gonna do, I'll follow the same procedure. I'll press E on my keyboard, which is shortcut key for magic eraser tool. I'll simply try to remove this white background. Similarly from here as well, we don't need that. Also this portion as well, try to remove that. Okay, we don't really need that, even if this small portion. Okay, like that. So, and now you over here as well, if you see, there is still a small white portion over here as well, and here as well. I think this portion doesn't need to get removed. I think this much is enough. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'll press P on my keyboard to select my pen tool, and as you guys can see, because this lattice is properly touched with this tomato, so I'll try to select this portion properly like that. Okay, over here, as you guys can see, I am going to select this much portion. I'll hit Control Enter, and I'll hit Control X to cut it out. I'll create a new layer, and I'll press Control Shift V to paste in place, and I'm going to name it as bun. Okay, the same procedure I need to do for all of them. So I have created this file over here as well, but over here instead of naming it as bun, I have named them 0102 like that. Okay, so we got this file as well. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and I'm going to call it as main animation like I always do. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height we are going to choose 180, frame rate is 30, and duration is 1 minute long, and background color I'm going to choose white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option, and simply hit on title selection. Then we will hit Control N, and we are going to call it as line structure. Okay, then press G, which is a shortcut key for pen tool in After Effects. Let's remove this fill, we don't need that. And for the stroke we will choose black color like that. Then from here to here I'm going to create one stroke, and stroke width I'm going to choose somewhere around 3 pixels. Let's select this layer and press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Then select this, and let's make this fit. Then we will go to the add menu, and we are going to choose repeater. Go to the repeater over here, go to the transform repeater 1, and we will decrease the position of it somewhere around like that. Then we will select this layer, press P for position, and try to bring this somewhere up to this point like that. We should make it over here. Then go inside this contents repeater again, and let's increase the number of copies till we get something like that, which is totally covered. If you check it out, then full resolution, and if you maximize this, we will get something like that. But I think the stroke width is too much, so let's try to choose 1 pixels. I think 1 pixels are enough. And now I want some revealing animation over here, so for that I'm going to select my ellipse, and for the fill I'm going to choose any color, and by holding shift I'll create one ellipse like that. Then again press Ctrl Alt Home to bring the anchor point at the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option, and initial scale I'm going to make it 0. Create one keyframe at the start. Go to somewhere around 1 second, and let's make this value totally up to like that. And then select your shape layer, which is strokes, and choose alpha mask. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Now I'm going to create another composition, and I'm going to call it as line animation like that, and hit OK. Over here, I'll press Ctrl Y to bring my solid settings, and for the color, I'm going to choose red and hit OK. Then press S for scaling option and unlink this, and initially I'm going to make this value 0. I'll create one keyframe, then I'll go somewhere around 1 second and I'm going to make this value 100 like that. Then select this layer and hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this a little bit over here. Press Ctrl Shift Y to open the solid settings, and I'm going to choose this yellow color over here. So if you check it out this, I'm gonna get something like that. Hit U, select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding Shift, I'll try to bring this anchor point over here. Then try to bring this layer up to somewhere around like that. Then let's go somewhere around over here. I'll select this layer again and I'll hit Ctrl D. Let's try to bring this a little bit over here. Press Ctrl Shift Y to enable the solid settings, and we will choose white color over here. Then go somewhere around at this end. Hit Ctrl D again. With the help of open square bracket, move this over here. Press Ctrl Shift Y again, and we are going to choose something like red color only, but little bit lighter version. Okay, like that. Now let's go to the main animation comp, and we are going to bring our line structure over here first like that. So we'll get this animation, then we will bring our line animation over here, and I want this animation should start somewhere around at this point. Okay, so we will get something like that. Now after that, I'm going to select this both animation and I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I'm going to name it as scene 01 and hit OK. Then go inside this scene 01. I'm going to select again all of the structure like that and press Ctrl Shift C, and we are going to call it as line animation. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this, we have this scene 1, and inside that we have this line animation, and in line animation we have this two animations. Okay, like that. So let's select this, and now we will apply mesh warp effect on it like that. And we don't want this much mesh, so I'm going to choose 2 and 2 over here. Let's select this 2 over here like that. Then select this topmost area and try to bring this downward like that. Then select this bottom area and try to bring it totally like that. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that, but this is too much, so let's try to adjust it over here like that. Okay, so if you check it out this, in full resolution, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, but we don't want completely like that, so let's create one keyframe at distortion mesh. Hit U, go somewhere around 10 frames, and let's select this portion and try to bring this upward. Select this portion, try to bring this upward again, go few frame forward and select this and try to bring this totally downward. Select this and try to bring this totally over here like that. Go to around 1 second, and let's try to bring this portion somewhere around at this point. Then select this and try to bring this portion somewhere around at this point. Okay, like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get this kind of a line structure over here. Then at this point, I'll select this and I'll press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and on this first layer I'm going to remove this mesh warp effect. So we are gonna get something like that. So our scene 1 is ready like that. Now let's focus on our scene 2. So I'll create another composition and I'm going to name it as scene 02, and width and height we are going to choose same and hit OK. Now hit Ctrl K to open the project settings again, and this time I'm going to choose red color as, or let's choose black color only to just for better understanding. Now I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and this time I don't want any fill, so I'll remove this fill. And for the stroke, I'm going to choose white color. Stroke weight, let's choose 30 pixels. And by holding shift, let's create one ellipse. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically.
Go to the ellipse path, and let's adjust the size. And in this tutorial we are going to adjust the size, not scale, so make sure to understand that, and create one keyframe over here, and let's try to increase the size of this. Okay, now let's go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path, and let's make this end value 0. Create one keyframe, then go somewhere around 1.20 frames and make this value 100. Then somewhere at the 20 frames I'll create one keyframe at start. Somewhere around over here I'll make this value as well 100. So obviously we are going to get same animation like that, or you can bring this keyframes a little bit forward over here as well, and select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out, this animation will get something like that. And by holding Alt, let's try to bring this keyframes up to 2 seconds as well. Okay, then go to the stroke options, and we are going to choose, instead of line cap, I'm going to choose round cap like that. So we will get something like that. Now along with this there should be a stroke animation as well. So what I'm gonna do, I'll create one keyframe at the stroke width over here, then hit U so we can see all the keyframes. Go to around 2 seconds, and we'll create another keyframe at stroke width, and somewhere in the middle like that I'll create one keyframe at stroke width again. Now at the start stroke width we will choose 0, then at the end we will choose stroke width 0 again. So what will happen, we are gonna get this kind of animation over here like that. Now we'll go to the center where our stroke width is over here, and we will bring our size keyframe over here as well. Then select this stroke width keyframes and hit F9. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Now along with this we need rotation animation as well, so press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, let's go somewhere around over here, and let's make this 90-degree rotation. Okay, so if you check it out, this we will get something like that. Now let's go somewhere in the middle where our size keyframe and stroke keyframe over there. Let's select this and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Select this second layer, and we are going to increase the size of this somewhere over here like that. If you want, then you can adjust the stroke width as well, and let's try to bring this a little bit over here like that. It should cover this area. Again hit Ctrl D, select this third layer, and let's increase the size of this one to somewhere around like that, and let's decrease the stroke width like that and adjust the size somewhere around over here. Again hit Ctrl D, select this fourth layer, let's adjust the stroke width and then increase the size of this somewhere over here. Again hit, let's try to adjust. Again hit Ctrl D, select this fifth layer and try to decrease the stroke width and try to adjust the size somewhere around like that. Again hit Ctrl D, select the sixth layer and increase the size, and let's decrease the stroke width of this one. Okay, again hit Ctrl D, select the seventh layer, and let's increase the size of this layer over here. Okay, like that. So now if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Now over here I'm going to select this sixth, fourth and third layer. I'll press S for scaling option, and instead of 100 we are going to type -100 on this one, so we will get this animations in opposite direction. Now all these animations are ready, but I want there should be alternations, so let's try to adjust them like this randomly, so we will get something like that. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get this kind of animation. Okay, now let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and I'm going to call it as stroke animations. Then I'm going to select this and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it and try to bring this up to 1 second. Then go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply, so it will apply a red color to it, and try to bring this a little bit closer so we will get this animation properly. If you want, bring this a little bit more closer as well. Okay, then hit Ctrl D, and let's try to bring this over here. Change the color of this one to yellow this time. Okay, like that. Again hit Control D and try to bring this over here and change the color of this one to black, like that, and apply find edge effect on it like this and invert this. Okay, like that, and with the help of arrow keys try to bring this over here. Okay, and blending mode I'm going to choose screen just for now, or you can choose overlay, whatever you want, or I think we don't need to apply all of this, just keep it as it is. Let's try to bring this over here, or let's delete this. Hit Control D, move this over here, and this time try to use a little bit white version over here. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get something like that. And if you remember that if you hit Control 0, you will get this stroke, not the stroke, but this line structure over here, like that. So if you want, then you can bring that line structure over here. Like you can simply bring this line structure composition and go somewhere around over here. For example, I'm going to select this stroke layer, which is this one, fourth one, which is in red. I'll hit Control D. I'll try to bring this at the top, and I'm going to choose as alpha mask. So what will happen that try to bring this downwards. So we will get that stroke animation just for this much portion, like that. Okay, so our scene 2 is ready. Now let's go to the main animation. We got this animation at the start. Then I'm going to bring my scene 2 and I'll try to bring this over here. You can try to bring this somewhere around at this point as well. Okay, we will get something like that. So first this, and then we got this. So our scene 1 and scene 2 is ready, and if you check it out, this in full solution, we have created up to this much. Now let's try to animate our burger. So hit Control I and I'm going to select my burger Photoshop file. Footage, I'm going to choose composition, return layers and sizes, and I'll simply hit import and hit OK. And let's try to bring our burger composition over here. If you double click and open this, you will get something like that. Then hit I think instead of bringing over here, let's delete from here and let's go inside this compositions. And if you check it out this, we are gonna get all of this. So hit Control N and we are going to call it as scene 03. Okay, select this all burgers and hit Control C to come copy this. Go over here and hit Control V to paste it and try to bring this somewhere over here. Then right click new and create one null object. Select all of these layers and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press S and let's decrease the scale of it and let's delete this. Now select all of them and bring this over here like that. Now what I want, there should be something like burger falling from the top and create something like that animation over here. Okay, so for that what we can do is that I'm going to select all of them and I'll press P for position to create one keyframe. Then I'll go somewhere around, let's bring this all of them at the top. Then go somewhere around 20 frames and try to bring them like that. Okay, let's bring this. Then select this and try to bring this over here. Basically, we will try to bring them closer to each other to form a proper burger like that. Okay, like this. Make sure that they should get closer to each other because we need to create fully fledged burger out of this images. Okay, so let's try to bring them properly downward because I don't want it should be a little bit big as well. Okay, those sides should be proper. So I'm going to, with the help of arrow keys, try to adjust. Then we will select this onions, try to bring this, select this, try to bring this, then select this and try to bring this over here as well. Okay, like that. So we got this. Then we'll go few frame forward, select all of them and again create one keyframe at position, and in the middle with the help of arrow keys I'll try to bring them a little bit upward. Then select those position keyframes and we will hit F9. We'll go to the graph editor. We'll select this and by holding shift, let's move this handle over here, select this and let's move this handle over here. Then go few frames forward, select this, and by holding shift, let's move this handle at this point, select this and move this handle at this point. Then similarly, select this and move this handle at this portion, and move this handle at this portion, and move this handle at this portion. Okay, so we need to create proper a bouncing kind of a animation over there. So if you check it out this now, we are getting something like that. Okay, now if you check it out, this burger is not properly at the center of a cup. So for that, I'm going to right click new and I'll create one null object. I'm going to select all of them and I'll make it apparent with this null. Then select this null, press P for position and try to bring this properly over here. And let's delete those stuff. So we got something like that, but obviously we don't want all of this should come like that. So we'll take a gap of few frames. So hit page down button one time, select this, move this over here. So I'll try to, bring them one by one. Okay, like that. So, and press F4 and don't forget to enable the motion blur like that. Okay, then after that, I'm going to right click new and create one null object again. I'll select them and I'll make it apparent with this null object. Then select this null object, press P for position, then press R for rotation, then hit U, go few frame forward, and then let's rotate this like that, and press S for scaling option. Go over here and let's scale it like that as well. Okay, now let's select this burger and let's try to bring this downwards. But before that, if you check it out, this at this point it's really difficult to adjust it properly. So what we can do over here, let's select those keyframes and let's shift forward for a while and select all of these layers, hit U, and initially my animation is like that, and then somewhere around at this point I'll create one keyframe at position of each, then I'll go 2 seconds forward, then I'm going to try to adjust them like that. Okay, so let's try to adjust it over here one by one, like that, like that. Let's select this, try to adjust it over here, bring this over here, and try to bring this over here. Also try to adjust it a little bit over here. Then select those things of this null object and then move them over here, and let's try to bring this somewhere around at this point. Then select those keyframes and hit F9, go to the graph, zoom in, select this graph, by holding shift move one handle at this point, select this and move one handle at this point. So we are gonna get something like that. So first we got this burger and then we got this something like that. If you want, then still you can rotate it more and increase the scale like that. And then somewhere after this, I want this thing should be gone. So for that, what you can do is that when we got something like that, I'm going to bring my line animation, which is this one, if you know, not this one, but I think this one. Okay, not this one as well. Where is that? Oh, stroke animations. So let's bring our stroke animation layer over here like that. And this thing should be happening when this thing and when this stuff is happening. Okay, like that. Now after this, when we will select this null object, then we will right click new and we will create one null object again. I'm going to select this null and I'll make it apparent with this another null. Let's select this, press P for position, alt click on this stopwatch, and we are going to apply wiggle 3,3. So what will happen, we'll get this burger, but along with that we are gonna get that animation of wiggle animation like that. Then after that, we will save this file first. Okay, then at this end this animation should get closed. So for that, I'm going to press Ctrl Y, and I'm going to choose white color background, Then I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and for the fill I'm going to choose white color, and let's remove this stroke, we don't need that. And by holding shift I'll create one ellipse. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt O. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Select this white solid, press F4 and let's choose alpha mask. And like that, as you guys can see, we can create this kind of a animation out of it. Let's I don't want the stroke over here, so let's delete that. But if you choose alpha inverted mask, then you can create this kind of a closing animation. So initially let's create one animation like that. Let's make our animation, and then somewhere around at this point I'll create one keyframe at this point, and when this goes like that I'll try to make this value 0. So we are gonna get this kind of a closing animation at this point. So if you check it out, this animation from the start, first we get this and then we are gonna get something like that over here. Okay, and then I'm going to select these layers and I'll try to bring this downwards over here like that. Okay, so we will get this kind of a structure over here. As you guys can see, half one is filled and half one is there. Then I'll hit Ctrl D to duplicate these layers and I'll try to bring them at the top. Hit U and let's try to bring this little bit over here. Then we will select this bottom white solid layer and I'll press Ctrl Shift Y to open the solid settings, and we will choose a little bit of grayish color over there. Okay, so we got this and then we got this and then we'll get this. So as you guys can see, it looks a little bit of, dynamic. Similarly, select the stroke layers and hit Ctrl D and let's try to bring this a little bit over here. Let's select this stroke animations and apply fill effect on it and choose red color only. Okay, like that. But we don't want completely red, so we will choose a little bit of orange red kind of a structure. Then hit Ctrl D and try to bring this a little bit over here, and this time choose yellow one like that. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Now along with this animations, what I want, there should be some shadow for this anime burger over here. So to do that, I hit Ctrl K first to open the project settings, and I'm going to choose white color for this composition. And let's bring all the null objects together like that. So now if you guys check it out, this all burger layers are parent with this 7th null or null 3, and this null 3 is parent with this one. So I'm going to select all of this burger layers and this null object and press Ctrl Shift C, and we are going to call it as burger and hit OK like that. Then hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Select the 7th layer, apply fill effect on it and choose this grayish color, and then go to the effect and presets panel and search for radial uh, blur, radial fast blur, and double click to apply. Then increase the values to 99 and let's select this center and try to bring this center at this point. So now if you check it out, this we will get this animation, but along with that we will get this beautiful shadows as well. Okay, and now let's select this burger which is over here, hit enter and let's call it as shadow. Okay, and press T for opacity and let's decrease the opacity. Okay, so now we got this and then we got this as well. So let's go to the main animation, and after this somewhere around at this point I want this burger animation should happen. So hit Ctrl 0 and select your scene 3 and try to bring this scene 3 somewhere around at this point only. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this we got this and then we got this. If you want, then you can try to bring this a little bit after this entire animation. Okay, like that. Now at this point I want revealing animation of our logo should happen as well. So you can go inside this scene 3 and check it out where is the revealing animation. For example, if you check it out this over here, we have at this point we would need our revealing animation. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'll simply go inside this and I'll hit Control I, and I'm going to bring my logo file, go to the footage, import composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK, like that. And double click to open this logo comp, and let's check it out whether our all logo are properly or not. And we will animate this logo file over here only. So hit Ctrl Alt Y, which is a shortcut key for null object. Select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, and let's decrease the scale of this. Okay, and then go to the scene 3 and let's bring our logo composition over here like that. Let's bring this logo comp over here. Select this shape layer, which is this one, which is basically revealing this white solid. I'm going to select this and hit Ctrl D, and I'll try to bring this at the top. I'll select this logo layer and I'm going to choose alpha inverted mask over here as well. So it will automatically reveal this logo. Okay, so now final step to our logo animation is to reveal this burger properly. So what I want is that when this is coming somewhere around at this point over here, for example, I want our logo should start to get appear. So somewhere around at this point, I'll go inside this, and at this point I want this burger should to get appear. So to do that, what you can do is either you can create popping animation or you can create bouncing animation as well. So to animate this simply, I'm going to select all of this and I'm going to choose free script, which is animation composer. Okay, then go to the transition presets, 2D layers, scale from anchor point, and I'm going to choose this overshoot scale from anchor point, and I'll simply apply as in for all of them. And let's close this. Then I'll select this bottom layer and then select this top layer, and with the help of open square bracket, I'll shift them over here. Then I'll hit page down button one time. I'll hold Alt, close square bracket to trim all of them. Then select this bottom layer first, then select this top layer by holding shift. Right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, hit OK. Zoom in and let's increase the duration of this. So we will get something like that. So now if you check it out this in scene 3, we will get something like this revealing animation. And now we'll go somewhere around at 6 seconds and we will hit N over there. So now if you check it out this complete animation, we got this, and then we will get something like that. Now let's go inside this scene 3. I'm going to select this logo. I'll press S. Let's make this value 110. Create one keyframe. Then somewhere around at 6 seconds, I'll go inside this and let's make this value 100. So if you check it out this, we'll get something like that. And somewhere around at this point, I'm going to apply light sweep effect on it. Try to bring this anchor point over here, create one keyframe, go to the end, and let's bring this from here to here. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation in Adobe After Effects with the help of ChatGPT, Photoshop, and After Effects itself. And project files of this animations are available on my Patreon page. Link is available in the description. You can check it out from there, download it, and practice along with it. So thank you for watching.
Character in a logo doesn't mean adding a cartoon or a mascot. It means giving your logo a personality, something that feels alive and relatable. In simple terms, your logo should represent something from the real world, something that has a natural rhythm, behavior, or movement. It could be anything: a person, a baby, an animal, fruits, literally anything you can imagine. Let's understand this with an example. Take this Google logo. Normally, you can animate it with the simple reveal, and yes, it will look more clean and professional. But what if we treat each letter like a character? Now things start getting interesting. Let's see. This 2G can behave as a rolling balls. These 2O can act like an eye. The E can bounce like a ball. The L can move like a snake. So in today's video, we are going to apply this exact same principles to Logitech logo. Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop and I have this Logitech logo over here. And just like we have decided that we are going to choose this area as our character. But before that, we need to each and every alphabet on different layers. So to do that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select my rectangle tool. Shortcut key is M. Select this L over here and hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Okay, and we are going to follow this procedure for each and every one of them. So I have already created this over here. If you can check it out, this each and every alphabet like this over here, like that on different layer. Okay, so currently only alphabets are on different layer, but I want each and every section like this dot and this this bottom one should be on the different layer as well. So first thing we will do is we will try to name this layer. So I'm going to name it as L. Let's call it as O. Let's call it as G. Let's call it as I, T, B, C, and let's choose H. Now let's hide all the other alphabets and let's focus on this G. I want this one should be on different layers. So I am going to select this layer and I'm going to select this topmost portion. I'll hit Control X to cut it out. I'll create a new layer and I'll press Control Shift V and I'm going to name it as G only. So this one is on different layer. Same for this eye. I'm going to select this topmost part. Let's select this eye layer, hit Control X, new layer and press Control Shift V and let's call it as eye as well. Okay. So now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that and I'll save this file. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width we will choose 1920 and height we are going to choose 1080. Frame rate is 30 and duration we don't need much more duration. So I'm going to choose somewhere around 1 minute duration is enough and background color is white and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title section. Then press Ctrl I and select this Logitech logo. Import as instead of footage we will choose composition, written layers and sizes and we will simply hit import and hit OK. Then double click to open this. I'm going to select all of this structure, which is our logo and hit Control C. If you cannot see the logo over here, simply hit Control K to open the project settings and change this color to white. Then you can select those and hit Control C to copy. Go to the main animation and hit Control V. And let's try to bring this properly at the center. Now, obviously, the height is little bit too much. So what I'm going to do, I'll simply right click new and create one null object. Select all of them by hitting Ctrl A and let's make it parent with this null. Now select this null, press S and let's decrease the size until the appropriate one. So let's choose size 60. Okay, let's maximize this view and let's see what you can see. I think the size is, let's choose 50. Yeah, 50 looks good to me and let's delete this null object. So now if you select all of them and press S, all of the size are going to be 50 only like that. Okay. Now I'm going to select, sorry. Now I'm going to select all of them and hit Control D and I'll try to bring them over here. Let's select all of the bottom one and let's change the color of this one to aqua and we will lock this layer because this one is gonna act like a reference and let's keep it over here. Now we can try to focus on this one. Now I'm going to select these over here and I'm going to press P for position and select the position of each and every one like that. I'm going to select the position of each and every one like this. Right click and choose separate dimension. Create one keyframe at X of each and every one. Select all of them and create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Then zoom in a little bit. Let's go somewhere around 1 second and create another keyframe at X and Y. And then go few frame forward. Create another keyframe at X and Y. And in the middle, let's try to bring them a little bit upward like that. And in the middle, again try to bring them over here upward like this. And at the start, simply go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. So now it will go something like that. Now in search option, search for Y only. So it will show us Y position keyframes. Let's select all of the Y positions and hit F9. Go to the graph, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this graph by holding shift, move one handle over here, select this and move one handle over here. Go to the start. Let's select this and by holding shift, let's move one handle over here, zoom in. Then select this area and by holding shift, move one handle over here. Go over here, select this and by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this, move this handle over here. Select this and move this handle over here. Okay. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Now along with this, I'll press S for scaling option to create one keyframe. Hit U. Let's go somewhere around over here and create another keyframe at scale. Then go to the start and let's make this value 0. Okay. So you get something like that. Now along with that, I'm going to press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, go over here. Now I'm going to select this much area and for them rotation, I'm going to choose one complete rotation. Then for this much area, the rotation, I'm going to choose -1. Okay. So now if you check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Now, if you want this, if you think this animation is too fast, you can select these animations and by holding Alt, you can bring this up to 1 second as well. So this animation is going to run a little bit faster. Okay. Like that. So let's save this file. I'm going to call it as logo animation and hit OK. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Now hit U and I'm going to hit page down button one time. I'm going to select this L first and then by holding shift, I'm going to select this H. By holding Alt, close square bracket, we will trim up to this. Then we will right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers and hit OK and zoom out and let's increase the duration of it. So we are gonna get something like that. Now I'm going to select this and I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose and I'm going to call it as logo pop up. Okay, like that. Okay, so now our logo animation is ready and now we can start with our starting animation. So let's hide all of them and let's enable our reference layers and let's unlock it for a while. I'm going to select this much area and I'll hit Ctrl D and I try to bring this at the top. And then we are going to hide the other layers over here and we will try to lock them as well. So we can focus on this ones. So let's try to bring them over here in the middle. Then as you guys can see, this itself looks like it's something, kind of a character. Now what I'm gonna do, let's try to create some character out of it. So I'm going to select my ellipse over here and I'm going to choose black color and zoom in and by holding shift, let's create one ellipse over here. Let's select this and go to the align tab, align it horizontally and not align it horizontally, align it vertically and let's try to bring this over here and let's try to adjust in the middle. So we are getting something like that. Zoom in a little bit. Try to adjust the scale according to your needs. Then let's select this and change the color of this one, not completely black, but little bit of grayish. Then select this, hit Control D, press S. Let's decrease the scale of it and let's change the color of this one to black. Then select this, hit Control D, press S. Let's decrease the scale and change the color of this one to white. Okay. Then select this, zoom in and try to adjust this over here and let's make this fit. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of a eye kind of a structure. And if you want, you can select these two and make it apparent with this bottom scale, which is this one. Let's select this and let's try to adjust the scale of it. So if you check it out this now, we are gonna get this kind of a eye kind of structure. If you want, then you can increase the scale of this so you can get something like that as well. Okay. Then let's select those and hit Control D and try to bring this over here. And this time I'm going to select this and I'll try to move this over here like that. Okay. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of a eye kind of a structure. And this is going to be our mouth. So we can adjust it over here as well, adjust it over here as well. but I think this one looks good to me. Okay, like that. Okay, so this thing is ready. Now let's select this O, which is this one, and this I over here should be parent with this one. Okay, so let's select all of them and change the color of them to yellow. So it would be better for us to understand that this is this. And for this one, let's bring this at the top, and let's change the color of this one to not yellow, but let's choose red, and select these, and let's change the color of them to as well as red. Okay, like that, and select this and make it apparent with this G. Okay, like that, and let's make this fit. So now this G is going to cover this, and this O is going to cover this area. Okay, and the P is over here only. Now let's hide this for now. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select this O and I'll hit Control D and I'll try to bring this at the top. Okay, like that. Now let's enable this only, and let's try to bring this properly at the center like that. Okay, with the help of this icon we can enable this. Okay, now what I want that this should come from the top and should be over here. So press P4 position to create one keyframe, go somewhere around 1 second to create another keyframe, then go to the start, and let's move this over here at the top. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph by holding shift, select this by holding shift, move this handle over here, and let's move this handle over here like that. So we will get something like that. Let's go over here, zoom in a little bit, and it should come a little bit faster at the bottom like that. So we will get something like that. Now this is very slow. So let's try to bring this up to this, and let's bring this up to this only. So we will get something like that. Then somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this and I'll press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and let's delete that, and let's disable this. Now let's select all of this and let's try to bring them over here like that. Okay. Now let's select these two and press P for position. Right click and choose separate dimension. Okay, then create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y over here as well, like that. Then somewhere around at this point again create another keyframe, and somewhere in the middle let's select those two and let's change the position up to this. Go few frame forward, again create one keyframe at Y and in the middle, and somewhere around over here let's try to bring this over here. Then somewhere at the start, let's try to bring this, align this to the center. Okay, so we'll get something like that. Then in Y position, hit F9. Also over here, hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, zoom in, select this by holding shift, move this over here, and let's move this over here. Select this and let's move this over here. Zoom in, select this and bring this anchor point over here, and this edges like that. Okay. Now, if you check it out this, we are getting this kind of a bounce. Now, press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, go over here, select this, and let's make this one complete rotation. And for this one, let's make this -1. Okay, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, then somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this, create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at X over here. Go few frame forward, create another keyframe at X like that, and somewhere in the middle select this. Let's try to bring this over here. Let's select this and let's try, sorry, let's select this and let's try to bring this over here. Okay, do not create any keyframe on Y at this point. Now select those Y X position keyframes, hit F9 and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select this graph, and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So if you check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Then select this and by holding shift move this handle over here, and move this handle over here like that. Okay, Then what I can do is that when this is come like that, somewhere around at this point, I want this thing should as to start appear. So let's move this over here as well. Let's select this and let's move this over here. Okay, like that. Then somewhere around at this point, select this and this, create one keyframe at Y and go few frame forward. Let's bring this Y position a little bit upward. Also enable this G over here like that. Move this over here and go over here, zoom in and let's bring this over here like that. Okay, over here like that. Then similarly, press P for position to create one keyframe, then press T for opacity to create another keyframe. Hit U and somewhere around over here, create another keyframe, and at the start, let's bring this over here. And initial opacity should be 0, like that. Now, select those Y position and hit F9. Also select this Y position, hit F9. Okay, go to the graph. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. And let's select this and by holding shift, bring this anchor point at this point and bring this over here like that. Okay. So basically we are getting something like that. So if you check it out this animation from the start, first we are getting this and then we are getting this. Okay. Like that. Now what I want over here is that I'm going to select this one and go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply. So we will get this red color over here like that. Also for this eye, I think this this color over here is little bit brighter. So over here instead of this, you can choose somewhere around like little bit of this and this color as well. Okay, just to check it out. Okay, like that as well. You can play around with these colors as well. Okay, it's totally up to you how you want to check it out. Similarly, I want something like something should be in the background. So for that, I'm going to create one ellipse. Let's bring this anchor point over here like that and try to adjust it toward the center. And let's bring this layer downward. Okay, and change the color of this one, something around like white color only and something around like this. Okay. Now, whenever what I want over here is that when this ellipse is going to get small, I want there should be a color change over here. So for that, what we can do is that somewhere around at this point, when it's going upward, I'm going to bring my shape layer over here. Press S, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start, let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here like that. Okay. Then somewhere around at this point, let's select this OO over here and apply fill effect to it. And initial color should be black, obviously. Create one keyframe at color, hit U, hit page down button one time, and let's change the color of this one to white. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Now same thing I'm going to for this G as well, apply fill effects and let's change the color of this one to black, create one keyframe, hit page down button and pick your U and change it to white. Okay, now after that I'm going to select this and let's hit U and let's increase the scale of this one a little bit to let's try to adjust and let's try to bring this a little bit upward like that. Okay, over here. And if you want, then for this G, if you think white color is suitable, then you can choose this as well like that. Okay, so let's see what color is suitable over here as well. Let's see whether we can choose grayish color over here for now, something along like that. I think this much looks good to me, so let's keep this color. Okay, like that. So first we'll get this, and let's get this. Okay, now all of this is ready. Now let's select this G and this G, and there should be someone that should, move this entire animation. So for that, I'm going to right click, new, and create one null object over here. Sorry. Let's select this and press Control Alt Home to bring this anchor point to the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. Press S and let's increase the scale of this, and let's try to bring this over here. Now, those who are not parent with each other, for example, this G as well as this O, as well as this G over here, and this ball as well, should be parent with this null object. Okay, like that. So now I'm going to select this null object, and this null object is going to drive our motion of this ball. So press P for go somewhere around at this point. Press P for position to create one keyframe, and let's try to bring this over here like that. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. So we are gonna get something like that. Then create another keyframe, go over here, and let's bring this over here like that. Then again, after some point, it comes at the center like that. So let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like this. Now, at this point, I want there should be the change in position of others as well. So let's focus on this, all of them. So hit U and press P for position to create another keyframe like that. First this, and then somewhere around the select this, create one keyframe, go few frame forward somewhere around over here, zoom in, let's bring this over here like that. Select all of them, create one keyframe at position, go over here, and let select this, and let's bring this over here like that a little bit. Okay, or instead of moving this one, let's try to bring this one over here, and let's zoom in, and let's bring this over here like that. Okay, similarly, same thing I'm gonna go and do for this one as well. Press P for position to create one keyframe, go over here, and let's zoom in, select this to zoom in, and let's try to bring this over here. Select this, and let's try to adjust it somewhere around at this point. Okay, like that, and let's make this fit. Okay, and if you want, then you can select this, I think this G over here. Press P, create one keyframe, go over here. If you want, then you can move this over here as well, or otherwise it's okay to be over here at this point. Then select me, don't forget to hit F9 whenever you are going to select this, and hit F9. Let's delete this extra keyframes like that. Then as it goes further, let's select those and create one keyframe on each. Select those and create another keyframe over here. Then select this G, create another keyframe, and at somewhere around at this point, I want this one should go over here, and this area, zoom in a little bit. Let's move this over here like that. Select this area and try to adjust it over here. Then select this, try to adjust it over here, and try to adjust this over here like that. Okay, and let's make this fit. So if you check it out this, we are getting something like that. Then somewhere around over here, create one keyframe each, also create one keyframe each. Then go somewhere around over here and hit Control C, Control V, first keyframe. You don't need to adjust anything again. Okay. Similarly for this G, create one keyframe, and at this point, hit Control C, Control V, original keyframe. Okay, like that. Then you can select this, press P for position, create, let's try to, I think somewhere around this point, it should be a little bit over here. Okay, So if we check it out this, we are getting something like that. But the graph editor is not proper. So let's select those keyframes properly, like those, as well as these keyframes. Okay. And hit F9 to remove any graph. Go to the graph, zoom in. Let's select this graph. And by holding shift, let's bring one handle at this point and bring one handle at this point. Okay. So if we check it out now, we are gonna get something like that. Okay. So first we get this and then we get this. Okay. Like that. Then somewhere in the middle, what I want is that I'm going to select this null object and zoom in a little bit or hit page down button one time, create one keyframe at position, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and somewhere in the middle, let's try to bring this upward. Select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. And let's select this and let's move this handle over here. So we are gonna get this kind of a bouncy effect. Then press S for scaling option to create one keyframe. Hit U somewhere around at this point. I'm going to reduce the scale of this. Okay, like that. And somewhere around at this point, I want this animation should end. So I'm gonna select all of these like this to this. Press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as character and hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this. And I'm going to enable my this logo pop up and let's bring this over here. Okay, like that. Okay. Then I think somewhere around at this point it should come over here and the scale of this one should be a little bit tiny. So let's make the scale a little bit small. Okay. And this logo should come over here like that. Now there should be some impact over here. So for that, I'm going to select my ellipse tool. I don't want any fill, so I remove this fill and I'll choose black color for the stroke and let's create one ellipse over here and let's try to bring this properly at the center. Then somewhere around at this point, move this over here. In search option, search for size to create one keyframe. Also search for stroke to create another keyframe. Hit U, go few frame forward and let's increase the scale. At the start, let's make this value 0. Go over here, let's make this 0 and go to the start and let's increase the scale of this. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this and let's move this handle over here and let's move this handle over here. So we are gonna get this kind of a pop-up effect. So first we got this and then we got this. Okay, like that. Now one thing over here is that I'm getting that there should be some connection between these. So let's do one thing. Uh, let's go inside this over here. And I think the distance between these eyes are increasing. So let's try to fix that. I think this is the one. Hit U uh, and press P for position because I want to deal with only position of this one. So let's select this and somewhere around at this point, this is proper. Select this and press P. And I think this one should move a little bit. Okay. So let's try to adjust these. This looks good to me. Okay. Then somewhere around over here, let's create one keyframe at X position of this one. And let's try to bring this a little bit closer to this. Okay, like that. And let's select this null object and hit U so we can see those keyframes. Okay, this looks good to me. Then somewhere around at this point, let's create one keyframe at this G and this O. Let's go somewhere around over here. Let's select these two and let's try to bring them over here like that. Then somewhere around over here, create one keyframe again. Then let's try to bring this properly at the center. Okay, like that. So this looks good to me. Now, if you check it out this, then that distance is gone now. Okay, So now, as you guys can see, this animation is fixed. Now what I want over here, there should be some connection between these eyes. So for that, I'll go somewhere around at this point and I'm going to select my pen tool. Then from to to here, I'm going to create one shape layer. Let's bring this anchor point at the center and let's make it apparent with this G over here. Okay, so now that is going to get move with this one. Okay, and let's you can bring this somewhere around at this point. Okay, like that. So now if you check it out, this animation, first we are getting this, then we are getting this, and then we are getting something like that. And let's hit N over there. Now let's hit Control Y to create one solid background and let's bring this downwards. I don't need these layers now, so I'm going to delete that. Also, I'm going to select all of this except this white background and press Control Shift C and let's call it as logo. Then hit Control D to duplicate it. Select this second layer and apply fill effect on it. And for the color, I'm going to choose black color. Then apply radial fast fox blur effect on it. And let's increase this amount to 97. Also, and center should be somewhere around at this point. Okay. So now if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that, like that. Okay. So we are gonna get this kind of a revealing animation. If you want to change the color of this one, you are free to choose somewhere between these colors as well. Okay, so it will give that shadow a more, minimalistic look, and your animation is gonna look fine to it. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of a logo revealing animation.
Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this arrow over here, which we are going to animate in After Effects. So first thing first, I'm going to remove this white background. So I'll press E, which is a shortcut key for eraser tool. Simply click on this white color backgrounds and remove this, and let's save this file. Then I have this Tropicana logo over here. You're free to choose any logo you want. I'm going to delete this white background. Also, I want each and every alphabet on separate layer. So I'm going to press L, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. And I'm going to select this T over here. I'll hit Control X to cut it out. I'm going to create a new layer and I'll press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. I'm going to hide this and I'm going to follow this procedure for all of them. So I have already created one extra file over here in which, as you guys can see, each and every layer is properly on different layer. So let's save this file. Now here we are in Adobe Illustrator and I got this illustrations from freepik.com. Okay, I'll provide the link of this freepik file in the description. You can check it out, that file. You can go to the freepik.com and download this file and use for your animation. Out of this, we don't need each and every one. So I'm going to need only this and this one. So let's select this and this by holding Control C. I'm going to copy. I'll go and I have already created a new file over here where it's just height width is 1920 by 180. I'm going to press Ctrl V over here and let's press E, which is a shortcut key for transform tool in Illustrator, and by holding shift let's try to increase the size of this. Okay, like that. Okay, this much looks good to me. Now let's select this, right click and choose ungroup. I don't want this shadows over here, so let's go inside this and let's delete this. Okay, similarly over here as well, we don't need this shadow. We need this leaf on different layer, so hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V and let's call it as L1. Okay, and in case if there is any kind of a shadows or something, make sure to delete that. Then I'm going to select this and this. Let's hit Control X, or let's select this properly hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as L2. Okay, then we have this orange over here. Let's hide these two. Let's select this orange, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as orange, like that. Let's adjust this. And we have this leaf, what we are going to use for different animation. Okay, so let's don't forget to press Ctrl S. Now we have this orange slice, so right click, choose ungroup, and I don't want this shadow, I don't want these leaves as well. I'm going to delete this. The only thing I need is this slice. So let's select this and let's call it as slice only. Okay, let's name it properly, and let's try to bring them at the center. Okay, and let's save this file. Okay, so now here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and I'm going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, and duration I'm going to choose let's say 1 minute long duration, and if you want then you can choose different duration as well. Okay, I'm going to choose 1 minute long and let's choose white color and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title section, and let's save this file. I'm going to save this file at the proper position like that, and I'm going to press Ctrl I to bring my files. I'm going to choose this arrow file over here and we'll simply bring this over here like that. Press S for scaling option and let's adjust the scale like this. Let's make this value 10 like that. If you maximize this, we are going to get something like that. Now I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to bring my scene 1 as over here, footage, choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import. It will take a little bit time to open this file because these files are heavy. Let's close our other softwares because we don't need that anymore, so our PC is not going to get hanged. So let's double click to open these files, and as you guys can see, because these files are heavy, it's taking a little bit time. Now let's select this slice. I'm going to hit Ctrl C, hit Ctrl N to create another composition, and I'm going to call it as slice, and width I'm going to choose 500, and height as well I'm going to choose 500, and hit OK and press Ctrl V to paste it. Then try to bring this properly at the center, zoom in, and we have to make sure that this thing should cover up our entire composition like that. The reason why I'm going to bring this in another composition, because we need to make this animation customizable, which means we can use this animation for different portions as well. Okay, so like that. Press F4 and click on this icon, so this is going to get clear. So now let's go to the main animation and let's bring our slice over here like that. Okay, perfect. So let's save this file. Now what I want is that this slice should get some kind of a what you can say selection. So for that I'm going to select my rectangle tool. Inside this slice I'm going to remove this fill and I'm going to choose black color for this stroke and simply double click to create one rectangle, and let's choose rectangular width to 10. Okay, like that. Now let's select this slice, and with the help of anchor point mover I'm going to bring this anchor point at this section. Then select this slice, press S for scaling option, create one keyframe, then go somewhere around 1 second to create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So as you guys can see, we are getting something like that. Now let's hide this slice. Let's make this quarter resolution as well. Okay, and let's save this. Select this arrow, press P for position to create one keyframe and go to around 1 second. Let's enable this slice. Select this arrow, zoom in, and let's try to bring this over here. And at the start, it should be getting outside over here. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this and move this handle at this point. So we are going to get something like that. Let's take a gap of few frame. Select this slice scaling animation, move this over here. Select this arrow, create one keyframe at position, go over here and sorry, try to bring this somewhere around at this point. Okay, let's make this fit. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle at this point, and let's move this handle at this point. Okay, so let's hit Control S, and if you check it out, this we are getting something like that. Now this animation looks very slow, so I'm going to select those keyframes like that, and by holding Alt I'm going to try to bring this up to 1.10 frames. So we will get something like that. Somewhere around at this point I'm going to select this slice. Let's go 10 frame forward, and let's make this value 85 like that. Or instead of that, what you can do, select this slice and press Ctrl Shift D to split this at this point. Then select this anchor point and bring this anchor point at the center. Then press S, and let's remove this scaling keyframes. For this one, let's create one keyframe over here, go to around 10 frames, and let's make this 88 for example. Select those keyframe, and let's hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select this, move this handle over here, and move this handle over here. So we are getting something like that. Okay, so first we got this, and then we got this. Now somewhere around at this point, I want this shape layer should be gone, so I'm going to hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this. Okay, like that. So we got this. Then somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this arrow, create one keyframe at position, go somewhere around over here. Let's try to bring this over here, and at this point let's select this slice, create one keyframe at slice. Also select this arrow, press S, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe on each and every one, and in the middle let's decrease this size to 6 with this arrow, and decrease this size a little bit more. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out, this animation again, now we got this, and then we are getting something like that. Okay, so this slice, I'm going to change the color of this one to red because this is my first animation, and this one to somewhere around, or let's say aqua, because it's my second one, and this arrow is going to be blue color. Okay, so we got this, and we are getting something like that. So first we are getting this, and then we are getting this. Now what I want is that I'm going to select this slice. I'll hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's remove all these keyframes and change the color of this one to yellow, and make sure that whenever you are going to go and delete these keyframes, your time indicator should be at this point. Okay, and let's try to bring this downwards, and let's try to distribute by hitting Ctrl D. I'm going to create multiple copies of this like that. And by hitting Ctrl D, I'm going to create multiple copies of this one like this, like this. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of copies, and this kind of copies should appear somewhere around at this point when this is clicking this slice. Okay, and let's move this over here, and let's try to bring this little bit over here and hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this, because I don't want to see that that's rectangular selection. Then I'm going to go in Windows and Animation Composer, and I'm going to select all of this, and let's go to the transition presets. By the way, this is the free plugin that you can use. I'll provide the link of this plugin in the description, and select this and choose overshoots from scale and apply for all of them. Okay, so now it has been applied. It will take a little bit time to load, and after doing that I'm going to close this. So now I'm gonna go and get that pop-up animation for each and every slice. It will take a little bit time to load, but your animation would be ready like that. if you check it out this, we are getting that pop-up animation for all of them. Okay, now what I want is that if you check it out this, so we are gonna get this kind of a pop-up animation for all of them. If I run, I'll get something like that. Now what I want is that this animation should be one by one. So I'm going to select them and I'll hit page down button 2 times to go forward, or like that. Hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Right click and choose keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and hit OK. Zoom out a little bit and let's increase the duration of it. So we are gonna get this multiple animations. So let's save this file, and if you check it out this, first we are getting this and then we are getting this animation one by one. Okay, like that. Okay, so let's save this file, and if I check it out this, I'm gonna get this kind of animation. It will take a little bit time to load. So this is how our first animation is ready. Okay, so as you guys can see, our first animation is ready. We are getting this kind of a animation. So let's select all of them by hitting Ctrl A, press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and we are going to call it as animation 01 and hit OK. Now I'm going to hit Ctrl N and I'm going to create another composition and I'm going to call it as transition and hit OK. And I forgot to do one thing. The width we need to choose 1920 and height we are going to choose 1080, and this is going to act like a transition. So hit Ctrl 0 and bring our slice over here, and let's bring this over here. So we need to get removed of that rectangular shape, and hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. Press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale. Hit Ctrl D and try to bring this over here. Hit Ctrl D and try to bring this over here. Hit Ctrl D and try to bring this over here, like that. Select all of them and try to bring this downwards. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Go to around 2.20 frames and try to bring this totally out of the composition upwards. Okay, then go to the start, press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Go over here and let's make this value 2. Okay, so if you make this fit, we are gonna get something like that, but I think 2 rotation is much more. So let's try to bring this somewhere around like that, and let's take a gap of 2 frames and try to adjust them like that. Okay, so our transition is also ready. Let's go to the main animation and let's see. First we are getting this animation, then we are getting something like that, and now I'm going to bring my transition animation over here, and this animation should run somewhere around at this point. And the thing is that when this animation is gonna get up, I want the background animation should be gone. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select my rectangle tool and let's choose fill somewhere, any color you want, and let's remove this stroke, and I'm going to double click on this so it will create one, and let's try to bring this downwards. Hit enter and let's call it as mask 01. Select this animation and let's choose alpha mask. Now select this mask, press P for position, and as this animation goes up somewhere around at this point, I'm going to create one keyframe at position, and as this goes upward, I'm going to bring this from here to here. So what will happen, it's gonna get removed along with those slices. So if you check it out this, it should be gone like that. Okay, all you need to do is we need to check it out the keyframes whether they are properly aligned or not. So if you check it out this animation from the start, now let's save this file, and if you run this animation from the start, first we are getting this and then we are getting something like this. Now our transition is ready, so now we can create our animation 02. So hit Ctrl N, and this time we are going to name it as animation 02 and hit enter. Now I'm going to bring one image over here, which is this one, which is basically a normal background image. It should give us a classic look. Then I'm going to bring one rectangle, and I'm going to choose white color, and let's try to bring this somewhere around like that. Now let's select this and let's go to the fit, and let's select this and let's try to bring this anchor point properly, and let's move this over here. Press P for position and let's try to bring this over here. Now I'm going to create one ellipse, and for the color, I obviously we will choose orangey color, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse, not shift but simply create one ellipse. Let's select this and try to bring this at the center and bring this anchor point at the center as well. Now right click new and create one null object. Select this null, hit enter, and let's call it as cam controller. Okay, select all of this and let's make it apparent with this camera controller. Now if you guys know that we have this illustration over here which consists of this orange and this uppermost leaf, which is this one. So let's hit Control N and we are going to call it as let's call it as orange 01, and width I'm going to choose let's say 500 only. Also height I'm going to choose 500 and hit OK. And let's go to the scene, select this and hit Control C, go over here and hit Control V, and let's try to bring this over here. Now select this L2, which is this leaf, press Y and bring this anchor point at this point. So let's enable all of this. Select this and let's make it apparent with this orange. Select this orange, press S and try to adjust the scale, and let's try to bring this over here. Now select this leaf and hit W for rotation tool, and let's rotate it like that. Press R to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's rotate it like that. Go few frame forward, hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V first keyframe. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Alt click on the stopwatch and let's apply loop out expression over there like that. And if you check it out, this we are gonna get this kind of a continuous animation. Let's select this and by holding Alt let's increase the duration of this. Okay, so we will get something like that. Now let's go to the animation 01 and let's bring this orange over here like that. Now press S for scaling option and let's increase the scale of this. Also select this camera, press S and let's increase the scale of this. Select this orange and make it apparent with this camera. Select this camera, create one keyframe at scale, create one keyframe on orange scale as well. Let's go to around 1 second to create another keyframe each. Go to the start and let's increase the scale of this null object a little bit more. Go over here and let's make this value 100. Also select this orange and let's decrease the scale of this one to somewhere around like that. Select those and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in. Let's select this and by holding shift move this handle at this point, and let's move this handle at this point. So we are gonna get something like that. Now select this orange, press R for rotation, go over here, let's make this one complete rotation, hit F9 and let's select this, and by holding shift select this and try to adjust somewhere around at this point, so we will get that rotation animation as well. Okay, you can enable the motion blur as well to get some proper stuff. Now let's select this and press P, create one keyframe at position, go few frame forward, let's bring this downwards like that, and in the middle let's try to bring this totally upward like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Right click, go to the keyframe interpolation. Instead of continuous bezier, choose linear and hit OK. Go to the graph, select this, by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point, and let's try to select this and move this handle at this point. So we are getting something like that. So if we check it out, this first we got this and then we got this. Now initially it should be moved somewhere around over here. Press R for rotation, hit U, go somewhere around over here, and let's make this 3 complete rotation like that. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. I think instead of 2, let's make 3, let's make this 2, so it will rotate only one time. Also go to the start, press S, create one keyframe. We have already one keyframe, and let's try to adjust the scale of this and try to bring this over here. Now select this orange and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer and delete. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, let's adjust this. Okay, now let's bring our slice over here. I'm going to bring my slice at this point, and let's bring this over here, and let's move this a little bit over here because I don't want to see that rectangle. Hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this, press S, and let's adjust the scale, and let's try to bring this over here. Press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension. Let's create one keyframe at X and Y and go few frame forward, and I'm going to bring this from X to this X, create one keyframe at Y, and in the middle let's create another keyframe at Y, and in the middle let's try to bring this somewhere over here, also somewhere around at this point. Let's try to bring this over here. Go to the Y and hit F9 to easily ease those keyframe, and simply go to the graph editor, zoom in, select this, and by holding shift let's move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Let's adjust this properly. Let's select this and try to adjust this and bring this handle over here. Let's select this and move this over here as well. Okay, just like that. So okay, so we are gonna get something like this. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe, and let's go over here and let's make this 2 complete rotation, or you can create 3 complete rotation as well, and enable the motion blur. Okay, then hit Ctrl D, select this second layer and try to bring this Y position upward. Also go over here and try to bring this Y position over here, and try to bring this a little bit forward. Okay, we are getting something like that. Let's select those keyframe, and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it so it will last a little bit longer. Now let select these 2 layers and hit Ctrl D and bring this at the top. Then right click, new, and create one null object. Select this null and let's make it apparent with this. Select these 2 slices and let's make it apparent with this null. Press S for scaling option, unlink this, and let's make this -100. So we are gonna get something like that. So if you check it out, this animation, first we got this and then we got this. Okay, so this is also ready. Now it's time to create that whale kind of an animation. So for that I'm going to remove this fill, we don't need that. And for the stroke color I'm going to choose this kind of a greenish complexion color. Then from here to here I'm going to create this kind of a whale kind of a structure. You're free to create any kind of a whale structure you want. I'm going to create something like that, and let's make this fit, and let's increase the stroke width somewhere around like that. In search option, search for cap and choose round cap. Similarly, I'm gonna go and let's search for taper option, sorry, not like that, and search for taper, and let's increase the start length of this one. I think we need to increase the end length over here like that. Okay, then select this, right click, choose layer styles, and we are going to choose bevel and emboss, and go to the layers, bevel and emboss, and let's increase the size of this one. Okay, like that. Okay, and if you want, instead of this, you are free to choose any different color you want. I'm going to go with this one. Okay, and this is going, it should get animated at this point. So let's bring this over here and let's minimize all the other things, and let's go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's increase this value somewhere around like that. Okay, now I'm going to bring my orange scene over here. Let's try to adjust this over here, and I'm going to press S, and let's adjust the scale of this one over here. hit Control D, let's move this over here and let's try to rotate it. Hit Control D, let's try to adjust it over here and try to adjust this with different things. Hit Control D, you can rotate it, but along with that you can try to adjust the size as well. It's totally up to you. You can adjust it the way you want. Okay, and let's rotate it like that. Okay, let's hit W and let's rotate it, but hit Control D and W, and let's try to animate this. Hit Control D and let's rotate it like that. Hit Control D and let's try to rotate it like that. Okay, then select all of them, and with the help of open square bracket, let's try to move this over here. Okay, now let's go inside this over here, and if you know that we have this extra leaf over here, so I'll hit Control C to copy. And what I'm gonna do in project window, I'm going to select this orange one and I'll hit Control D. I'm going to select all of them, and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it. Okay, so these are now different oranges, and let's select those and simply again go to the animation composer, and we are going to apply that overshoot scale, apply as in, and let's close this. So now we are gonna get that popping animation for all of them, and I want that animation to be one by one. So let's go few frame forward, select this and then this. By holding Alt, close square bracket, trim up to this, right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and simply hit OK. So now all of these animations are gonna get run one by one like that. Now let's go inside this orange tool, and in scene 1 we have this slice. Hit Ctrl C to copy and hit Ctrl V over there, and let's try to bring this over here like that, and try to bring this over here. Okay, at this bottom press Y, and let's bring this over here and try to bring this at the bottom, and hit W. Hit Ctrl K to open the project window, and let's increase the width of this like that, so it should be visible. Okay, let's select this and press Y, and let's bring this over here. Now hit W and let's rotate it like that. Create one keyframe, go few frame forward, let's bring this over here, let's bring this over here, and let's bring this over here, and let's bring this over here, and hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V, first keyframe, and try to adjust it a little bit like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9, and let's copy this expression and loop out expression like that. Okay, and let's increase the duration of it. Okay, so if you check it out this now, along with this we are gonna get something like that. Now let's select pen tool, and this time I don't want any stroke, so I'm going to remove the stroke, and over here zoom in, and let's make this full, and then from here to here I'm going to create this kind of small mask, and let's change the color of this one to white. Select this, hit Ctrl X, select this shape layer and hit Ctrl V, press F4 and choose alpha inverted mask. Okay, so now if you check it out, this it will look like it's coming from the bottom. Okay, so let's make this quad resolution. First we got this, and then we got this. Okay, now let's go to the main animation. Now we got this animation, and then we are getting this. Then after the transition, I want my animation should start to appear somewhere around at this point. So let's hit Ctrl S, and it will take a little bit time to load because the animation is quite heavy. Okay, so first I'm getting this, and then I'm getting this. Okay, let's go inside this and check it out. Okay, then as this animation goes further, I want this transition to be happening again, so hit Ctrl D, and as this goes again somewhere around at this point, I'm going to bring this transition over here, but this time I'm going to press R and I'm going to make this 180-degree rotation, so it should be happening from the top. Okay, like that. So first I'm getting this, then I'm getting this, and then I'm gonna get this transition from the top. Now again I'm going to select this mask and I'll hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's remove this keyframes and try to bring this mask properly at the center. And let's go inside this animation 02, hit and select alpha mask, and as this goes somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this mask, create one keyframe at position. As this goes further, I'm going to bring this downward somewhere around like that. Okay, so if we check it out, this we are gonna get that transition over here. Okay, now all you need to do is to adjust this keyframes properly. Okay, like that. Now the last is our logo, and for logo is simple. Simply press Ctrl I and let's bring our logo comp, footage, composition, return, layer sizes, and let's bring our logo somewhere around at this point, and you can bring this over here. Sorry, let's select this logo, bring this properly at the center. Let's enable this layer and choose grid and guide option. Try to bring this logo at the center like that, and let's double click to open this. And I'm simply going to apply that animation composer plugin over here, but if you want, then you can try to animate this logo as well. Okay, if you have any other concept, you can adjust that. Hit page down button few times, select this layer first, then this, hold alt close square bracket, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and hit OK. Same procedure, and we are gonna get that animation over here. Okay, and let's close this file. Okay, like that. So let's disable this icon, and our animation is gonna be somewhere around over here. Now what I want, there should be some sort of scaling animations, so let's press S at the start and let's make this 115 to create one keyframe. And as this animation is ending somewhere around at this point, let's make this value 100. Now I'm going to copy this scaling animation and I'm going to apply this over here as well, like this somewhere over here. Also select this logo, increase the initial size a little bit, and as this goes further, let's try to decrease the scale. So what will happen, our animation is gonna be there, but along with that there is some sort of a zoom out effects is going to be there as well. Okay, like that. And then our final animation is ready. Okay, so now we are going to customize this animation in some sort of different fruit kind of a structure. So now we will try to replace our orange animation with this strawberry animations. So I got this illustration from freepik.com. I'll provide the link of this in the description. Now over here we have the slice of the strawberry as well as this slice of a strawberry as well. So now I have already imported this, and now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select this strawberry. I'll hit Control C. I'll go to the orange one comp and I'll hit Control V to paste it over here, and I'll adjust the scale, and I'll try to adjust the strawberry somewhere around like that. Okay, over here, and I'm going to hide the other two like this. Just going to hide it, not going to delete it. I'll hit Control C. I'll go to the orange 2 as well and I'll hit Control V, and I'm going to bring this over here. If you want to keep this leaf, you can keep it. You can try to bring this a little bit over here, not too much. Okay, just if you want. If it's not, then that's also okay. So along with that, we have this slice comp over here, and I'm going to choose this slice over here. I'll hit Control C and I'll hit Control V over there, and I'll try to bring this properly at the center. Let's adjust the scale, and let's try to adjust this scale like that. I'll try to adjust it like this. Okay, let's keep it over here and try to adjust it like that. Okay, and let's hide this orange slice. So now what I'm going to happen, that our entire animation is gonna get changing, and we will get different. Now what you can do is you can go inside this and you can hit W and try to rotate this a little bit to create some variations like that, just for your stuff, like this. Okay, also let's go inside this slice and let's try to adjust the scale a little bit because it's going out of the composition. So I'll try to adjust the scale and position. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that, and then we are getting something like this, and then we'll get a transition for this. Now let's go inside this animation too, and over here I'm going to change the color of this one to somewhere around this. Okay, we are getting something like that. I'm going to select those and let's try to adjust the scale of this a little bit. Okay, and we will get this animation over here as well. So as you guys can see, this is how we can customize this animation. Obviously you can do it in a much more better way, but this is just a random stuff that you can do with your animation.
Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, duration 1 minute long, and background color is white, and simply hit OK. Go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title affection. Now again hit Control N, and this time I'm going to call it as image, and I'm going to bring my original image over here. You are free to choose any image you want. I'm going to choose this one for now, and we at the end of this tutorial we will know how to customize this properly. Okay, then again I'm going to create another composition and I'm going to call it as paper animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, and duration 1 minute long, and hit OK. Then I have this paper cut over here which I have generated from Gemini. You can choose any paper from freepik.com or anything you want. If you're gonna go buy this project file, you will get this assets as well. Okay. So now we will increase the size of this paper, and now I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and for the fill I'm going to choose a red color and simply double click to create one rectangle. Now let's select this and press S, and let's increase the scale of this. Select this and let's try to bring this downwards. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for turbulence displace effect and apply. Then increase the amount a little bit, also increase the size as well. Then select this and let's bring this downward like that. Select this paper image, press F4 and choose alpha mask like that. Now select the shape layer, press P4 position to create one keyframe. Zoom in a little bit. Let's go somewhere around 1.20 frames, and let's select this and try to bring this over here in such a way that it should cover up the entire animation like that. Okay, and let's make this fit. Okay, like that. If you want, then you can increase the amount and you can decrease the size as well, so you get this kind of a animation over here. Okay, now another thing I want over here is that I'm going to select this Gemini image, and let's minimize this. Now let's select this and hit Control D to duplicate, again hit Control D to duplicate, again hit Control D to duplicate. Now I'm going to take a gap of 5 to 10 frames. Let's select those two and move with the help of open square bracket. I'm going to move this over here, go somewhere around at this point with the help of open square bracket, shift it over here, go somewhere around over here, and let's shift it over here. Now let's select this first image over here, go to the effect and presets panel and search for find edge effect and double click to apply. And you can choose invert layer as well, or you can choose something like that. Then select this effect, I mean this layer over here, and go to the effect and presets panel and search for tint effect on it, and double click to apply. So it will make it black and white. Then select this last one, press T for opacity, and let's decrease, or instead of applying opacity, we can apply another effect called unsharp mask, and double click to apply, and increase the amount of this one like that. Also increase the radius of this one like that. So now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, so this looks good to me. Now after that, I'm going to right click, new, and create one null object. And let's select all of them, and let's make it apparent with this null. Press R for rotation, create one keyframe. Let's go somewhere around 20 frames, and let's make this 4. Let's go to around 10. Let's make this -2. Let's go somewhere around 2, and let's make this 4 again. And let's go somewhere around over here and hit Control C, Control V first keyframe. Then I'll click on this stopwatch and let's apply loop out expression on it like that, and hit enter, and let's deselect this. So now if you check it out this, along with this, we are gonna get this animation for them. Then if you want, select those, and by holding Alt, let's try to bring this keyframes up to this. So our animation is going to be a little bit faster. Now after that, I'm going to right click, new, and create one adjustment layer. And I'm going to go in my effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for posterize time effect. And let's make this frame rate to 14 like that. And now if I check it out, this animation, I'm going to get this kind of a revealing animation. Okay, so this thing is done. Now hit Control N, and this time I'm going to call it as image reveal. Okay, now hit Control 0, and now over here along with this I have this brush strokes PNG. Let's press S for scaling option, and let's scale the size a little bit. Then I'm going to bring my image comp over here. Now I'm going to adjust this brush strokes like that. Okay, and now go to the effect and presets panel and search for linear wipe effect, and double click to apply, and hit U. So now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, over here. Now I want this animation to be a little bit faster, so I'm going to bring this up to this. Okay, or even less than that, maybe somewhere around like that. Now somewhere around at this point, select this and try to adjust it over here, and you can hit rotate W as well to, so now you will get this in different direction. So hit Control D again and try to adjust it over here. Select this, hit Control D, and try to adjust it over here like that. Basically we need to cover up our entire face like that. You can select this one and try to adjust it over here like that. Try to cover up the face of any character which is over there like that. Okay, so now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Now if you want, hit U and select those last keyframe of each and every one, and try to bring them a little bit far from each other like that. Then I'm going to take a gap of this much frames and hold Alt, close square bracket, then right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and hit OK. And let's increase the duration of it. And now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. But this looks very slow. So let's bring this at the start, hit page down button 1 or 2 times, hold Alt, close square bracket, and then right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, hit OK. And now let's increase the duration of it. So we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now this much looks good to me. Let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and we are going to call it as stroke animation. Okay, then select this image and press F4 to switch between this option, and in track matte we are going to choose alpha matte. So now if you check it out this, we are gonna get this kind of a revealing animation. Okay, like that. Okay, so we are going to get something like that, and then select this and hit Control D, and let's enable this layer, not this stroke layer, but this image layer, and let's remove this mask and let's delete this extra one. So we have this image now. Okay, and let's try to bring this over here. So now if you check it out this, first we got this, and then we got our original image. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to select all of them and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as image reveal 01 and hit OK. Now I'm going to hit Ctrl D almost 5 times and let's enable this layer first, which is this one, and go to the effect and presets panel and search for find edge effect and double click to apply. Then enable this layer. I'm gonna go in my effect and presets panel and I'm going to apply tint effect on it and I'm going to double click to apply it. Then I'm going to select this one. I'm going to apply tint effect again, but this time instead of black, I'll pick up something like our color combination. Then select the last one. On this one, I'm going to search for unsharp mask and let's increase the size, increase the radius, and last one, I'm going to keep it as it is. Now, I'm going to take a gap of 5 frames and I'll try to adjust it one by one with the help of open square brackets like that. Okay. And then again, right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, go to the start, and you can go inside this paper animation as well. Select this null object and press R for rotation and select those rotation properties and hit Ctrl C to copy. Go to the image reveal option, select this null, press R, select this and hit Ctrl V. So now you'll get that animation over here. And by holding Alt, I can increase the duration of it just for a while. So you will get a little bit of difference. Then I can right click new and again create one adjustment layer. You can, let's try to bring this over here. Let's apply that posterized time effect. And let's choose 14 frames again. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like that. Now let's try to adjust the duration of it animation. I don't want it to be much more slow like that. Okay, then I can select this last layer. I'm going to right click. Let's go to the layer styles, choose stroke, go to the stroke and let's increase the size of this one like that. And I'm going to choose white color over here. Now let's go to the main animation and hit Ctrl 0. And first thing first, I'm going to bring my paper animation. So let's go and bring your paper animation. Then after this, I want my image reveal animation should be there. So let's bring our image reveal and it should be over here. Somewhere around at this point. Okay. Like that. Now over here, if you check it out this looks weird. So what we can do is that inside this, when this animation is happening, somewhere around at this point, I want there should be stroke. So I'll select this layer and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. And then I'm going to remove this layer styles from the second layer and we will keep it as it over here. So that stroke is gonna be a little bit later. Okay, like that. Okay. Now this thing is done. Now what I want, there should be some background. So let's select this image reveal with Control D. Select this one, press S, and let's increase the scale of this. And go to the effect and presets panel. Search for tint effect and double click to apply. And instead of black, I'm going to choose that purple theme, which is our theme. Okay, but you are free to choose any kind of a theme you want. I'm going to rotate it a little bit as well. Okay, and I want it should be a little bit later. Okay, like that. Okay, then press F4 and for the blending mode, you are free to choose any kind of a mode you want. You can choose multiply or overlay. It totally depends on you. Let's go for color burn or something, and let's try to bring this over here. Hit W to rotate it like that. Okay, this looks good to me. Now I'm going to select my pen tool. Then from here to here, I'm going to create one kind of a strokes like a structure. Okay, and let's make this fit. And for the fill, I'm going to choose obviously this purple color theme we are going to follow. So let's select this and try to bring this over here and choose color burn again. Okay, and let's try to bring this downwards. Okay, like that. So obviously this animation should be somewhere around at this point. So press T for opacity. Let's make this opacity 0 after a few frames. Let's increase this value. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. And as you guys can see, this gives our animation kind of a 2D look or something. Now over here, we will add one lower third animation, which is going to be the introduction for our animation. So now after this, what I want, I'm going to select these two, press P for position to create one keyframe, go few frame forward, somewhere around at this point. Let's not forget to save this file. Okay, let's select these two and let's try to bring them a little bit over here like that. Okay, and hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here like that. Okay, and now over here you can add any kind of a text you want. I'm going to select my rectangle tool first, and let's create one box over here like that. Let's select this and with the help of this anchor point mover, I'll try to bring this over here. Select this, then hit Ctrl D, and I'm going to bring in another box, and this time for the color I'm going to choose white. Let's select this, press S, unlink this, and let's decrease the scale a little bit. Let's select this and try to bring this over here like that. Okay, now we will type our text as well. So now I'm going to type my name over here. You are free to choose whatever font you want. I'm going to choose just normal Montserrat font. But as I said that you are free to choose whatever font you want. I'll type my name. Then I'll hit Ctrl D. And this time I'm going to pick up this color and I'm going to choose a semi-bold version. And I'm going to type motion designer. And let's decrease the scale. And bring this anchor point at this point and try to adjust it somewhere around over here. Okay, let's make this fit. Okay, now along with that, I'm going to bring my ellipse, and by holding shift, I'm going to create one ellipse over here. Let's select this, move this over here, and with the help of this, I'm going to pick up this color and hit OK. Okay, and let's try to bring this over here somewhere around like that and bring this anchor point at this point. Then press G, which is a shortcut key for pen tool. And let's remove this fill. We don't need that. And for the stroke, I'm going to pick up this color. Then from here to here, then by holding shift, let's bring another point over here and let's adjust it like that. Okay. So now after this, all we need to do is we need to animate these entities. So let's try to do it. The procedure is going to be very, very simple. First, we will animate this and then we will animate this. Basically, we are going to animate this each and every one by one. So let's select this ellipse first. Let's bring this at the top. Press S, create one keyframe. Let's enable this icon. Go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start, let's make this value 0. Hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, and let's adjust the graph like that. Okay. Then I'm going to enable my stroke. I'll go to the add. I'm going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0 initially. Go few frame forward. Let's make this value 100. Hit F9. go to the graph and try to adjust it like that. Okay. For the text over here, what we can do is that we can add normal animation. So I'm going to select my this motion design text. I'll go to the add. I'll choose position. Let's make this position 100, or let's make this 80 maybe. 80 would be good. Go to the range selector, make this offset minus 100. Go few frame forward, make this 100. Go to the star, go to the advanced. Instead of character, we will choose words, and or instead of square, we will choose ramp up. Let's make this ease value 25 and low value 100. And then we go to the add property and we will choose opacity, and let's make this opacity 0. So we'll get normal animation like that. Now same animation, I'm going to hit Ctrl C to copy. I'm going to apply on this Aditya Gowde as well. Okay. Then for this shape layers, I'll press S, unlink this, create one keyframe, go to around 4 seconds, create another keyframe, and at the start it should be 0. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph and try to adjust it like that. Okay. And hit view to minimize this. Now I'm going to take a gap of few frames during each animation like that. And when this touch over here, I'm going to select this and let's move this over here. Then select this one, move this over here, go few frame forward, select these two text and try to adjust them over here. Okay. And now let's make this value fit. So now if you check it out, this animation, we are going to get anything like that. Okay. Now hit U and let's see where animation is heading. Somewhere, let's select these keyframes and try to move this over here. I want this thing should start to get animated somewhere around at this point. Okay. Like that. Now, along with that, if you want, then you can select these lower thirds as well. Select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and you can call it as lower third and hit OK. Hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this, and then you can go inside this another adjustment layer and apply again that posterized time effect, and you can choose 14 frames as well. So now if you check it out, this animation now, we are going to get something like this, and then we are going to get something like that. Now at the 5 seconds, I'm going to hit N, then right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, create one keyframe, go to the start, and let's make this value 110. So now if we check it out, this animation, along with this, we are going to get that scaling animation as well. So this is how you can create this kind of a revealing animation. Now our animation is ready, but whenever you want to use this animation for different projects and you don't want this image, you want to use your personal image or anything, all you need to do is simply go to the image over here, and instead of my image, you can enable any image you want. Like you can enable this Ronaldo image as well, and you will get different results. Now same thing, I can use different image. For example, let's say this one looks more suitable. I'll move this one over here. And if you check it out this, we can simply use this image over here. Okay. Like that. You can try to adjust and you can change the name over here.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touched the sky and every stone whispered stories of devotion. And when the time came to protect this sacred land, warriors rose, not for power, but for honor.
Before we directly jump into After Effects and start to animate, we need to create our assets first. And first thing first, we need to create our voiceover. Now, with the help of little bit amount of ChatGPT, I have created this small script over here, which is very basic. Okay, and now we need to create a voiceover out of it. So for that, I'm going to choose this website called yourvoice.com. This is an Indian website where you can generate so many different voices. Now, because my animation is related to India, so in the language sections, I have chose Indian English, and over here you can choose whatever voiceover you want. I'm going to choose this wiki mail over here. Okay, and then over here I'm going to adjust certain settings. For example, in content creation, you can choose whatever settings you want. Like I'm going to choose narrator. In educational, I'm going to choose as teacher or tutor, any kind of a stuff. Currently, we are not going to choose anything out of it. And for the specific styles, because we are going to create a documentary style animation, so we will choose documentary. And I'll just increase a speed a little bit. Okay. And then I can simply copy this text over here and hit Control V to paste it. And I'm going to simply generate on this generate audio. Now our audio is ready, as you guys can see. And if I double click and hit
In a
play,
time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat.
okay. So this is how you can generate voiceover. And now we will try to create another assets of our animation. Now to create this specific animation, we need 4 types of image collections. So we need to create those images from ChatGPT. Now I'll type few prompts on ChatGPT to generate those images. Check out the pin comment and you'll get those prompts for free. So with the help of this, we have created 2 images, out of which one is a world map and another one is a map of India. We have one image of a cloud. We have 3 images of temples, and we got these 3 images of king, out of which one is a Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Now over here, if you check it out this, we have this image collection of the temples as well as this clouds. Now in this cloud image, there is some kind of a background which I don't want because I want this in a PNG format. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply drag and drop on this website called Photo Room, and now it will remove that background automatically, and we will simply download this image. And I'm going to go over here and I'll hit Control X, and I'm going to simply bring this image over here. Now I got this image in a PNG format. And same thing, I'm going to do this for temples as well. And I have already created those images over here. As you guys can see, these things doesn't have any background, and we are going to use these images in our animation. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and as always, we are going to name it as main animation. Width we are going to choose 1920, and height we are going to choose 1080. Frame rate I'm going to choose 30 seconds, and duration we will choose somewhere around, let's see, 1 minute 16 seconds. And background color, let's choose white color and simply hit OK. Let's make this fit and go to choose grid and guide option and simply click on titles of action. Then I'm going to press Ctrl I, and I'm going to import my audio first. So let's import this audio and simply drag and drop over here. And let's hear this voice one time.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself,
Okay, it's working properly. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl I again, and I'm going to bring my essential images. Currently, I want this cloud only. So I'll select this and hit import, and I'm going to bring this over here like that. Obviously, we cannot see it because the background is white. But what we can do, we will select this and we're going to press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose. And I'm going to choose move all attributes into new composition. And for this one, I'm going to name it as clouds. Okay, and hit OK. Then we are going to go inside this and then press Ctrl K to open the project settings of this one. And let's change this color to black. Now what I want is that I want to animate this clouds. Okay. So we have this cloud. Let's hit Control D. Let's try to bring this over here. Press S and let's decrease the scale of this. Okay. We will try to adjust it. Again, hit Control D. Bring this over here. This time, let's increase the size of this one. Try to adjust it. Hit Control D. Bring this over here. Press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale. Again, hit Control D, try to bring this over here. Hit Control D, bring this over here and try to adjust the scale. Hit Control D, try to bring this over here. Press S and let's increase the scale of this. hit Control D and let's try to bring this over here. Hit Control D and let's bring this over here. Now hit view. Now because all of these are gonna go on right hand side, so I'm going to select all of them by hitting Control A and I'm going to change the color of them to yellow like that. Then I'm going to select any one of them. For example, let's select this middle one only and hit Control D and let's bring this at the top and let's change the color of this one to red and I'm going to lock all of this. Now these ones are going to be cover up our left hand side. So hit Control D, try to bring this over here, press S, try to adjust the scale. Okay. Again hit Control D, press S and try to adjust the scale of this. Hit Control D, try to adjust it like that. Try to adjust it like this. Hit Control D, try to adjust it like that. Press S and try to adjust it like that. Again hit Control D and try to adjust it over here. Again hit Control D, try to adjust it like that. Okay, so this looks good to me. Now let's unlock all of this. Now this thing is ready. Now I'm going to select all of them and I'll press P for position to create one keyframe over here. Okay, then zoom in a little bit and let's go somewhere around 2 seconds. And those who are on the right hand side, which means this yellow ones, I'm going to bring them out of this composition like that. Okay, then those who are on this side, I'm going to bring them over here like that. Okay, so if you check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Then select all of these keyframes and let's hit F9, go to the graph, select this and by holding shift let's bring this handle over here, so it will go a little bit smoother. Now there should be some alternations between these animation. So let's try to add this end keyframe like that. Okay, we will try to alter them like this. Then we will get some variations in their animations. Okay, like that. You are free to use whatever difference between them you want. I'm going to adjust this randomly. Okay, so we will get something like that. So this is how our cloud animation is ready. Let's go to the main animation and let's see how this looks.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself,
Okay, this looks good to me. Okay, so our cloud animation is ready. Now we need to animate our map. So let's hear this audio first.
in a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other.
Okay, so I want my map animation should be up to this layer. So I'm going to bring one marker from here like that. Okay, after this, there is going to be another section which is going to be the map of India would start to animate. But up to this, I want my world animation should initiate. Okay, so let's save this file and I'm going to not hide, but mute this audio. Hit Control I to bring our world map and select this map and simply hit import. And let's bring this over here. Now, as you just can see, we got this world map. Press S for scaling option and let's scale the size a little bit. Okay, and create one keyframe. And somewhere, let's bring this downwards. And somewhere up to this, I want there should be a zooming animation on this world map. So I'll zoom it like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, bring this handle over here. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like a zooming effect on it, but it's not visible over here. So let's select this keyframe somewhere over here and let's bring this keyframe somewhere around over here like that. Okay, it should be happening somewhere around at this point. Okay, now after this, there are going to be null objects which are going to drive this animation, and at the end, this camera should focus on this engine. So for that, what we can do, I can right click new and create one null object. Okay, select this, hit enter, and let's call it as controller 01. Hit Control D 3 times, and let's bring this downwards. Now select this map and let's make it apparent with this controller. Select this controller, press P for position to create one keyframe, then press S for another keyframe. Okay, like that. Now let's go somewhere around over here at this point. Let's bring this over here and press S to increase the scale of this, like that. Over here, I want it should focus on this area, like that. Zoom in a little bit, like that. Then somewhere in the middle over here, I'm going to select this control, somewhere in the middle of these two keyframes or somewhere around like that. Over here maybe, select this controller and make it apparent with this controller too. Select this controller, press P for position to create one keyframe, then press S to create another keyframe, hit U, go somewhere around at this point, and let's bring this value from here to here, and let's increase the scale of this in such a way that it should focus on this area. Then somewhere in the middle, I'm going to select this controller 2 and let's make it apparent with this controller 3. Select this, press P for position, then press S for scaling animation, hit U, and somewhere around at this point, I want this one should focus on India over here, like that. Then again, I'm going to right click new and create one null object, and this time I'm going to call it as scale. Then select this controller 3 and make it apparent with this scale, like that. Select the scale and in the middle, press S for scaling animation and let's go somewhere around over here. And this time, let's increase the scale up to this. Okay. Now, let's select all of these keyframes over here. I think over here we don't need this scaling keyframes. Then select all of these null objects and hit U, like that. Select those keyframes and let's hit F9 over here. Let's bring the scaling keyframes properly over here. Okay. Select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this graph and simply by holding shift, bring one handle at this point and then bring another handle at this point. So if we check it out, this animation from now, we are going to get this, then we are going to get something like that. Okay. Like this. Now over here, if you check it out, this somewhere around at this point, this looks a little bit empty. So for that, what I can do is that I can create more clouds that are going through this. Okay. So for that, what I can do is I'm going to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm gonna go and apply fractal noise effect and double click to apply. And let's increase the contrast and decrease the complexity to up to or 3 maybe, or even more than that, because we need that cloud like structure. Then go to the transform, uniform scaling. Let's uncheck this and let's decrease the scale width and adjust this height as well, like that. Okay. So if you want, you can check it out different versions like etc. But I think we are okay with the spline. Okay. Select this, press F4 and let's choose blending mode to screen, and you can choose multiply as well. It totally depends on you. And there are other modes as well that you can check it out. But I think we should go with, I guess, screen mode is going to work out little bits like that. But obviously it looks very, you know, uh, too much cloud over there. So press T for opacity and let's decrease the opacity a little bit, like that. Select this and also bring this downwards and make it apparent with this map only. Okay, like that. So whenever it's going to zoom, we will get that zoom in effect over here. But if you see, check it out, we are getting this kind of a stuff. So let's select this, press S and let's decrease the scale of this. Okay, like that. Now, if you want, then you can decrease the height of this one. So, whenever they are going to get animated, there should be a proper loop over here. Now, there is no animation over here. So for that, what I'm going to do, let's increase the opacity a little bit, not too much. Okay, like that. Let's create one keyframe at offset turbulence with U, go somewhere around over here. And I want this cloud should go from here to here. And let's bring this keyframe at the start and let's bring this keyframe at somewhere over here. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this, now we are gonna get that cloud animation over here. Okay, like that. Now initially press T for opacity to increase the scaling keyframe. Let's create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and somewhere around at this point the opacity should be a little bit less. Okay, so initially we are gonna get something like that, and then we are gonna get something like this. Okay, and when somewhere around at this point I'll hit save, and now let's hear our voice.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other.
Now somewhere around at this point my clouds should come again, so hit Control 0, and I'm going to select this cloud composition, and I'll hit Control D to duplicate it and double click to open this. And let's check it out, our animation over here, which is ending somewhere around at this point. I'll hit N over here, right click and choose trim comp to work area, go to the main animation, and let's bring our cloud 2 over here and bring this over here, right click, time, and we are going to choose time reverse layers. Okay, somewhere around at this point, let's mute this. Let's bring our clouds over here like that. Somewhere around at this point would be better, like this. Okay, then when this is coming over here, let's right click time and choose stretch, and let's make this minus 85 or something, or even less than that maybe, because I want that animation to be a little bit faster. So let's make this minus 60 up to this. Okay, I want this animation should be over here like that, and somewhere around at this point there should be a proper whiteness. So I'll hit Control Y to bring white color background. With the help of open square bracket, move this over here, press T for opacity, and initial opacity should be 0. At the end this value should be 100, and hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Select all the bottom layers except this audio and hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. So now if you check it out, this animation, first we are getting this, then we are gonna get this, and then we are gonna get this. Okay, and now if we check it out, this animation with audio.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land and the world.
Okay, now after this there is going to be a revelation of India. Okay, so now after this there is going to be a revelation of India, so let's try to do it. Now first thing first, let's see what is our audio.
Any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat.
Okay, now up to this I want the animation of Indian map, so let's try to create that. Now let's hit Control I to bring our Indian map and hit import, and let's bring this over here. Now press Control Shift C, and we are going to call it as India. Okay, and this is the composition that we want, and somewhere around over here I am going to bring it and double click to open this. Press F4 and convert this layer into 3D. Select this layer, press R for rotation, and let's rotate it like that, and then rotate it like that, and let's try to adjust it like this. Okay, press S for scaling option, and let's scale it like this. Okay, press R and let's try to adjust the scale properly like this. Okay, this looks good to me. Now I'm going to right click new and create one camera, and angle of view choose 49, and hit double A, and let's disable this depth of field for now. Okay, like that. Now right click new and create one null object over here. Select this null and convert this layer into 3D. Select this camera and make it apparent with this null. Now this null is going to act like our controller of this camera. Then I can press R for rotation, and I can rotate the camera movement like that. Okay, like this. Okay, now let's try to do one thing. Press C, which is a shortcut key to enable the camera movement tool, and let's try to adjust the view of this camera like that. Now let's select this null and camera and create one keyframe on rotation properties, and let's see our audio.
The world would come to know as Bharat.
Now somewhere around up to this I want animation inside this, So now I'm going to rotate this camera somewhere like that. Okay. If you want, then you can rotate it like that as well. Let's see. Yeah, we are getting something like that. Also, there should be some tilt that should happen. So let's try to do that tilt as well. Okay, like that. This looks good to me. If you want this animation to be slow, you can make it like that. Okay, now along with that, I'll hit double A and I'm going to enable depth of field, and let's choose aperture value to 200 and blur level to 100 like that. Okay, and let's try to adjust this focal length, focus distance somewhere over here. If you want to increase the aperture value, you can. You will get that blurriness effect properly like that. We will get something like that. Okay. Otherwise, if you hit double A and if you disable this depth of field, as you guys can see, we are getting something like that. But depth of field add a little bit realism to it. Okay, so let's save this file. Let's Control S and let's save this file. Okay. Now over here we need to type Bharat. So let's select our text and we are going to type. Okay. Let's select this text, and for the font, I'm going to choose test time pose. Okay. Headline. Okay. Let's increase the scale of this. Let's try to bring this properly at the center like that. Press S and let's increase the scale of this, and press F4 and you can enable the blending mode of this one as well. It totally depends on if it's working, then fine. If it's not, then you're free to choose, whatever blending mode you want. Okay, I'm just checking out whether it's working for this scenario or not. Okay, okay, I think it's not working on this map. So let's do one thing. Let's keep it as Bharat only like that, and let's try to increase the scale of this and try to adjust this at the center. Okay, like that. Now let's check it out this. Now what I want over here, let's go inside this and hide this text for now. Now let's hide, I mean, mute this audio. After this, same cloud should reveal this as well. So let's select this cloud and hit Control D and let's bring this at the top, and let's move this over here. Right click, time, and choose time reverse layers. Then select this white solid, hit Control D, and let's bring this at the top, and let's bring this over here. Hit U, select this, right click, keyframe assistance, time reverse keyframe. So we are gonna get something like that. So if we check it out, this transition, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, like that. And you can select this cloud, press S, unlink the scale, and let's make this -100. Okay, so now there is going to be a little bit of variation in it. Okay, like that. And there is another thing you can do. Now, if you choose this, white solid again, then it will look repetitive. So what you can do, let's delete this, and we are going to choose animation composer, and over here, simply type light. So you will get that light leak effect, and let's bring this over here. So it will automatically gonna get applied, and let's close this panel. So we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like that. So this looks also good to me. Let's increase the scale, and you can bring this scale up to this one. Okay, like that. You can try to bring this over here. Yeah, this looks good to me, like that. Okay, now let's hear our audio.
Bird would come to know. Oh, as
Now somewhere around at this point, I want my text to get animated. So let's bring this over here. Now the animation, I'm going to choose a little bit easier. So let's go at the start somewhere around at this point. Select this and hit Control D. Select this and move this over here. And let's add a white stroke to it, to this text. And let's select this field and we are going to delete it. And for the stroke width, I'm going to choose 2 pixels. Okay, then select this text, right click, create shape from text, and let's we remove this third layer. We want only stroke. Then go to the add layer and let's choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this value 0. Create one keyframe. Go somewhere around over here and let's make this value 100. Okay. So we are going to get something like that. And now for this text to get revealed, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go inside this animate and I'm going to choose opacity. Let's increase the opacity. Let's go to the rend selector, create one keyframe at start, go few frame forward, and let's make this value 100. Okay, like that. So this looks good to me. Now there should be some scaling animation between these. So right click, new, and create one null object. And let's go somewhere around over here. Select this and let's make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's make this value 80. Okay, like that. So there is going to be this text animation. If you want, then you can increase this value as well. So now if you check it out, this animation,
The world would come to know as Bharat.
okay. Now after that, there should be animation of temples. So we'll try to do that as well. Okay. So now this animation is ready. Now let's see what is our next voiceover.
As Bharat, where temples touch the sky.
Okay. Now between this and this, we need the camera should rotate and our temple should appear. So let's try to do it. But first of all, we will create a proper backdrop for this. So let's see.
As Bharat,
Let's go inside this and let's create our markers somewhere up to this. Let's go inside over here.
where temples touch the sky.
Okay.
Where temples touch the
We are somewhere around over here. Up to this 4 seconds, I want my camera should rotate. So let's try to bring this over here and up to over here. Now it's time to animate our camera. So as you guys know that this null object is, adjusting our camera. So we will try to animate this. So create one keyframe at position and press R to create another keyframe at rotation. But as you guys can see, this is already occupied. So what you can do at this point is that let's delete this position keyframes. Let's right click, new, and create another null object. And this null object is going to be the main controller of our camera. So let's make this yellow and select this null object and make it apparent with this null. Then select this null, press P for position to create one keyframe, then press R for rotation to create another keyframe. And I forgot to convert this into 3D. So let's do that. And let's convert this layer into 3D and create a keyframe on another rotations as well. Now hit U so you can see this, all the keyframes. And now somewhere around at this point, let's try to rotate our camera properly. Now let's select this option and as you guys can see, there are already keyframes. So let's create one this keyframes over here and delete those last keyframe. Now somewhere up to this, I want my camera should get rotated. So let's rotate it somewhere around like that. And let's somewhere around like that. And it should tilted somewhere around like this. Let's tilt it properly like this. Like that. Also, the position should be somewhere over here. So let's try to adjust the position of this one like that. Okay. And let's try to adjust the position somewhere around over here like that. Okay. So let's see how does it looks now. We are getting something like that. Okay. And let's hit F9 to easiness those keyframe like that. And somewhere around at this point, I want the stick should be gone. So let's select this null object, press P for position to create one keyframe. Okay, like that. And let's go somewhere over here and let's bring this out of this composition. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, and let's try to adjust it up to this. So if we check it out, this animation, first we are getting this and then we are getting this. Let's bring this keyframe a little bit over here. So it should go on a little bit more of the back. Okay, like that. Now I have created few more images, which is about the sky and some background. So I'm going to import that as well. So hit Control I, and I'm going to going to import this image of sky, and let's try to bring this at the background. Press S for scaling option, and let's scale this over here a little bit like that. Okay, just to check it out this properly, let's hit U and let's go somewhere around over here. Now let's select this camera and hit double A, and let's create one keyframe on focus distance, aperture and blur level. And somewhere around at this point, I'm going to choose blur level up to 80 value like that. Also aperture I'm going to adjust, okay, like that, and hit F9 like this. Also there is another thing we need to do is that this guy, um, this one is not rotating along with our camera. So let's convert this layer into 3D. Select this, press R for rotation, and let's try to rotate it like that properly, and rotate it like this. Try to adjust the rotation. Okay, you can rotate it from here as well like that. Press P for position, and let's try to bring this backward like that. Okay, like this. And then you can, by holding shift, adjust the scale of this over here, and try to adjust it over here like that. Okay, so now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like that. Now let's select this and press P for position to copy this position. Now along with that, I have created few images of mountains as well. So let's bring this mountain, and let's try to bring this over here. Also convert this layer into 3D. Select this position of this, hit Control C, select this mountain and hit Control V. Press R for rotation. Select the rotation of this sky only. Copy those rotation keyframes. Hit Control C and select this and hit Control V to paste it. Okay. Now select this and let's minimize it. Select this, hit U, and let's try to rotate it on somewhere around like that. Or you can change the X position of this one over here. And let's try to rotate it a little bit. Also adjust the Z position and Y position of this. Okay, and try to adjust it over here like that. Again hit Control D, try to bring this over here, try to bring over here. You can press S and adjust the scale of this. Again hit Control D, try to bring this over here, try to bring over here. Again hit Control D, try to bring this over here like that, and try to bring over here. Okay, like that. So now we are gonna get something like that. First we got this. Let's don't forget to save this file. We'll get this name Bharat. It will take a little bit time to load, and then we are gonna get something like that. Okay. Now this animation should come from the bottom. So let's select all of them, and with the help of open square bracket, move this over here. Press P for position to create one keyframe on each, and we will remove these keyframes. We don't need that. Also this keyframe, we don't need that. Okay, let's select those, hit U, and let's remove those keyframes as well. Select those and hit U, and or you can simply press P only and go somewhere around at this point to create another keyframe, and go to the start, and with the help of this handle only, let's try to bring this at the bottom. I think I'm removing this Indian map as well. We don't need to. I did one mistake. Uh, let's remove this keyframe. Let's select this maps only. Press P for position. Create one keyframe. Go over here. Create another keyframe and select these four. And let's try to bring this at the bottom. Okay. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph. Select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. So if you check it out this, now it will create a look that they are coming from the bottom like that. And obviously this animation should be one by one, so I'm going to trying to adjust somewhere around like that. And let's make this quad resolution so we can stick it out this animation a little bit faster, like that. Okay, now hit U and let's select this null object which is rotating. Let's go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift move one handle at this point and move one handle at this point. Okay, like that. So now if you check it out, this first we are getting this and then we are getting something like that. Now again, we need to create animation for our temples. So now for that, I'm going to hit Control I, and I have already created PNG images of these temples. So let's try to bring this over here. So first one is going to be this one because it is in the middle. So let's try to bring this over here like that. And also you can convert this layer into 3D and you can select this option over here. I mean this image, hit U, go over here, simply copy that position effect, position keyframe, select this temple, which is this one, and hit Control V. So it will automatically go over here. Select this, press R for rotation, copy that rotation keyframe, hit Control X, select this and hit Control V. And now let's try to bring this over here. Press S for scaling option and try to scale it like that. Okay. Press R for rotation and let's rotate it like that. And you can rotate it from this angle only. Okay. You can try to bring this over here and you can move this on Z axis as well. Okay. But as you guys can see, there is a lot of 3D stuff going on over here. So instead of converting this into 3D and make your animation complex, what I'm going to do is instead of converting this layer into 3D, I'm going to simply bring this over here only like that. Okay. Like this only. And let's bring this over here. And let's see our voiceover now.
A land the world would come to know as Bharat, where temple rules.
Okay. Now somewhere around at this point, I'm going to go over here and let's bring this over here. Press S for scaling option and let's adjust the scale. Okay. Then select this and press P for position to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward to create another keyframe and go to the start and let's bring this downwards. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this and by holding shift, move this handle over here like this. Okay.
The world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touch the sky. Touch the sky.
Let's make this quad resolution so animation will be a little.
The world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touch the sky.
Now when he is calling about devotion, we are going to bring our another temples. Let's select this one and try to bring this downwards. Press S, let's adjust the scale and it's going to be somewhere around over here. Then I'll hit Control I again and let's bring our third image as well and let's try to bring this over here and let's try to adjust it somewhere around over here. Try to adjust the scale and try to adjust it somewhere over here. Okay, let's make this full resolution and let's try to adjust the scale over here and let's choose quad resolution. First we got this and let's see.
Where temples touch the sky. And
Now somewhere around at this point when he's calling about devotion, let's select this and press P for position to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward to create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's bring this downwards. Okay. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this and by holding shift move this handle over here and let's move this handle over here. Let's increase the scale of this one. Okay.
touched the sky, and every stone whispered stories of devotion.
Okay.
And,
Now,
and when the time came to
now when he says time came, which means there is a dark time is going on. So for that, what I did is that I have created another image which represents the red sky. So I'm going to bring this red sky over here. And what I'm going to do, if you enable this layer, we have image of this blue sky. I'm going to simply Control D to duplicate it. And by holding Alt, I'm going to replace it with this one. And let's disable this. Okay, like that. And when this talking about this one, press T for opacity. Let's decrease the opacity to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's make this red. Okay, like that. Okay. Also, along with that, let's select these images and press Ctrl Y, and let's bring this into red color, and press F4 and let's choose multiply. So we will get that redness effect over there as well. Okay. So even if you don't apply this, red effect, still it's going to be like that only. So what we can do, let's remove this red sky and we will go with this red solid layer only with multiply blending mode. And when he is talking about the, you know, about invasion and all, let's select this and press T for opacity to make this 0 to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's make this value 100 like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay.
The world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touched the sky and every stone whispered stories of devotion. And when
Okay. Then somewhere around at this point, I want this red sky should come.
and when the time came to protect this sacred land, what
Now, somewhere around at this point, there should be some, glowing should come out of the shivling. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to press Control Y to create one black color overlay, and go to the effect and presets panel and search for lens flare effect and double click to apply, and select this and choose multiply, not multiply, but let's choose screen only, and select this flare to somewhere around at the center of the shivling. Okay, like that. And let's move this over here.
this sacred land, what time came to protect protect this sacred land and
Somewhere around at this point, let's reduce the flare brightness to 0 to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's increase this brightness for a few frame and let's make this value 0. Okay, like that. Okay, like that. Now, somewhere around at this point, then I want this black overlay should be gone. So hold Alt and close square bracket to trim up to this. Okay, like that. Now over here, one thing is there that we should focus on is that there is no proper wiggle effect over here. So what we can do is that we know that this all these things are parent with this null object. So press P for position, and over here we have already applied keyframes to this. So what we can do, I can right click new and create one null object again, and let's bring this, and this null object is going to be a wiggle. Okay, so let's select this null, which is a controller of each and every one, and let's make it apparent with this wiggle one. Select this wiggle one, press P, alt click on this stopwatch and apply wiggle 3,3. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get that, wiggle effect over there, like that. Okay. Now, along with that, this wiggle should be applied to this temples as well. So let's select those temples and make it apparent with this wiggle key null object, like that. There is going to be a shaky movement for our temples as well over here. Now, when this thing is happening, now we need to bring our images of kings. So first I'm going to bring the images of this Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and let's bring this over here. Press S for scaling option and let's scale this size over here and try to adjust the scale of this one. Then hit Control I, and I'm going to bring images of this another king. And let's try to bring this over here. Then hit Control I, and let's bring the image of this another king over here. Okay. And let's try to adjust this over here. And this time, let's make this -100 on this point. Okay, like that. And let's adjust this. So first, I'm going to adjust it somewhere around like that. Let's check it out this in full resolution. So we got this images. Okay, and it should be coming somewhere around at this point. Okay, so when it's going over here, let's bring this over here. Let's make this quad resolution like that. Okay, like that. And then at this point, I'm going to select this lens layer, go to this, create one keyframe at flare center, hit U, hit page down button one time, or go at the end and bring this flare somewhere around at this point. And let's bring this keyframe over here. So now what happened, where even though the starting point of this flare over here, but ending point is going to be somewhere around over here, like that. And I want there should be some scaling reveal of this images. So let's select those and bring this over here. Press S for scaling option to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward to create another keyframe and go to the start, and let's enable this, and let's try to increase the scale of this ones. Okay, so let's adjust the scale of this one by one. So initially it should be like that. Select this, it should be like that. Select this, and it should be like that. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. So we are gonna get something like that. And then select this layer and try to bring keyframe over here, and this one should be like that. So now if you check it out this, our animation is gonna look something like that. Now the background of this one should be a little bit, blurry. So after this images, I'm going to press Control Alt Y and bring this adjustment layer over here. And we are going to apply Gaussian blur effect on it and double click to apply. And let's change this blur value to 80, like that.
This sacred land, warriors rose, not for power, but for honor.
Okay. Now there should be some zoom in effect on them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to right click new and create one null object and bring this over here and select those three images and make it apparent with this null. Okay. And initial scale of this null, I'm going to choose 125 to create one keyframe. And then as this animation is ending somewhere around at this point, it should be 100. Similarly, position as well. So let's try to adjust the position as well. Create one keyframe, and then somewhere around at this point, let's select this null and bring down the position downwards. Okay, like that. Okay, but as you guys can see, this looks weird. So let's try to bring down position a little bit, not too much, a little bit downward. Okay, like that. Hit U, and let's disable this. And now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now if you want, select this one as well. If you want to apply wiggle expression to them as well, then you can, but I would stick with this one. And let's make this full. Okay, like that. So now if you check it out this animation from the start.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touched the sky and every stone whispered stories of devotion. And when the time came to protect this sacred land, warriors rose, not for power, but for honor.
Okay, like that. Now let's hit N over here, and now let's add a final touch to our animations. Now this looks good to me. Now let's go inside this, and we have this images of this kings. Now what we can do, I'm going to select this images of kings as well as this null object, and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C, and I'm going to call it as images only. Okay, like that. Then I'll hit Control D to duplicate. I'll select this third layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect to apply. And let's change the color of this one to black. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC radial fast fox blur, like that. And let's make this value 90, like that. And if you want, then you can choose white color or somewhere around yellow color as well. Okay, I'm going to choose white color, and let's make this value 99. Okay, like that. And now you can adjust the center of this one to somewhere around like this to this, or somewhere around like this to this. So initially I'm going to bring this center over here to create one keyframe of this. Hit U, and let's bring this keyframe over here, and somewhere around at this point at the end I'm going to bring this keyframe from here to here, like that. Okay, so now let's check it out this in record resolution. I'm gonna get somewhere around like that. Okay, like this. Let's make this full resolution. We'll get something like this. Okay, now this thing is like that. Now along with that, there should be something that make this animation look a little bit more cinematic. So I'm going to adjust the ratio of this. So for that, I'm going to press Control Y. Then I'm going to hit Control D to this solid layer, and let's choose alpha matte or alpha inverted matte, and select this masking layer. Press S, unlink this, and let's make this 90-degree. Okay. So now there is a proper aspect ratio to this animation.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touched the
Okay, so now obviously it will take time to load because we have added so many stuff, and these layers are also in 3D. Along with that, there should be something that should, enhance this. So I'm going to right click new and create one adjustment layer, and let's apply CC vintage effect and double click to apply. So what will happen that it will add a little bit of that depth on this outside rings. Okay, so it will add a little bit depth to your animation, like that. And the amount of that depth, it's totally depends on you. I'm going to choose 75% amount, and angle of view also you can adjust. Okay, let's adjust it up to this only. Okay, like that. Now, at this point, I'm on this adjustment layer. I can apply another effect called, let's say, color balance. Let's apply that color balance effect, and I'm going to adjust simple settings. Let's choose -30 on red. On green, let's choose -20, and on blue, let's choose -10. Okay, so it will give more colors to our animations, like that, to make it a little bit more. But as you guys can see, it looks a little bit darker. So let's apply brightness effect on it as well. Okay. And let's increase the brightness to a little bit 20, and let's decrease the contrast up to -20. Okay. So now our final output is ready. And now if you want to add some more depth to it, you can. Now over here those images are not doesn't look brighter, so I'm going to go and select this images composition, and I'm going to apply brightness, and let's increase the brightness to 40 on this, and we are going to get something like that. So as you guys can see, this is how you can create this kind of a documentary style animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width, we are going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, and duration is 20 second long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and light option and simply hit on titles affection. Then I have image collection over here. If you're going to purchase this file, you will get this image collections over here, in which one is texture, one is girl stabbing images, and one is kind of a ghost kind of a image, and then we have this blurred short images over here. Okay, link is available in the description. You can purchase this file from Patreon and it will be a support for me. Okay, so let's select this texture image and let's bring this over here. Press S for scaling option and let's scale the size of this image. Okay, now let's select this image and let's go to the effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for tint effect and let's double click to apply, and let's swap this color. Then go to the effect and presets panel and search for brightness effect and double click to apply and decrease this brightness totally like that. Also increase the contrast somewhere around like that. Okay, try to adjust it somewhere around like this. Now I'm going to select my text tool, and for the font I'm going to choose Horror New Year font and type our text. You are free to type whatever text you want. I'm going to type this bloody woven because this texture has kind of a textile industry kind of a texture. So we are going to choose this bloody or blood woven text. You are free to choose whatever text you want. Let's go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Bring this anchor point at the center. Now this is going to be my main text. So I'm going to choose yellow color for this. And let's select this color. And I want this woven word should be in a white color. So I'm going to choose white color for that. Okay. Then select this and hit Control D. And this time I'm going to remove this fill, and for the stroke I'm going to choose, let's choose this blue color over here. Then let's select this blur and one and hit Control D. Select this topmost two layers and change their color to not yellow but to let's say red for now. Okay, and let's hide this our main text. Select this text over here and let's choose alpha mask. So we are gonna get something like that. Now, if you check it out, this we have stroke, and if you increase the stroke width, we are gonna get revelation of this text. Okay, so now instead of doing alpha mask right now, what we can do over here, we can create a shape layer out of this stroke layer. Okay, so I'm going to select this, right click, go to the create and choose shape from text layer, and we are going to delete this second layer. Now we have this stroke layer, and you can select your selection tool and you can increase the stroke width whenever you want. Now, first thing first, I'm going to select this and I'm going to go in add menu and I'm going to choose trim path. Then go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0, create one keyframe, hit U and let's go somewhere around 3 seconds and let's make this value 100. So now if you check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Now I can enable my this layer, and for the color, you are free to choose this color only, and let's choose alpha mask. So now if you check it out this, we are getting this kind of a revelation animation. Now I'm going to take a gap of 15 frames. So let's select these two layers and hit Control D, go to the 15 frames and let's bring this over here. Select the stroke layer and let's increase the stroke width somewhere around like that. Okay, then select these two and hit Control D and let's go to around 1 second and let's move this over here like that. Select this and let's increase this stroke width like that. Then again select this and hit Control D. Let's go to around 1.15 frames and let's move this over here like this. And as you just can see, the color is completely filled now, except this section over here. So let's select this and increase the stroke width a little bit. So this gap is also going to get filled. Also, this layer, let's decrease the stroke a little bit like that. Okay. Now, if you check it out, this animation from the start, first we got this and then we got this. Now I'm going to select these layers, this and this, and by holding control I'll go over here, and for the color I'm going to choose a red color for it. Okay, so now initially when this animation is gonna get start, we are gonna get something like this also. Okay, like that. Also select this layer. Let's enable this icon. Okay, I'm going to select my text tool, not pen tool, but text tool. And for this one text, I'm going to choose white color over here. Okay, like that. Okay, so what will happen that we are gonna get that stroke effect over here only. Okay, like that. So this is the first one. So let's select all of this and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and we are going to call it as text animation and hit OK. Then hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Let's go somewhere around over here to the 15 frames again, and let's move this over here. Hit Ctrl D and let's move this over here. Now the first one is going to be the normal one. Second one, I'm gonna go in Effect and Presets panel, and I'm going to search for Find Edge Effect and double click to apply. Okay, like that, and let's choose Invert Layers. Okay, so if you check it out, this first we are gonna get this, and then we are gonna get something like that. Okay, after that, let's select this layer also, and let's try to apply find edge effect on them, and let's see what kind of a structure we get if we invert this. And now if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like this. Okay, now what I can do is that I'm going to select my pen tool, and from here to here I'm going to create one stroke. Let's remove this fill, we don't need that. And for the stroke color, I'm going to choose white color, and let's choose one. Okay, let's select this and let's go to the add menu and let's choose repeater. Go to the repeater, go to the transform repeater, and let's bring this over here, and let's increase the number of copies like that. Okay, and let's try to adjust it over here, and let's increase the number of copies. Let's hit enter, and let's call it as lines. Okay, and let's try to bring this over here. Now select this and choose alpha mask. Okay, so we will get this at the top of this lines. Then select this, hit Ctrl D, and let's again go 15 frame forward, and let's move this over here like that, and let's enable this layer now. Okay, now let's select this layer which is at the second one, press S, and let's increase the scale of this. So now you are gonna get that effect over here. Okay, like that. Now as this animation goes further, I'm going to select this lines. I'll press T for opacity to create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's make this value 0. Okay, so if we check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now I'm gonna go inside this text animation comp. Let's hit Control K, and let's choose somewhere around like grayish color only. And now what I want is that there should be some animation like blood is coming out of this blood text. So and there should be something like white color coming out of this one. So I'm going to select my pen tool, and from here to here I'll create one stroke, and let's choose red color for this only, and let's increase the stroke width a little bit. Also, go to the search option and search for cap, and let's choose round cap. Okay, let's select this and press select this icon and try to bring this over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D, press P, and let's bring this over here like that. Let's bring this over here and press G and select this point. You can select this and select this again, and let's try to bring this over here. Select this, hit Ctrl D. Let's try to bring this over here. Press P for position. Let's try to adjust it over here. Again, hit Ctrl D, press P. Let's try to adjust it over here. Select this and let's try to adjust it like that. Again, hit Ctrl D, press P. Try to adjust it over here like that. Okay. Now, this looks good to me for a while. Let's select these all four and hit Control D, and let's bring this at the top, and let's change the color of them to yellow and color for stroke as well to white. Press P for position, and let's try to bring those somewhere around over here like that. Select this, and with the help of arrow keys, let's try to bring this downwards. Select this and try to bring this over here. Hit Control D, press P for position, and try to bring this over here. Select this and let's bring this over here. hit Control D, press P, and let's try to bring this over here like that. Okay. And again hit Control D, press P, and let's try to bring this somewhere over here. And let's decrease the stroke weight of this one. Also select this last one and try to adjust the scale up to this. Select this, try to adjust the stroke weight. I'm going to create different sizes of this. Sorry. Let's select this one as well. I think this looks good. Let's select this, try to adjust it like that. Select this, try to adjust it like this. Okay. So now this kind of a blood drop is ready. Now when our text is getting animated somewhere around at this point, I want this animation should start to get animated. So let's select this stroke first. Go to the add menu and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0. Create one keyframe. Go somewhere around 8 seconds and let's make this value 100. Go to the start, select this trim path and hit Ctrl C. Select all the stroke layers and hit Ctrl V to paste it. Now take U, and now you can see over here we are gonna get those blood drop kind of a effect. Okay, now let's hit U so we can see those keyframe. And if you want, then you can maximize this panel and try to adjust the last keyframes a little bit different from each other. So what will happen in this? That our animation is gonna be a little bit different from each other. Each and every stroke is going to be a different as compared to the first one. Okay, like that. So let's try to bring this like that. So now if we check it out this animation, we are gonna get this and then we will get this kind of a blood falling animation over here. Okay, so let's save this file and let's see how this animation looks over here. First we got this and then we are gonna get something like this. Okay, like that. Now somewhere and around at this point, let's select all of this text animations and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose and let's call it as text. Now let's go to the effect and presets panel and search for transform effect. Okay. And double click to apply. And let's make this value skew somewhere around like that. Okay. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, now let's select this and you can go to the a blending mode and check it out different blending mode. And if you hit control the few times, and as you guys can see, we are gonna get something like that. So what you need to do, simply go to the blending mode. You can play around with different blending modes and you can wait for the appropriate results. With different blending mode you will get different results, but the kind of background we have chosen for this, you can choose this soft layer and you can hit Control D few times, so you will get that effect over here. And or you can apply one time and you can go to the effect and presets panel and search for curves and double click to apply this curves and try to increase this curve value like that. And if it's not getting appropriate results, then what you can do is that simply choose overlay that like that and then hit Control D to duplicate it. Select this one and go to the effect and presets panel and search to brightness, and let's try to increase the brightness of this a little bit like that, and decrease the contrast if you want like that. And let's see, I think because of this there is no change over here. So what you can do is that simply select this and hit Control D once again just to get this, and press T for opacity to reduce this opacity a little bit, so you will get that blending mode. So now if we check it out this animation from the start and let's see how does it looks, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like this. Now over here this animation is ready, Now what I can do is right click new and let's create one null object. Let's select this text and let's delete this. We don't need that. Select all these three layers and let's make it apparent with this null. Select this null object, press P for position, alt click on the stopwatch and let's apply wiggle, not width but wiggle 3 3. Okay, let's select this, press S and let's make this value 120 to create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around up to I think 8 seconds. Let's make this value 100. Okay. Also select this texture as well and make sure that you are at last keyframe and make it apparent with this null. So now if you check it out, this along with this there is going to be animation for this as well. Let's make this quad resolution like that. Okay, just for now. Now over here, what I want is that there should be bloody animation, or you can say blood splash animation. But for that, what we can do is that we need to create some lightning effect. So right click new and create one adjustment layer for that and apply brightness and contrast, and let's increase the brightness fully to somewhere around like that. Also increase the contrast somewhere around like this. Now, what I want is that when this thing is getting animated, some at the start, let's select this or press T. Let's make this opacity 0. Create one keyframe. Hit page down button 2 times. Let's make this value 100. Hit page down button 2 times and let's make this value 0. So we will get that lightning kind of a effect. Let's select those keyframe and hit Control C, Control V. So you will get this kind of a lightning effect. Then again hit Control C, Control V. So you will get something like that. Again hit Control C, Control V to get something like that. Again hit Control C, Control V to get something like that. Okay. Again hit Control V to somewhere around like that. And hit N over there. So now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like this lightning effect over there. Okay. Now, what I want is that this lightning effect, there should be mask, something like mask for it. But before that, what I want during each and every light effect, there should be a blood splash. So let's hit Control 0 and let's bring our blood splash images, which is this one. Now, let's bring this over here. And I'm going to go in Effect and Presets panel and I'll search for Fill Effect and double click to apply. And I'm going to choose somewhere around darkish color over here like that, and it should be also paired with this null. Okay, let's bring this over here and let's go to the blending mode and you are free to choose whatever color you want, and let's choose multiply and let's see different color modes how does it looks. I think screen gonna work for me. Okay, like that, somewhere around at this point. Also hit Control D. Let's bring this over here. Hit W. I'm gonna go and bring this over here. Press S. Try to adjust the scale. And I want this thing should be over here like that. Then somewhere around at this point, hit Control 0. And let's bring this somewhere around over here. And let's try to adjust this blood splash over here. Apply fill effect and choose screen. And let's bring this over here like that. Okay, also make it apparent with this null object like that. Okay, we are gonna get something like this. Also, if you check it out, it should be over here. Press S and try to adjust the scale. Also select this and try to adjust it over here a little bit. Okay, so if you check it out, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, on each and every lightning, there is one effect. Okay. So now along with that, what I want is just to create a kind of a suspense thing. During the each effect, there should be a revelation of person. So for that, what I did is that I have created this image of a girl stabbing kind of an image. So let's bring this over here. Initially, I'm going to bring this over here like that. And let's bring this at the bottom of this adjustment layer. And we are going to choose alpha inverted matte. Okay, like that. or we did one mistake. We need to bring this girl at the top, select this adjustment layer, and we need to choose alpha inverted map. So what gonna happen that whenever there is going to be that lightning effect, we are going to get a glimpse of that girl over here. Okay, so let's select this girl image over here. Let's try to adjust the scale, and it should get revealed somewhere around at this point. So press P for opacity to create one keyframe, hit page down button. Let's create another keyframe, and at the start it should be 0. Okay, so what will happen during the start? We are not going to get that. Then let's enable this. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Press S to create another keyframe. Hit U. Hit page down button one time, and this time I want this one should go over here, and let's increase the scale of this. Okay, and let's try to bring this over here. Okay, and let's hide this. So what will happen? Initially, it was the girl was here, then it becomes over. He comes over here, and then somewhere around it in the middle, let's create another keyframe at position and scale. Hit page down button, and let's adjust the scale over here, and let's try to bring this over here, and let's disable this. Okay, like that. Then let's select this last one, and let's try to bring this over here. Then at this point over here, I'm going to decrease the opacity to 0. We don't need this curl. So let's bring this over here. And now at last, we want a little bit glimpse of this ghost girl over here. So let's adjust the scale of this. Okay. And let's choose overlay kind of a stuff. Okay. And I'm gonna go and bring this over here and just for this area. Okay, like that, like this. Okay, so this, I think up to this is good. Now if you want that there should be a little bit more darkness to this stuff, you can select this girl and this adjustment layer and hit Control D, so it will be a little bit darker, like that. Okay, also this blur splash is going to be a little bit darker, also this one. Now along with that, there what I want is that there should be some kind of a rainy effect. Okay, okay, so now what I want is that there should be some rainfall effect should happen over here. So for that, I'm going to press Control Y to create one black solid, and I'm going to choose and apply CC rainfall effect. Okay, as you guys can see, after applying this, we are not getting anything over here. If this kind of stuff happens to you, simply go to this color options and choose use display color management. Okay, so now as you guys can see, I'm getting that rainfall effect over here. So let's go to the start. Let's make this fit and let's see whether there is a rainfall or not. Yes, there it is. Let's increase the size of this rainfall. Also increase the opacity of this. Okay, so we are getting this, and let's choose blending modes screen. Okay, so now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Now let's choose size up to 3 only, like that. Also opacity, I'm going to decrease it a little bit. Also wind direction, I'm going to change. Okay, so now I'm gonna get that something like this. Now all of this is ready. Now let's add one cinematic composition and color correction to our animation, like that. Now press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. Hit Ctrl D again. Select this and let's choose alpha inverted matte. Select this topmost layer. Press S for scaling option. Unlink this and let's make this second value to 90. Okay, like that. Now, again, I'm going to right click new and create one adjustment layer. And I'm going to go in my effect and presets panel and I'm going to apply simple color correction. Apply this color balance effect on it. And let's make this value -30. Then shadow green color, let's choose -20. Select this shadow blue, let's make this -10. Okay, so now let's go inside this text animation and we have this text animation correctly. Just a little thing you can do is simply right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null and try to push this text a little bit upward. like that. Okay, so now if I check it out this animation, obviously it will take a little bit time to load after this, color correction stuff, but your final output would be awesome. And for the sound, you can choose YouTube audio library, and there are other websites that you can use to create a great sound for it. Because I'm going to upload it on YouTube, I'll choose audio from YouTube library and upload the final output. So yep, this is how you can create this kind of horror movie title animation inside of After Effects. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects, and let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920. Height we are going to choose somewhere around 1080. Frame rate is 30, and duration we can choose maximum duration you want. And right now I'm going to choose 20 seconds only. And background color we will choose white color and simply hit OK. Okay, let's disable this option. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now because we are going to animate Netflix logo, so let's choose theme like that only. So let's press Ctrl Y and let's choose a little bit of a grayish color background like that and hit OK. Then go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC Vignette effect and double click to apply, and let's increase the amount. Then I'm going to select this and I'll hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Then I'm going to press Ctrl Shift Y to open the solid settings, and this time I'm going to choose red color. Then select this red background and let's increase the angle of view a little bit, also amount somewhere around like that. Okay, let's try to adjust it. Then let's press Ctrl Shift Y again, and now this is a complete dark complete light red. We want a little bit of darkness in that, so let's try to use somewhere around like this. I think this looks good to me, and let's hit OK. Now I'm going to select my rounded rectangle tool, which is this one, and for the color and fill you can say I'm going to choose white color and simply hit OK. And let's from here to here let's create one rounded rectangle like that. Then press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Go to the rectangle options, rectangle path, and let's increase the roundness value to somewhere around like that. Then go to the size option and let's uncheck this. Okay, let if you want, then you can create one keyframe over here. Zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 20 frames to create another keyframe. And at the start, let's make this value somewhere around, let's say 90 only, like that. And let's make this value 0. Then go over here. Let's make this value 90 again, like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out, this we are getting this. Then go somewhere around over here, and now let's increase this value to somewhere around like that. So if you check it out, this first we got this and then we got this. Now let's select those keyframes, go to the graph editor, select this graph and let's hit F9. Make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Simply right click and make sure that you are choosing edit speed graph. Select this keyframes, this graph, and by holding shift move one handle over here and move one handle over here. But we are getting this kind of a weird stuff, so let's hit Control Z and we have to check out this option. And now you can select this, and by holding shift move one handle at this point and move one handle at this point. So if you check it out, this we are now gonna get something like that. Okay, and let's hide this for now. Now I want there should be a revealing animation for this red background. So for that I'm going to select my let's choose pen tool, and let's remove this fill, we don't need that. And for the stroke I'm going to choose, let's choose different color like that. Then from here to here I'm going to create one stroke, and let's increase the stroke value. Again press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically, and let's decrease this size a little bit. Now let's go inside this add menu and we are going to choose twist. Okay, go to the twist options and let's increase this angle value to somewhere around like that. Okay, then
we'll go to the add menu, and now we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value to somewhere around 50. Also the start value 50. Then create one keyframe on both and then go somewhere around 1 second, and let's make this end value 100 and start value 0. So we are gonna get something like that. Let's select those last keyframe and move this up to 2 seconds, so we will get something like that. Okay, if you want you can bring this up to something like that as well. Now at the start I'm gonna go inside this path options, not path, but let's go inside this stroke. Go to the stroke width and let's make this value 0. Create one keyframe. Go to this last keyframe, hit U, go over here, and let's increase the stroke until unless it's going to cover up this entire portion. And as you guys can see, this thing is not covered yet, so press S and try to increase the scale until they are going to get covered. So now if you check it out, this from the start we are going to get something like that. Okay, now I need this animation to be a little bit faster, so I'll bring them over here and select those keyframe and hit F9. So we are going to get something like that. Now in search option, search for cap and let's choose a round cap like that, and we will get something like this. Also in search option, you can search for taper. Okay, and go to the taper options, and you can increase the start length, also end length you can increase it a little bit. So we are gonna get something like that, and at the last we are getting something like this. Now along with that, I'll press S to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here and let's increase the scale. Okay, like that. So if we are going to check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Okay, let's make this quad resolution, and let's not forget to save this file. So I'll try to save this file. Okay, let's save this. Now we got something like that. Now along with that, I need some rotation animation as well. If you want, then you can create something like that. So let's create one keyframe at rotation, hit U, go over here and let's make this value 0. So we are gonna get something like this. Now we got this. Now if you want, then you can again make this a little bit more rotation, so we will get something like that. Okay, now let's bring this downwards, select this deep red solid, press F4 and let's choose alpha mask. So now we are gonna get something like that. Okay, and then enable our this layer, and I'm going to bring this somewhere around at this point. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to select this, hit enter, and let's call it as main slide. Then hit Ctrl D, select the second layer. Let's change the color of this one to aqua, hit enter, and let's call it as shadow. Okay, and change the color of this layer to black. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC radial fast fox blur and double click to apply, and let's make this amount 98. Select this center and let's try to bring this center somewhere around at this point. Okay, so now if you check it out, this we are gonna get this kind of a shadow like that. Now I'm going to select this spiral or this ring, hit Ctrl D, and let's bring this at the bottom. Let's enable this, select these two layers, zoom in, and let's try to bring them a little bit forward, and select this shape layer and let's change the color of this one to white. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Now I don't want much more whiteness to it, so I can press T for opacity, and let's make this opacity 25 or even less than that, let's say 10 maybe. It's totally up to you how you want to look at it. Now let's see what kind of a color combination looks good to me. I think white would be better. Okay, like that. Now let's save this file. Let's go to the start, and let's see this thing in quad resolution. We got this and then we got this. Now let's hit Control N and we are going to call it as film strip, and height over here I'm going to choose 150 and width 1920 and hit OK. I think this one is really big, so hit Control K again and let's choose height 100. Now press Ctrl Y and let's choose grayish color background like that. Then I'm going to select my rounded rectangle again and fill choose white, and stroke we don't need it, so let's delete it. And let's simply create one rounded rectangle. Select this and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Go to the Add menu and we are going to choose Repeater. Then go to the Align tab and let's bring this over here. Go to the repeater, go to the transform repeater 1 and let's increase this position, and let's increase the number of copies, and we need to adjust it in such a way that this one should touch this properly. So let's make this 100, or let's try to adjust 107. I think this looks good. So yeah, now let's minimize this and press G, which is a shortcut key for pen tool, and this time we don't need any fill. And for the stroke we will choose white color. Okay, like that. Now from here to here, by holding shift I'm going to create one line. Let's make this fit and let's choose stroke weight to somewhere around 2. Select this, go to the, or in search option search for dashes and simply click on this plus icon, and let's minimize this. Select this, hit Ctrl D and press Ctrl Alt Home, press V, and let's try to bring this downwards like that. Okay, and let's make this fit. Now let's select this and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call this as 01. Then hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, and let's hide this. Select this second layer, press P for position to create one keyframe. Go somewhere around 6 seconds, and I'm going to bring this out of this composition. Okay, so zoom in and let's try to bring this somewhere around over here with the help of arrow keys like that. Okay, and then enable this layer, then select this layer and make it apparent with this second one, and let's make this fit. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. If you want, you can bring this value to 10 as well. It will increase the duration of this. Okay, now alt click on the stopwatch and let's apply loop out expression on them, and click on this and disable it. Okay, like that. Now let's select this two layers and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as film again. And now I'm going to press P for position to create one keyframe. Then I'll go somewhere around 1.15 frames to create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's bring this out of this composition. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph, and by holding shift move this handle over here. So we are going to get this kind of a animation. Now what I'm going to do, I'll hit Control K over here and hide over here, or instead of that let's keep it at SS and hit Control N to create another composition, and we are going to call it as film distortion. Okay, and height over here I'm going to choose 1080 and simply hit OK. Then hit Control 0 and we are going to bring our film strip comp over here. Okay, and if you check it out, this we are going to get this kind of an animation. Let's make this full resolution, and let's not forget to save this file. Go to the effect and presets panel, and now we are going to search for mesh warp effect and double click to apply. And columns, let's make this 0. Not columns, but I think rows we need to make this 0, and columns I think we should choose 3 or let's say 4. Okay, then I'm going to select this, and let's try to bring this over here. Select this, and let's try to bring this over here. So now if you are going to check it out, this we are going to get something like that. Okay, also make sure that quality of this mesh warp should be 10. Okay, let's save this file. Now let's go to the main animation and let's see this animation over here like that. Now I'm going to select this main slide, and this shadow over here I'll make it apparent with this main slide. Okay, like that. So now go somewhere around at this point, press S for this, and let's make this scale 110 like that. And then when this animation is happening somewhere around at this point, press S. Let's make this 120 totally. Create one keyframe at scale, go somewhere around over here, and let's make this value 90. Okay, and select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift try to adjust this graph like that. So if you check it out, this animation, first we got this and then we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like that. So now what I want is that our film distortion should be over here. So let's bring this and press R for rotation and let's rotate it like that, and let's try to adjust this over here. Hit Control D. Let's try to adjust this, and this one should be behind this shadow as well, like that. And hit Control D. Let's try to bring this over here. Let's rotate it like that. Hit Control D again. Let's try to bring this over here, and let's try to bring this at the top. Okay, like that. Or let's bring this downwards and let's select this and let's bring this upward. Okay, like that. And I want this animation should happen somewhere around at this point. So let's bring this over here, let's bring this over here, let's bring this over here, and let's bring this over here. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Okay, and we are gonna get this animation continuously. Now all of this should start somewhere around over here. So let's try to do it. Let's select all of this stuff and let's try to bring this over here. And as in preview, as we have said that at the start there is going to be a pop-up animation for popcorn. So I got this popcorn over here. So let's try to animate it. Let's select this, press S, and let's decrease the scale. And I want this popcorn should come from here to here. So let's try to do it. Let's select this, press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension. Let's select this and try to bring this over here. And let's initial position should be over here, like that. Create one keyframe, zoom in a little bit, go few frame over here. Let's try to bring this over here, go somewhere around at this point. Let's try to bring this over here, and then somewhere around at this point it should be in the middle or somewhere around over here, like that. In the middle only. We will try to adjust the Y position later. Now let's go somewhere around over here, create one keyframe at Y, go over here, create another keyframe. In the middle it should be upward, like that. Okay, like this. Or instead of that I need two mounts over here. So let's create one keyframe at Y only at this point, and somewhere in the middle I'm going to change the Y position of this one to somewhere around over here. Also in the middle, let's try to bring this over here like that, and somewhere around at this point create one keyframe at Y. In the middle, let's try to bring this upward like this. Then go over here, create another keyframe, and in the middle let's try to bring this somewhere over here, like that. Now I'm going to select this Y position keyframes and let's hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select this, and by holding shift let's bring one handle over here. Let's bring this handle over here, select this. Let's try to adjust it somewhere around like that. Select this, let's try to adjust this and this over here. Try to adjust this and this over here. Select this, bring this adjust over here, and let's bring this handle over here. Select this and bring this over here. Zoom in, select this and try to bring this over here. Select this, zoom in, let's bring this over here and let's bring this over here, like that. Okay, so if we check it out, this we are getting something like that. Now the thing is that at this point at the end our animation should be over here. Okay, so we'll keep it like that. Now along with that there should be rotation animation, so press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Somewhere around at this point the rotation should be -3. Okay, so we will get something like that, and somewhere around at this point it should be -2. Then at this point it should be -1 again, or -3. Okay, so if we check it out, this we are getting something like that. Okay, now let's select those keyframes and press F4 and enable the motion blur. and then somewhere around at this point I want our this revealing animation should happen. So let's bring all of them at the top and let's try to bring this over here. Okay, like that. Now this animation should be a little bit faster. So let's select those and this layer, hit U. So we can select those keyframe and let's try to bring them over here because that animation should be a little bit faster like that. Okay, this looks good to me. Now when this popcorn is touching the ground, I want there should be a pop-up animation for popcorn. So let's save this file and hit Control N, and this time we are going to call it as popcorn pop up and hit OK. And now let's go inside this popcorn over here and let's try to bring this. Press S for scaling option and scale it like that. Zoom in a little bit, or let's keep it as it is. Press P for position, right click and choose separate dimension. Create one keyframe at X. Then go somewhere around over here and let's go somewhere over here and let's try to bring this over here. Go over here and create one keyframe at Y. Also over here create one keyframe at Y, and in the middle let's try to bring this Y position somewhere around over here. Also over here let's create another Y position keyframe. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, same thing. We will select this. We will try to adjust it somewhere around at this point, somewhere around at this point, and somewhere around at this point. And let's bring this over here. Zoom in, select this, try to bring this over here, and let's try to bring this over here. Select this and let's try to bring this over here, and let's try to bring this over here. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. I think this is too much at the top, so let's bring this over here like that. Press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Go over here and let's make this 2 rotations. Okay, like that. Then hit Control D. This time let's decrease the scale to 30. Hit U and let's change this X position a little bit forward. Let's try to bring this downward. Also change the position of this popcorn a little bit, I mean rotation. Okay, like that. Also let's bring this over here because it should animate a little bit later, or let's bring this over here like that. Okay, like that. Now hit right click new and create one null object. Select these popcorns and hit Control D, and let's bring this at the top and let's make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, unlink this, and let's make this -100. Okay, like that. And I'm going to select these and let's try to bring this more forward. Okay, like that. Now let's select all of them and enable the motion blur. Now let's go over here and let's bring this popcorn pop-up comp over here. Let's select this popcorn which is moving, and when he's touching the ground I'm going to bring this popcorn pop-up over here and I'll try to bring this over here. Press S for scaling option. Let's decrease the scale a little bit like that. Then this popcorn is touching over here as well, so hit Control D and let's try to bring this over here and bring this over here like this. Then I think this popcorn is touching over here. Hit Control D. Let's move this and try to bring this over here. And then at the end, when it's at the center, hit Control D and try to bring this over here and try to bring this over here like that. Okay. Now, if you check it out, this we got this, this, and this. And when he is coming over here, what I want that this main slides, which is this one, should be at the top of this popcorns. Okay, like that. And when this is happening, I want this popcorn should be resolved, so hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this like that. So if you check it out, this we are getting something like that. Okay, like this. Okay, now what I want is that this popcorn, there should be something that should control these popcorns. So right click new and create one null object, hit enter, and let's call it as popcorn controller. Okay, and let's bring this over here. Select this popcorn controller and make it apparent with this stuff. Also select this popcorn and let's make it apparent with this popcorn controller. Now let's select this popcorn controller and press S for scaling option, and let's make this 110. Create one keyframe, or let's make this 120 as well. Create one keyframe and go somewhere around over here, and let's make this 100 and bring this keyframe somewhere up to this. So what will happen, there is going to be a scaling animation for them, and then at this point they are gone. Okay, so till now you will get something like this over here. Now up to this our animation is ready. Let's see how does it looks in full resolution. We are getting something like that, and then we are going to get something like this. Okay, okay, up to this we got this animation. Now in this screen I want a little bit of popcorns as well, so I'm going to bring my popcorn PNG and I'll try to bring this over here, and I'll try to adjust the scale of them a little bit. Hit Control D again and try to bring this over here, and hit W. Let's bring this over here and let's try to adjust it. Hit Control D again and let's try to bring this. Hit Control D again and let's try to adjust it. Hit Control D again and let's try to adjust it over here. Let's make this quad resolution. Okay, hit Control D again and let's try to adjust it. Okay, I don't want to add too much stuff, so it will be a little bit problematic. So let's try to adjust it, and let's select all of them and let's move this over here. Okay, like that we got this, and then we got something like that. And somewhere around at this point I want there should be a pop-up animation for that. So I'm going to choose this free plugin Animation Composer. Over here we have this scaling animation overshoot scale from anchor point. Let's simply apply that, and let's go close this panel. So we are going to get those popcorn animation, and let's apply wiggle position effect on them. So there is going to be a little bit amount of wiggle. You can increase that wiggle amount, so animation would be a little bit faster, like that. Okay, like this. So now let's this animation should be one by one, or any random stuff you can do. I'm going to adjust this randomly only. Okay, now let's see in full resolution we are getting something like that. And there is one problem over here, that this film distortion, all the layers are you know not properly. So let's bring this again properly. It should be at the top also, I guess. This one should be at the top, so let's bring this again at the top, like that. Okay, so now this looks good. We got this, then we are getting this, and then we are getting this. Now inside that we need our animation, so let's try to do that as well. Let's hit Control N and we are going to call it as screen animation and hit OK. Now let's select our rounded rectangle, and for the fill we are going to choose a red color, and for the stroke I don't need any stroke, and I'm going to create something like that. Okay, go to the rectangle options, go to the rounded rectangle, and let's increase the roundness of this somewhere around like that. Select this shape options and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point to the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Now over here let's select this, create one keyframe at size as well as one keyframe at roundness. Okay, also press P for position and make sure the position is 960 and create one keyframe and hit U over there. Okay, now initially what I want is that there should be a duplicates of that, so let's do one thing. We will remove the keyframes of position. I'm going to select this and hit Control D, press P for position, go to the position options. After that let's type plus 400, like that. Again hit Control D, press P, go over here, let's type plus 400. Again hit Control D, press P, and let's go over here and let's type plus 400. Okay, like that. Now there is someone that should control this shapes. So for that, I'm going to right click new and create one null object, select all of them, and let's make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press P for position to create one keyframe, go somewhere around 1 second and create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's bring this over here like that. Let's create one keyframe and let's hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and let's bring this handle over here like that. Okay, now somewhere around at this point I'm going to select this and hit U, and let's bring all these keyframes somewhere over here like that, out of which this one is the first one. So initial size of them I want to decrease up to, let's say, 100 like that. Let's copy this keyframe and apply on each and every one of them like that at this point I'm saying. And then somewhere around at this point I'm going to select this and I'll increase the size of this one to somewhere around, like, let's say 400. Okay, like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, so if we check it out, this we are getting something like that, but this is not how supposed it look like. So let's bring this keyframe over here, select this, and we don't need keyframe on roundness, so I'm going to delete that keyframe on roundness. Let's select this and let's try to adjust this somewhere around like that. Okay, like this. Let's see, we are getting something like that. If you want, you can bring this a little bit over here as well. Okay, like that. Then after taking a gap of 20 frames over here, what I want is that this another one should come over here and it should go forward. So let's create one keyframe at position and hit Control R, and let's bring this line over here. Then so it would be better for us to understand this. Now go to 20 frame forward like that, hit the page down button, and over here let's type -400 like that. Also go over here, create one keyframe at size, go over here and let's make this value 100. Okay, like that. Also over here let's make this go at this point, create one keyframe at size, go over here and let's make this value 400. Okay, let's select those and hit F9. Take a gap of 20 frames again, create select all of them and create one keyframe. Also create one keyframe on size. Okay, we don't need to create on this one. Go 20 frame forward, let's go over here and let's make this -400. Okay, like that. Select this, let's make this value 400. Select this, let's make this value 100 again, like that. Hit F9. Go 20 frame forward, let's create one keyframe at position, size and size. Go 20 frame forward again, go over here, let's make this -400 again. Over here scale should be 400 and over here scale should be 100, and select those keyframe and hit F9 like that. Now if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that, that and that. Now let's select those keyframe over here and let's hit F9. Okay, go to the graph, let's select this graph, uh, only this one, and by holding shift move one handle at this point and move one handle at this point. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get something like that. And now if you think this animation is slow, you can do a little bit faster as well. Okay, but currently I'm happy with this one. Okay, now we need to bring our images, so let's hit Control 0, and I have created few images of Netflix series from Gemini, but you are free to choose whatever images you want. Okay, so let's try to do that. Okay, so let's hit Control N, and this time width I'm going to choose 1080 like that, and height I'm going to choose 1920 and hit OK. And then I'm going to bring my first poster over here and I'm going to press S for scaling option and I'll try to adjust the scale. The reason why I'm creating a separate composition for this, so you can easily replace the image you want. Okay, now let's select this and let's try to adjust the scale of this a little bit, or you can press Control Alt F, so it would gonna get fit the size and hit Control K, and let's call it as 01 image and hit OK, like that. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in the screen animation and I'm going to bring that 01 image over here. Press S and let's decrease the scale of this, and it should cover up this. Now this is the first option, so let's hit U. Let's see when this is at the high point, I mean in the middle, somewhere around at that point, this point. What I'm gonna go is I'm going to select this 01 image. I'll press F4, and first thing first, I'm going to choose alpha mask. Okay, I'll go inside this and I'll try to adjust the image in such a way that it should come at the center, and then I'm going to make it apparent with this shape layer. So now what is going to get happen, that this one is gonna get you know animated along with this one. Now same thing, what I'm gonna do, I'll select this 01 image and I'll hit Control D to duplicate it, like that. Let's remove the parenting, also remove this mask for now. Okay, and this one should be somewhere around at this point. Let's choose alpha mask and let's make it apparent with this shape layer. So now it's going to be parent with this one. Now let's minimize this mask, enable the keyframes of this one, like that. Let's select this 01 image and hit Control D. Let's remove the parenting over here. Let's select this shape layer. Let's hide this because this is already in alpha matte with this shape layer. Let's go somewhere around at this point. Select this image, and at this point I'm going to make it apparent with this shape layer. Okay, then I'm going to hit Control D. Let's remove this parenting. Select this, hit U, go at this point. Now let's choose alpha mask and hide this layer, and now make it apparent with this shape layer. So now if you check it out, this animation, we are getting something like that. Okay, how cool is that? Now let's select this 01 image and hit Control D around 4 times so we can get this 4 compositions. Let's open this image 02, and over here I'm going to bring my another image. For example, let's say this Lucifer image. Press Control F to fill out this, and let's try to bring this up to this. You can hit Control K and let's call it as 02 image. Okay, then select this 01 image over here, double click to open this, hit Control K and let's call it as 03 image, like that. And let's bring our another one, which is I guess this one, and press Control F, and let's try to bring this over here. Okay, like that. Then select this 03 image and or this one, hit Control K and let's call it as 04 image. Hit OK, and let's bring our last one, which is this one, and press Control F, and let's try to bring this over here. Now all this composition is ready. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply adjust them according to my needs. So what I can do, I can select this comp and I'm going to select this 02 image, and by holding Alt I'm going to simply drag and drop on this to replace. Select this 03 image by holding Alt, simply drag and drop and replace. Select this one and by holding Alt simply drag and drop and replace. So now if I check it out, this I'm gonna get something like that, 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 and that. Okay, now as you guys can see, this is how we can create this. Now if I want, I can create shadows for this as well, but we will do in over here. So now let's hit U and let's bring our screen animation over here. Let's select all of this and let's minimize this. Let's bring our screen animation, which is this one. Let's try to bring this somewhere around, I think on this main slide. This animation should be over here. So let's see this animation. Let's choose quad resolution, and this animation should start somewhere around at this point, like that. And if you want to make this animation a little bit faster, you can simply right click, go to the time and choose time stretch, and you can make this value 80. So what will happen, this animation is going to be a little bit faster for you. Okay, then I'm going to select this and I'll go inside this.
I'm going to select all of them and I'll press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as animation. Then I can select this and I can hit Ctrl D, select this second layer, and let's apply fill effect, and let's choose red color for now. Go to the effects and presets and search for CC radial fast fox blur, and let's make this value 98 and select this center and try to bring this center at this point. Okay, and if you want, instead of this red, you can choose a little bit of darker version of red, like that. And then I'm going to select this main slide. I'll hit Ctrl D, hit enter, and let's call it as mask, and bring this mask at the top. Select the screen animation, press F4, and let's choose alpha mask. Okay, like that. Okay, we are gonna get something like that. Now if you check it out, this we got something like that and something like this. Okay, now let's go inside this. Now if you want, then you can do so many different stuff with this one as well. You can go inside this, you can go over here, you can select these shape layers, and you can hit Ctrl D to bring them at the top and bring them over here and enable these layers, and go over here and choose red color for the stroke. Let's increase this and press S, and let's make this value 110. So now we are gonna get that kind of a structure over there. And let's choose 1 pixel for the stroke. So along with that, it's not only that, we will get one arrows over here, like that. Also for this main slide, you can hit Ctrl D, and over here as well I'm going to remove this fill, and for the stroke I'm going to add black color, and I'm going to bring this a little bit over here, and let's try to adjust it somewhere around like that. Okay, so it's just an addition. Okay, like that. And now somewhere around at this point, I personally feel it shouldn't be over here. So let's do one thing, select these popcorns, and let's bring this downwards only. Okay, I don't want it to be over here. Okay, like that. Okay. If you want, let's just for a sake, let's keep only one layer at the top, like that. Okay, somewhere which is this one, so they are gonna get automatically gone. Okay, like that. Just to one after, like that. Okay, let's see this in quarter resolution, and let's see our animation. We got something like this, like that. Also, if you check it out, in this scene there is no camera zoom in animation. Okay, so we need to do that as well. So for that we need to create another one. So let's create another null object, and this is going to be at the top, and I'm going to hit enter, and let's call it as main cam controller. Okay, now who is supposed to be parent with this? All these popcorns layers, this one are should be parent with this cam controller. Then select this film distortion, mask, the screen animation, main slide. This shadow is already parent with this, so we don't need to make it a parent with this cam controller, like that. Also this popcorn controller, not necessary. uh, this and this, all of this should be parent with this cam controller. Okay, these are the lines of I mean this twisted lines. Okay, and somewhere around at this point I'll select this cam controller and make this value 120, create one keyframe, and as the animation goes further, somewhere around up to this, I'm going to make this value 100. Okay, so what is going to get happen? First we got this animation, and then we got something like that. Okay, over here. Now, oh, okay, we got up to this. Now just to give this stuff a little bit cinematic look, what I'm gonna do is that let's minimize this. I don't want this in that aspect ratio, so I'll press Ctrl Y. I'm going to choose black color,
hit Control D, select this, and let's choose alpha mask or alpha inverted mask. Select this topmost layer, press S, unlink this, and let's make this value 90. So okay, so this top one is gonna get gone, and now we have that, you know, cinematic look over here, like cinematic film look. Okay, so our aspect ratio is little bit small, like that, and now we are gonna get something like that. So if we check it out, this animation now, first we are getting this, and then we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now somewhere around at this point I want there should be transition. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to use this film strip for that. Okay, so we have this film strip. Okay, then I'm going to select this film strip and hit Control C, and I'm going to hit Control N, and I'm going to call it as transition strip. Okay, and for this, what we can do is, let's choose width 1920 by 180 and height should be 100, and let's press Ctrl V over there for this one. Okay, hit U, so we got something like that, and then somewhere around at this point I want this one should be gone out of this composition like that. Okay, like this. Then select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this. By holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now hit Control N, and we are going to call it as transition strip dis distorted, and height we are going to choose 1080, sorry, 1080, and hit OK. Then hit Control 0, and we are going to bring our transition strip over here. Okay, as you guys can see, we got something like that. Now if you guys know that we have applied mesh warp effect on our previous strip, so we are going to go something like that. Okay, so go inside our main animation comp, and let's choose quad resolution, and in this film distortion we will select this film strip, and we will copy this mesh warp effect, and in this film strip distorted comp we'll hit Control V to apply that, and let's close this. Okay, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, now let's choose quad resolution. Okay, now we will create another composition, and this time I'm going to call it as transition. Okay, now let's hit Control 0, and we are going to bring our transition distorted comp like that, and let's bring this layer at the top. Hit Control D, let's try to bring this over here. Hit Control D, let's try to bring this over here. Hit Control D, let's try to bring this over here. Hit Control D, hit Control D, and hit Control D. Let's make this full resolution. Okay, like that. Now let's make this quad resolution. So as you guys can see, we are gonna get something like that, but this is not how I want. There should be some little bit of difference between their animations, so let's try to adjust them randomly, like that, in such a way that there should be something, you know stuff that should get trans. Okay, so this looks good to me. Now let's make this full resolution. Now I'm going to select this one, sixth one, and let's apply curves, and double click to apply these curves, and let's try to bring this line a little bit downward, like that. Okay, so as you guys can see, it's gonna get a little bit a color difference. Copy this curve effect and apply another ones and apply this to them. Okay, then right click new and create one null object. Select all of them, and let's make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S for scaling option and scale it like that, and press R for rotation and then rotate it like this. Okay, and let's try to bring this over here a little bit. Okay, like that. So let's make this quad resolution. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Now let's delete this null object. select all of them and hit Control D to duplicate it, and let's try to bring them downwards. Let's select these topmost layers and hide them for a while. Okay, now I'm going to select all of them and press S for scaling option, and I'll try to scale their sizes like that. And let's bring this over here. Let's adjust the scale like that and try to, you know, not like that. Go to the transitions and try to select these and like that. Okay, let's keep it as it is. So first we got this, and then somewhere around at the top I'm going to bring this layers over here, and this layer should be starting somewhere around from this point like that. Okay, now let's make this full resolution. Now just to give a little bit depth of blur, let's hide this topmost layers. What I can do is that I can select this 13th layer and let's apply Gaussian blur effect on it. Okay, and let's increase that Gaussian blur effect like that. Copy this Gaussian blur, apply to this any other layer. Okay, also apply to this any another layer. Okay, not this one, but let's choose this one. So what is going to happen, we are gonna get that, you know, effect over there. Now enable this topmost layers like that. You can select this and apply to this any other layer, but I think we don't need to apply it on this one. Okay, now let's choose quad resolution. Now first we want this and then they want this. Now I'm going to select this bottom layers and hit Control D again, and let's bring this over here, and let's try to bring this a little bit somewhere around at this point. Okay, so what will happen, this should go a little bit later after this front ones. Okay, so now if I try to check it out this animation, now I'm gonna get something like that. Okay, now obviously there should be some scaling animation, so for that I'm going to right click new, select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, and let's make this 110. Create one keyframe, go somewhere around over here, and let's make this value 100. Okay, so if we check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now let's go to the main animation and let's see what we have created over here. We got this, then somewhere around at this point we are gonna get something like that. Then hit Control 0 and I'm going to bring my transition layer over here. Okay, and let's try to bring this somewhere around at this point, and let's go inside this screen animation first. I'm gonna go inside the screen animation, and I want this because I love Stranger Things, so I'm going to bring my Stranger Things layer over here, and I'm going to replace this layer with this one. Okay, okay, now somewhere around at this point when this is going to get translation, I mean there is a transition, so let's press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and let's bring this over here like that. And now I'm going to simply bring my logo, which is this one. Let's try to bring this over here, press S for scaling option, and let's scale right, let's adjust the scale like that. Okay, over here. Now let's try to adjust the scale over here like that. Create one keyframe over here, go few frame forward, and let's decrease the scale of this one to somewhere around 18. Okay, so the thing is that there is going to be an animation of that. Okay, like that, and hit N over there. Okay, now I want this popcorn pop-up should be also over here, so let's select this popcorn pop-up comp, and I want this should be like that over here only, just for, you know, fun stuff. Let's try to adjust this a little bit over here only. Okay, and you can make it apparent with this Netflix logo as well, or I think we don't need that. I think this looks a little bit classy, so let's keep it as it is. Okay, also this background, if you want, then you can choose different background, but I think this one looks good. So our animation is ready now. Just to give this a little bit extra stuff, now whatever we are going to do now, it's just an optional stuff. If you're happy with this one, feel free to render out this composition only. Now what I want is that I want to give it a little bit, look like it should, there is a frame cut. So for that I'm going to create one adjustment layer. So press Ctrl Alt Y, go over here, and let's apply posterize time effect on them, and let's choose 15 frames. Also if you want, then you can apply noise effect and choose 20% noise. Okay, like that. And I think noise is too much, so let's make this 10. Okay, let's see. Obviously it will take time to render, but I think our final output would be awesome. Okay, so I'll show you the render once it's final. Okay, but this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop, and I have already imported this logo over here. And now I'm going to save this file as Photoshop file and simply hit save. Okay, like that. Now before doing anything with this one, I would like to import my other images as well. For example, this hand with dart, then this hand, and then this dart over here. I'm going to simply bring this in over here like that. Okay, like that, and deselect it. Okay, so now we have this hand with this dart, then we have this another hand without any dart, we have separate image of this dart, and then we have this logo. Now let's start with our first image, which is this hand. I'm going to go in select options, and I'm going to select subject. So it will automatically select the subject, and we need to click on this mask, so we will create something like that. Let's hide this. Let's go over here, do the same procedure, select subject like that, and click on this icon, so it will create mask and hide this. For this dart, we will keep it like that, and then go over here. And now over here I'm going to press E, which is a shortcut key for eraser tool, and we will remove this white color over here. Also let's remove this small white colors over here like that. Also let's remove this, and let's remove this. Okay, like that. So we got something like that. Now what I want is that this text should be on different layers. So press M, which is a shortcut key for rectangle selection tool. Select this entire text and hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place, and let's call it as text over here. Okay, then I'm going to select this text as well, hit Control, sorry, select this, hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create new layer and press Ctrl Shift V, and let's call it as 01. Okay, we will hide this. Also I'm going to select this area, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, let's call it as 02. Let's hide this. Same procedure I'm going to do for this one as well, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, let's call it as 03. Same procedure I'm going to do this for this one, hit Ctrl X, new layer, let's call it as let's call it as 04, and let's hide this. And last one is this aim, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, let's call it as 05, and let's hide this. Okay, we will hide this text as well. Now over here, first thing first, we need this dart. So what I'm going to do over here, I'll select my this dart, I mean separate dart over here. I'll try to bring this over here, and I can hit Ctrl T, which is a shortcut key for rotation tool, and I'll try to adjust the rotation as well as the size of the dart, and I'll try to move this over here like that. Okay, over here. Now in this let's hide this. Now over here I'm simply going to press L, which is a shortcut key for lasso tool. I'm going to select this area smoothly, totally like that over here. But over here, as you guys can see, there is a misselection. So instead of using lasso tool, let's press P and let's choose pen tool. And so it's easy for us to select with pen tool. So let's select this much area like that, and hit Control Enter and hit Control X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V, and let's hide this. Let's select this dart and let's bring this downward. So we have this dart over here. Now we need to create one circle. So for that, I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and over here by holding Shift, I'm going to create one ellipse. Okay, and let's bring this ellipse downwards and press V and try to adjust it properly at the center over here. Okay, with the help of arrow keys, you can try to adjust it. Okay, and let's call it as circle, and let's hide this as well as this. Now we have these two sections. So for that, I can press L, which is a shortcut key for lasso tool. Let's select this area and select this much portion like that. So okay, like that. Hit Control X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Control Shift V. Let's call it as ring. Okay, not an ring, like that. Also select this, type ring. Okay, let's hit Control 0 to make this fit. So we got this ring and then this one. Then we have this circle. Then we don't need this portion. Okay, so we'll remove that. Then we have this text over here, and then we have this hand, and then we have hand with this one. Okay, so now let's save this file. So our Photoshop file is ready for animation. Let's go to the After Effects and let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration I am going to choose 30-second long. Okay, and go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title safe action. Then I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to select this logo file, import as. Let's choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Double click to open this. Now I'm going to hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and over here width I'm going to choose 1920 and height we are going to choose 1080, and background color we are going to choose white color and hit OK. Now we have something like that. Let's hide this area like that. So now over here this logo is properly like that. Now let's try to animate this one by one. So what I want, this circle should start to get animated. So press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, or you can press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point properly at the center. Okay, then go to the start, press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension like that, and let's create one keyframe at Y position. Go somewhere around 20 frames to create one keyframe. Go to around 1 second to create another keyframe. And in the middle of that, let's bring this Y position upward like that. So, okay. Then select those keyframe and hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Somewhere around at this point, let's bring this Y position downwards. Select those keyframes and by holding Alt, let's reduce the distance between them. And initially the Y position of this one should be out of this composition like that. Okay, not all of them but only this one. Okay, like that. Let's see. Okay, then select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, right click and make sure to choose edit speed graph. Select this graph and by holding shift move this handle at this point. Select this and move this handle at this point. Then zoom in a little bit. Select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this. Let's try to adjust it like that, and let's try to adjust it like that. Okay, so if you check it out this now, we are getting something like that. Now somewhere around at this point when this ball is striking at the start, I want this ring over here should start to appear. So let's move this over here, press S, create one keyframe. Also select this ring, move over here, press S, create another keyframe. Go few frame forward, again create another keyframe on both of them. Go to the start and let's make this value 0. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this and by holding shift move this handle at this point. Okay, so in first strike I want this one should be happen, and on second strike somewhere around at this point this ring should start to get pop up. Okay, like that. Then somewhere around at this point, I want this dart should start to get animated. So let's do one thing. Let's select all of this text. Let's hide this, as well as click on this shy icon and click lock this layer and click on this shy button over here. Okay, so now we cannot select those. Now when this thing is getting happening, I want this dart should start to animate. So hit Control D. Now this one, a 10th layer, I'm going to change the color of this one to yellow because this is going to be my main dart. And let's enable this only and press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. I'm going to bring this anchor point at the bottom. Okay, then we have this dart over here, and now I want to create some random darts going on animation. So what I can do, somewhere around at this point when this entire stuff is ready, what I want is that this should be over here like that. Okay, so now let's select this dart, and I want some random animation should going on. So press P for position, and initially I'm going to bring this position over here. Let's create one keyframe, and let's go only few frame forward, and let's move this from here to here like that. Okay, in one line, and enable the motion blur. So if you check it out, this now we are getting this kind of a fast animation. If you want, let's increase the duration. Okay, like that. Okay, we are getting something like that. Then hit Control D to duplicate it, hit U. Let's select those position and let's bring this position over here like that. Okay, so we will get something like that. Then again hit Control D to duplicate it, hit U. Let's select this and let's bring this position a little bit over here. Then hit Control D again, hit U, and this time I'm going to select this position, right click and choose separate dimension like that. And then somewhere in the middle, when this is over here like that, I'm going to select this, create one keyframe. Let's remove this keyframes over here, go few frame forward. Let's select this one. Let's bring this X position over here, and let's bring this Y position downward like that. And in the middle of that, the Y position over here, let's bring this at the top. Okay, remove this X keyframe. Let's bring this Y position over here and remove this last keyframe over here. Okay, and make sure to select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like that. And over here, let's bring this at the top. Okay, if you want, let's select those keyframes, and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it somewhere around like that. Okay, now let's go over here. Let's select those X position keyframes, and by holding Control, create one keyframe like that. Okay, select those Y position keyframes, go to the graph, select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. Okay, like that. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here and let's make this 3 complete rotation. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get something like that illusion that it's going upward and going downward like that. Then select this, hit Control D, hit U, and this time I'm going to change the X position of this one to somewhere around like that over here. Similarly, at this point, select those two X position keyframes and change them over here like that. Okay, and for this one rotation, I'm going to make this -3. Okay, and let's hit U. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to adjust them one by one like that over here. Okay, so now if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like this. So first I want this, then somewhere around over here I want that, and then somewhere around over here I want that. Okay, like that. We are getting something like this. And then somewhere around at this point, I want this dart. Let's bring this over here. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Hit page down button 2 to 3 times, create another keyframe, and at the start it should be out of this composition. Okay, like that. and let's bring this keyframe a little bit over here. Then press R for rotation, create one keyframe, hit page down button 2 times, let's make this 4, hit page down button few times again, let's make this -3, hit page down button few times and let's make this 0. Okay, like that, and select all of them and enable the motion blur. Okay, like that. Now what I want is that our hand should come up over here. Now we have these two hands. Now over here this hand is null, so let's still make this hand in red color. This hand has that dart in it, so let's change the color of this one to somewhere around purple. Then select this red color hand and make it apparent with this hand. Select this and let's hit W and rotate it like that. uh, okay, let's select your selection tool and let's disable this snapping. Press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like that. And now I'm going to bring this somewhere around over here like that. Okay, now I'm going to select this dart and I'll hit Control D, hit U, and I'm going to remove all of these keyframes. We don't need that. I'm going to select this dart and hit W and let's rotate it like this. Okay, and let's bring this at the top. Press S for scaling option and scale it in such a way that it should get matched with our hand over here. Okay, and let's make this fit. Okay, now let's hide this hand for a while. We need to create animation for this dart as well. Okay, so let's select this dart and press P for position to create one keyframe. Hit page down button 2 to 3 times, create another keyframe, go to the start and let's move this from here to here like that. Then press R for rotation, go over hit U, go somewhere around over here, select the same rotation keyframes, select this and hit Control V to paste it, but obviously we are gonna get something weird over here. Okay, so what we can do, simply hit Control V over here, hit U, go to the last one. Okay, let's enable our hand over here. Let's select those rotation keyframes and try to rotate it like that. Okay, and let's hide this now again. So now we are getting something like that, but there should be a gap between these two animations, so let's bring this over here. And now let's see this animation from the start and hit U. Okay, we are getting something like that. When this animation is done, I want my hand should start to get appear. So let's bring these two layers at the top. Okay, and move this over here. Now select this hand, press P for position to create one keyframe. Okay, and make sure that anchor point should be at this point, so press Y and let's bring this over here. Okay, like that, or you can try to bring this over here as well, that is also okay, there is not much more problem, but I would prefer to move this somewhere around over here. Okay, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start this hand should be over here like that. Okay, let's bring this keyframe a little bit over here like that. Hit F9 to this keyframe like this. Somewhere around at this point I'm going to bring this, going to trim this up to this, so it will look like the hand came initially with nothing on at him. Then somewhere around at this point I'm going to select this hand, press T for opacity, create one keyframe, hit page down button, let's make this opacity 0. Okay, then select this hand somewhere around at this point, let's move this over here and go to the start, press R for rotation to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here and hit W and let's rotate it like that. Okay, and let's bring this over here. Okay, like that. And then when he is pulling out this one, obviously this dart should be gone, so let's select this and press Ctrl Shift D to split this and delete this. So now it will create an illusion that this is holding this dart. Okay, like that. And then somewhere around at this point I want there is should be an illusion like he is throwing that dart. So let's select this and let's move this over here, hit W to rotate it like that. Okay, and we are getting something like this, and this action should be a little bit faster, so we are going to create something like that. Let's move this over here, let's rotate it like this. Then somewhere around at this point, hit Control C, Control with this keyframe only, like this. Okay, and at this point I want this should be gone. Okay, like that. Now let select those keyframe and hit F9 to all of this. Okay, select those keyframes, go to the graph, zoom in, select this. Let's select this and hit F9 as well. Okay, at this point when he is throwing it, initially it should be slow like that. At this point it should be faster. Okay, then at this point let's move this handle at this point and select this and move this handle at this point. Sorry. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are getting something like that. If you think this is very fast, you can select those, and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it. Okay, like that. And when he is throwing somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this. I can press Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Select this second hand layer, create one keyframe, hit page down button, and let's increase the opacity of this one. Okay, like that. Even if it's for a very short interval, it is necessary. Okay, and when somewhere around at this point I want the dart animation, so let's select this dart over here and hit Control D, hit U, and go somewhere around over here or somewhere around at the end point, and I'm going to remove all of this position as well as rotation keyframes, bring this at the top, and somewhere around at this point let's move this over here. Okay, and try to adjust it like that. Press Control Alt Home, let's rotate it like that. Okay, and let's increase the duration of it. Now we need to remove this shy object and we need to enable our text just for now. Now we need to create a path for this dart to move. So for that I'm going to press G, which is a shortcut key for a pen tool in After Effects. From here to here I'm going to create one path, but I'm going to remove this fill, I don't need that, and I'm going to choose black color for it for the stroke. Okay, select G, create one point over here, move it like this. Okay, like that, move it like this, and somewhere around at this point I'm going to create something like that. So okay, like this. You can select this and try to bring this over here. Okay, let's bring this over here like that. Okay, so this is the path that our dart is going to follow. So let's bring this over here, select the shape layer, go to the search option and search for path and create one keyframe. Select this path, Control C to copy, select this dart, press P, select this and hit Control V to paste it. So we are going to get something like that. Okay, and let's hide the shape layer. Right click, go to the transform and choose auto orientation and offset around the path and hit OK, and press R for rotation, and let's rotate it somewhere around like that. Okay, and hit U. So now we are going to get something like that. Okay, like this. Now we are gonna get something like that. Select those and by holding Alt, let's bring this keyframe up to this. Okay, like that. And then somewhere around at this point I want my text should start to get appear. So let's bring this text at the top over here, and let's select this dart over here, and the last position of this dart I'm going to bring this a little bit over here. Then at the start press R for rotation to create one keyframe, go over here and let's try to rotate it a little bit. Okay, like that. Okay, and somewhere around at this point I want my text to start to get appear. So let's go to this point and let's make it apparent with this start over here. Okay, so this text is going to move along with this like that. Okay, and select those last keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like that. Okay, like that. Then select this text, enable the motion blur, move this over here, press T for opacity to create one keyframe, hit page down button, create another keyframe, go to the start and let's make this value 0. Select this dot, press T, create one keyframe, go over here and let's make this value 0, like that. So now we are gonna get illusion like this, there is a transformation of this over here. Or you can select this, you can select those last keyframe, go to the graph, select this graph over here and by holding shift try to adjust this graph like that. Okay, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, and this transition should be somewhere around at this point over here. Okay, like that. And if you want, then you can select this path, you can select your this area and try to adjust it properly like that. I think this looks good to me. Okay, so I'll keep it at it is like that. Okay, but over here if you see there is one problem that it's not straight over here. So what we can do, I can select this and I can press R for rotation. I'll go somewhere around at this point and somewhere around at this point only I want it should be straight. So I'll try to adjust the rotation of it a little bit. Hit W and let's try to adjust the rotation as much as we can. Let's select this last and hit F9 like that. Okay, so this looks good to me like that. Okay, now this is also done. Now over here if you check it out, this initially I don't want this ring should be like that. So let's select those rings and let's try to rotate it like that. Okay, so let's go to the start and let's see when our final arrow is gonna come up. Somewhere around at this point our final arrow is gonna come up over here. So select those two rings and press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Then go to the start of this one, let's make this -3. Then go to the start of this one and let's make this -3, or let's make this +3. So what we can get over here is the animation of this one. Similarly, at the start of this, hit U. I think we need to create animation at this point over here. Let's make this +3 or something. Okay, like this. I think the rotation is too big, so let's go with not 3 but let's go with 2, -2. Okay, I think this much is enough. Okay, like that. Then we can animate those remaining text like those. Let's enable those text layer and try to bring this over here somewhere around at this point. When this thing is gonna come up, I'll bring them over here. Press P for position to create one keyframe, press T for opacity to create another keyframe over here and hit U. Let's go few frame forward to create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's bring this over here like that, and let's bring the opacity of all of them to 0. Then select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here like that. Okay, and I want this animation to be one by one, so hit page down button 2 times and try to adjust them one by one. Okay, like that. So our this animation is ready. Now we need to create some additional stuff to this animation. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so now we'll go to the main animation comp, and just to give a backdrop to this, I'm going to bring my this background image of this one over here. Let's try to adjust it somewhere around like that. Then I'm going to bring my logo file comp over here. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that, animation over here like that. Okay, and obviously this animation should go from this to this. Okay, and I want this animation should be around 7 second long, or let's say 8 second long, and press S to create one keyframe. Go to the start and let's make this value 115, or let's make this 120 for example. Okay, so what will happen that along with this animation, I'm going to get that scaling animation as well. And somewhere around at this point over here, I want the lighting animation should come up. So press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. Go to the effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for light sweep effect and double click to apply. And let's bring this light point over here. Create one keyframe at the center, hit U, go few frame forward, and let's bring this center from here to here. Okay, so we are going to get something like that. Let's increase this value. Let's increase the width of this one as well, so we are going to get something like this. Okay, around at this point, let's go to the end point, select this BG and make it apparent with this logo, and hit N over there. So now if you check it out, this we are going to get something like that, and then we will get something like this. Okay, now just to give a little bit film kind of a look, right click new and create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC widget effect and double click to apply like that, so we will get this kind of a look. Then if you want to apply color corrections, go over here and choose for color balance effect, and go to the and double click to apply. Settings, I'm going to choose -20. Go to the green balance, choose -10. Go to the shadow blue balance, -5. Okay, so along with that, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, now I'm going to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and let's choose black color. Hit Ctrl D, select this black color, press F4 and choose alpha inverted mask. Select this topmost layer, press S, unlink this, and let's make this 90. Okay, so now this all the bottom edges are there. So now it will give our animation a little bit, that cinematic look. Okay, like that. So this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of Adobe After Effects.
Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop and I have this like logo, and just like each and every tutorial, I want each and every stuff on different layer. So now what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to press M, which is a shortcut key for a rectangle selection tool. Let's select this S, press Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place, and we will hide this. Same thing, I'm going to go for this L as well. Hit Ctrl X, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V, and let's hide this. Then we will select this A, hit Ctrl X, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V, and let's hide this. Same for this C, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, and let's hide this. Then we have this K, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V, and let's hide this. Now same for this portion over here. I want each and every one properly on different layer. So let's select this area, hit Ctrl X, create new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Then again select this area, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Same procedure we need to do for each and every one. So uh, they should be on different layer like that. Okay, we will do this procedure one by one. Only the last four ones are remaining. So let's see. Okay, and now this is the last one. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and now each and every stuff is properly on different layer. And now let's save this file as not After Effect but Photoshop file. Now let's go to the Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width we are going to choose 1920 and height we are going to choose 180. Duration I'm going to choose 1 minute long and background color should be white color and simply hit OK. Okay, let's disable this. Now go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on titles section. Now I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to select this Photoshop file, import as, instead of footage, choose composition, return layers and sizes and simply hit import and hit OK. And let's bring our logo over here. Now let's go inside this logo. It will take time to load because the size of this files is a little bit big. Then hit Ctrl K to open the project setting and over here color should be white, so hit OK and hit OK like that. And let's make this quarter resolution. Now we need to create animation for this one first, so let's select all of them and press P for position. Now let's maximize the screen. By holding shift I'm going to select all of their positions like that. Okay, make sure that you are clicking on this position word, right click and choose separate dimension and create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Go few frame forwards around 1 second over here, create one keyframe each. Go few frame forward up to 20 frames, create another keyframe and in the middle change the Y position a little bit upward and somewhere in the middle let's change the Y position over here like that. Okay, then go somewhere around at the start. Make sure that you have selected each and every one of them. Go to the align tab and choose align horizontal and choose align vertical, and let's try to bring them at the center over here and press S for scaling option to create one keyframe. Hit U, go to around 1 second, create another keyframe and go to the start and let's make this value 0. Okay, so we are getting something like that. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, go over here. Let's select all of these alphabets and let's change the rotation to 1. Okay, then select all of this and let's go to downwards and rotation should be -1. Okay, we are going to get something like that. Now over here in search option, search for Y, so it will show us Y position keyframes. Select all of them and let's hit F9. Okay, go to the graph editor, zoom in. Let's select this and by holding shift move one handle at this point. Select this and move one handle at this point. Then select this and move one handle at this point. Select this and move one handle at this point. Okay, again go over here, select this mm, like that, and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Now hit U to check it out all of them. And now let's select all of those keyframes and by holding alt I'm going to bring them up to 1 second only like that. So we will get this animation a little bit faster. Now hit U. Let's hit page down 2 times. Select this and move this over here. I'm going to bring them one by one. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So if we check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Press F4, select all of them and enable the motion blur. So our animation will get something like that. Okay. Now press Ctrl K and we will increase the height of this one. Okay. Like that. Okay. Now this logo animation is ready. Press S for over here. Let's bring this downwards like that. Okay. Now we need to create our messaging icons. So for that, I'm going to select my rounded rectangle and I don't want any stroke. So I'll delete this stroke. And for the fill, with the help of picker, I'm going to pick up this color and hit OK. Then go to the rectangle options and let's create one rounded rectangle like this. And go to the rectangle options, rectangle path, and let's increase the roundness like that. Now select this and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Now let us select this and let's move this over here. Then hit Ctrl D and let's try to bring this over here like that. Okay, let's select those and try to adjust it over here. Now let us select this and go to the fill options and select your fill and choose this color and hit OK. Then select this layer, hit Ctrl D, bring this at the top. Let's try to bring this downwards like that. Okay, let's hide this layer. You can select this layer again, go to the fill option, and with the help of picker, pick up this color like that. Okay, and when you're going to unhide it, you will get something like this. Select this layer again, hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this at the top. Let's bring this downwards and like that. Let hide this layer. Select this layer and go to the fill option. And with the help of this picker, I'm going to pick up this color. Okay, so we are getting something like that. Our message box are ready. Now I want them to be properly in equal distance. So let's select this first and by holding shift, select this layer and click on this distribute vertically like that. Also try to bring them properly somewhere around over here. Okay, like that. Now I want there should be some proper animation to them. So what I can do is that I can select this and I'm going to go in effect and presets panel and I'm going to search for transform effect and double click to apply. And let's create one keyframe at position. Go to the downward, hit U. Let's bring this position keyframe over here. Okay, like that. Go somewhere around 20 frames to create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's bring this downward like that. Create one keyframe at opacity, hit U, go over here, create another keyframe, and at the start opacity should be 0. So we are going to get something like that. Okay. Now let's create one keyframe at rotation, hit U, go few frame forward, and let's make this rotation up to somewhere around, let's say 3. Go few frame forward, let's make this -3. Go few frame forward, let's make this 0 and select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like this. But obviously they look weird, so I think rotation property is not required, so I'll keep it as it is only and select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, let's select this graph and by holding shift let's bring this handle over here. So we are going to get something like that. Now let's select this transform property and hit Ctrl C. Select all the other layers and hit Ctrl V. So I'm gonna go get that animation for all of them. Okay, like that. So after that, first we got this. Then somewhere around over here, I need their text also. So I have already created few text. So I'm going to write those. I'm going to copy this text over here. Okay, and for the font, you are free to choose any font you want. I'm going to choose somewhere around, let's say, Montreal only, Montreal bold, and let's choose currently this color only, like that. Okay, let's adjust the scale. Let's choose black color because it should be readable. Okay, then select this, hit Control D. Let's bring this over here. Then I'm going to choose this my second text. Okay, then select this, hit Control D. Let's move this over here. Okay, then if you want, then you can increase this text over here. Okay, if you want, then you can increase this text over here as well. It's totally up to you. I didn't, you know, increase the scale because the text was quite big. Okay, or you can try to minimize this text as well. We need logo animation. Okay, so it should be, I'm basically decreasing the copy. Okay, like that. So let's select this text now, and let's choose here. Really go. Okay, let's select this and try to adjust it, and try to adjust the scale. Okay, like that. Now this thing is ready. Now I want their animation as well. So I'm going to select this, and let's try to bring this over here. Our red layer is over here. So let's select this and make it apparent with this shape layer. Then select this OK but brand. So make go over here somewhere in the middle of this one, and make it apparent with this one. Then select the select text, bring this over here. We are at the top of this red layer, and make it apparent with this fourth layer, which is this one. Then select this, here we go, and make it apparent with this second layer. Okay, like that. Now, what I want is that after this animation, I'm going to select all of this text, and I'm going to move them over here. Then select this, we need logo animation. Go to the animate menu, and we are going to choose position. And let's go over here and let's make this value 90. Okay, go to the rend selector and go to the offset value or somewhere around minus 100. Okay, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's make this 100. Okay, and then go to the advanced option, go to the based on characters and choose words, go to the shape options and choose ramp up. Ease high should be 25 and ease low should be 100. Then we go to the add menu, and we are going to choose property, and we are going to choose let's say opacity over here. Let's make this opacity 0. Then go to the add property, and we will choose blur, and blur value I'm going to add 30. So we'll get something like that. Okay, so first over here we will get that box, and then we are going to get our text. Now let's go to the start of this text, and I'm going to go inside this. I'll go to the text options, and I'm going to select this animation, hit Ctrl C, select all the other layers and hit Ctrl V to paste it. Okay, like that. So first we got this, then somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select these two layers, and we are going to bring this somewhere around 1 second. Then somewhere around at 2 seconds, I'm going to bring them over here like that. Then somewhere around at 3 seconds, I'm going to select them and I'll move this over here. Okay. So now we got up to this animation, and now what I want is that there is one null object that should, uh, I mean, cover up this entire animation. So right click new and create one null object, and select all the layers, I mean, all the shape layers, and select those and make it apparent with this null. Now, initially, somewhere around at this point, I want this null object should be at the downward. So press P for position, and let's bring this over here to create one keyframe. Okay, and go somewhere around over here, and let's bring this null object to somewhere around over here. Okay, like that. So we'll get something like that. Similarly, over here, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's bring this null object to somewhere up to this, like that. Okay. So now we got something like that, and then we got something like this, and then we'll get something like that. Now let's select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, let's bring one handle over here and bring one handle over here. So now if we check it out this, we are gonna get this animation first, then this, and then this, and then this. Okay, like that. If you want to move this a little bit upward, you can do that as well. Let's bring this somewhere around over here, like this. Then similarly at this point, let's create one keyframe over here. Somewhere around at this point, let's try to bring this over here, like that. Okay, let's link those, and let's try to adjust the graph of this one as well. Okay, so if you check it out, this animation, we got this. Okay, and somewhere around at this point, let's create one keyframe, go few frame forward. Let's bring this null object downward like that. Hit F9, select those, try to adjust the keyframe again like this and like this. Then somewhere in the middle, let's select all those shape layers and press P4 position to create one keyframe. Press R for rotation to create another keyframe. Press S for scaling option to create another keyframe. Hit U, go few frame forward over here like that. And let's decrease the scale of this. Select this shape layer, hit W, let's rotate it like that. And let's move this over here. Select this, hit W, let's rotate it like that. Move this over here, hit W, rotate it like that. Select this and hit W, let's rotate it like this. Okay, then go few frame forward. Let's select this and go to the align tab, align it horizontally or align it vertically, or you can simply try to bring this at the center. Select this, let's try to bring this at the center. Select this and try to bring this at the center. Select this and try to bring this at the center. And you can copy the first rotation over here, which is this one, like that. Okay, so you will get something like this. Now let select those keyframes and let's hit F9 and go to the last keyframe over here. I forgot to bring the scaling of this one, should be the 0 over here. So let's make this scale 0, also 0 over here. So it will create another keyframe. Okay, now let's select those and go to the graph editor. Zoom in, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle over here. Select this and move this handle over here. Okay, we are getting something like that. So first we got this, got this, got this, and then this. And now this animation should be not like going randomly. There should be a gap between this animation. So hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Let select those and let's move this over here. Again hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Select this and let's move this over here. Again hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Select this and let's move this keyframes somewhere around over here like that. Okay, so if we check it out this now, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, now somewhere around at this point when it's going over here, I want my logo animation, revealing animation should start at this point. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to select all of them and I'll press Ctrl Shift C and I'm going to call it as animation and hit OK. Then hit Ctrl D, select the second layer, go to the Effect and Presets panel and search for CC Radial Fast Fox Blur and double click to apply. And let's make this value 98. Okay. Select this center and let's try to bring this somewhere around over here. Okay. So we are getting this, this, and this. And then we are going to get something like that. Okay, over here. If you want, then you can decrease the opacity of this one and let's save this file. Okay, so now we are going to get that shadow as well. Okay, like that. Now let's press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. Go to the Effect and Presets panel and search for CC Widget Effect and double click to apply. Okay, and let's decrease the amount to 20. Okay, because I don't want much more CC Vintage effect. Okay, so this much looks good to me. You will get something like that. And now over here, what I want that there should be some kind of a depth of blur over here. So now what we can do to do that, you can select this shape layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for Gaussian blur effect and double click to apply. Let's create one keyframe, hit U. Okay, go few frame forward somewhere around at this point. Let's make this value 20. Okay, now make sure to choose deselect this repeat horizontal. Okay, let's not make this 20 but let's make this 10. Okay, as this goes further somewhere around at this point, create one keyframe at blurriness again, go few frame forward, let's make this value 20. Okay, then as it goes further somewhere around at this point, create another keyframe over here somewhere around at this point, let's make this value 30. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to select those and hit F9 only, so we are going to get that blurriness like that. Now what I can do is that I'm going to select this Gaussian blur effect, hit Control C, select this text over here we need, and hit Control V and hit U, so you can see those keyframe on this text as well. Okay, like that. Now what we can do is that because we have already copied that effect, okay, now we are going to apply the same on this one, but it should start somewhere around at this point. So hit Control V over here and hit U. So these keyframes are also going to start from here like that. Okay, same effect should be applied on this text as well. So hit Control V and hit U like that. Okay, it's going to start over here. Now the only remaining one is this one. So let's select this and it should start over here. So hit Control V, hit U, select this, hit Control V. So it's gonna get applied. Now at this final, let's hit U. We don't need this effect. So let's remove those keyframe. We don't need those key effect over here as well, and here as well. Okay, we don't need that keyframe like that. So now if I check it out this animation now, first I got this, then I got this, and then I got this. Now when this entire stuff is coming at the center, I'm going to select all of these layers and hit U. Then we will create one keyframe on those Gaussian blur. Go few frame forward somewhere around at this point. Okay, let's save this file. Hit U to minimize it. Okay, somewhere around at this point, let's go few frame forward and let's make this opacity 0. Same thing, I'm gonna go and create one keyframe at Gaussian blur, go over here and let's make this value 0. Same for this one as well, create one keyframe on blurriness of each. Then at this point, let's make this value 0 for this one, 0 for this one. Okay, same for this one as well. Create one keyframe on Gaussian blur, also on this one. Select this one and let's make this value 0 as well as this value 0. Okay, so now that blurriness is gone. And now if I check it out my final output, okay, we will get something like that. And it will take a little bit time to load because now we have applied that Gaussian blur effect. So it will take time to load, but our final result is going to be on. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width we are going to choose 1920 and height we are going to choose 1080. Frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color I'm going to choose black color and simply hit OK and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title safe action. Then hit Ctrl N again to create another composition, and this time I'm going to call it as strip. Width I'm going to choose somewhere around 700. Okay, and height we are going to choose divided by, let's say, 6. Okay, and hit enter. So we'll get this kind of a comp.
Then you select your text tool, and for the font I'm going to choose Neo Montreal white color, and then type our first text, which is no. Okay, so let's select this text, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically, and let's try to increase the font size, and again try to bring this properly at the center, and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and let's bring this downwards like that. Let's select this black solid, and let's lock this layer. Now I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and stroke width I'm going to choose somewhere around 20, and simply double click to create one stroke around it. Then I'm going to select this layer. Let's choose stroke width to 15 pixels, and then hit Ctrl D. Select the second layer, go to the Effect and Presets panel and search for Gaussian Blur Effect and double click to apply. Then increase this blur value to somewhere around like this. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Now let's lock these two layers. Let's select this N, press P for position to create one keyframe. Zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 20 frame forward, and let's move this no out of this composition. Then go to the start, select this no and hit Ctrl D, hit U, and we are going to remove this keyframes. Then go over here, and let's bring this no around at this point, or you can bring this at the start only. Okay, so this no is stable and this no is moving upward. Then I'm going to select this second text, and over here we are going to change the text to pane. Okay, also one thing, let's hide this. I don't want all of this text in caps, so I'm going to type no only. Okay, like that. And somewhere around at this last keyframe, I'm going to select this text and I'll make it apparent with this no. Okay, so we are going to get something like that. Then I'll take a gap of 10 frames only, and I'm going to create another keyframe at point this paint text, go to around no more 20 frame forward, and let's move this from over here to here. Okay, then select this pane and hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's remove this keyframes, and we are going to remove this parenting. Then go somewhere around at last keyframe of this layer, and then I'm going to select this text, and I'm going to change this to no again, and then select this and make it apparent with this paint text. Okay, so now we are going to get something like that. Then again take a gap of 20 frames and then select this no word, create one keyframe at position, go 20 frame forward, and let's move this from here to here like that. Okay, then select this no word, hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's remove this keyframes. We don't need any parenting, so let's remove this parenting. Let's go to the last word, and let's select this, and let's change this to gain. Okay, and select this gain word and make it apparent with this no word. Okay, so if you check it out, this we got this. Then again take a gap of 20 frames, select this gain word, create one keyframe at position, go 20 frame forward, and let's move this upward like that. Okay, then select this, hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's remove this keyframes, and let's remove this parenting. Let's go over here, and this time I'm going to name it as no again. Okay, like that. Now let's select this no and make it apparent with this gain word. So now it's gonna come up with this. Okay, let's go to around 4 seconds and hit N over there. Okay, so now let's select those all keyframes and let's hit F9. Go to the graph, let's select this graph, and by holding shift move one handle at this point, and let's move one handle at this point. Okay, so now if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like this, and this animation is going to be continuously in a form of loop. Okay, so in work area, right click and choose trim comp to work area, go to the main animation and hit Ctrl 0, and let's bring down this strip over here, and then go to the align tab, and we are going to choose align top. Then hit O to go at the end of this comp, and press Ctrl Alt T, which is a shortcut key to enable time enable remapping. Then before this last keyframe, create one keyframe and then delete this last keyframe. Then alt click on the stopwatch, and let's apply loop out expression on it, and let's deselect this layer. And as you guys know that our animation is going to be in the form of loop at 4 seconds. Okay, and let's increase the duration of this comp. Okay, now hit Control D, select your selection tool, and let's try to bring this properly over here by holding Control. I'll try to snap it. Hit Control D, hit Control D, hit Control D, and hit Control D. Okay, now let's take a gap of 5 frames, and let's try to arrange them with the help of open square bracket. I'm going to move this over here, move this over here, and move this over here. Let's select all of them and hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this. Go to the start, and with the help of open square bracket, move this over here. Now let's go somewhere around 8 seconds over here, and let's hit N. Okay, and now if you guys check it out over here, we are gonna get this kind of an animation. Now let's see how does it look in quad resolution. We are gonna get something like this. Now let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as animation and hit OK. Now hit Ctrl D, and by holding Shift I'll try to adjust it over here. Hit Control D, by holding Shift I'll try to adjust this over here like that. Okay, and then let's select, go inside this animation. Let's select this strip, go to the effect and presets panel and search for tint effect to apply, and let's swap this color, copy this tint effect and hit Control C, go over here, hit Control V and hit Control V. So now that tint effect is applied on alternate layers. Now I'm going to select these two layers and press S for scaling option, and let's increase the scale of it. Okay, somewhere around like that. Okay, so we are gonna get a little bit extra scale of this. Okay, like that. Or you can go inside the strip over here, or inside this animation. If you want, you can alternate these layers as well. Okay, but I'm happy with this one. Now just to get some weird look, what we can do is that I can select this, go to the effect and presets panel and search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply, and let's increase this value and increase the softness. Okay, let's see which layer is this. Okay, and we need to change the direction of it. Okay, and then select this drop shadow, hit Control C, select this second layer and hit Control V, and this time change the direction of it. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Now I don't want there should be, same animation for them, so I'll go to around 1 second. With the help of open square bracket, move this over here, go to 2 second, move this over here. Okay, just to check it out the animation, or you can bring this and try to adjust them like that only alternately, and select all of them, and let's try to bring them at the start. Okay, so now what is going to get happen is that there is going to be an alternate animations. Okay, like that. Now just to give it a little bit vintage look, what I'm gonna do, I'll right click new and create one adjustment layer. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for CC lens effect and double click to apply, and let's increase this size of it somewhere around like that. Okay, let's increase the size. Then go to the effect and presets panel and search for noise effect and double click to apply, and let's increase this 25% of noise like that. And then go to the effect and presets panel and now search for, let's say, posterize time effect and double click to apply, and let's make this value to 15. Okay, so now it will give us a little bit of 2D look to our animation like that. Okay, now what we can do is simply press Ctrl Y to create one black color background, and then I'm going to apply ellipse tool, and let's choose white color over here, and let's remove the stroke, we don't need that. And by holding shift, let's create one ellipse over here. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home, then let's bring this over here, hit Control D, and let's move this over here. Select this, go to the effect and presets panel and search for Gaussian blur effect and double click to apply, and let's make this value to 300. Okay, and let's make this value to 600 as well.
copy this Gaussian blur effect and hit Control V to this. Now let's select all these three and press Control Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as map and hit OK, and let's hide this. Then right click new and create one adjustment layer, and let's apply camera lens blur effect and double click to apply. And over here layer we are going to choose that map layer. Okay, and if you want, then you can increase the blur radius based on the thing you want. I'm going to bring this somewhere up to this. Okay, like that. Okay, now you can go inside this map over here. You can select this like this. Okay, and simply right click new and create one null object. Select these two layers and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press R for rotation, create one keyframe, and somewhere around at 8 seconds, I'm going to make this one complete rotation. Okay, so if you check it out this now, let's choose quad resolution. Just our animation can work fast, and now we are going to get that depth of blur animation, as you guys can see around over here as well. Okay, if you want, you can go to this adjustment layer and you can increase the another values, just to check it out how your results are gonna be. It totally depends on you how you want your animation to work. I'll use somewhere around 50 over here to get that animation. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of a creative text animation inside of After Effects.